Chapter 24 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 24. The Tower. I do not like the Tower of any place. Shakespeare. At 9 o'clock in the evening, York and Lord Barry took their station on the Thames at the appointed place. The boat was tethered to the shore, and the rising tide brought them nearer to the banks. All was dark during the cold night of early February. To the right and left nothing was apparent save the glimmering water, and the only sound was the rushing and rippling of the Thames as it sped downward in its course. "My mother greets me with a cold kiss," said the prince. "In truth she has wedded mine enemy, and cast me out from my inheritance." A brief pause ensued, a few minutes which were freighted with the cares and sorrows of years. Back young Richard threw his eye over the skeleton shapes of the dead years, and again he sought to penetrate the future. Dark as the starless sky, not one gleam of comfort presented itself to the outcast's hope, but such state of mind was unnatural to the ardent boy, and he sprang from it, like to a lark at break of day, uprising from sullen earth to sing at heaven's gate. He soared from grovelling despondency into recollections of the labor and love that had been expended on him. His harvest might never be the crown at which he aimed, but, better still, the ambrosial food of affection and devoted attachment that filled him even to sweet satiety. "A light! Our beacon!" cried Lord Barry. A small gleam appeared on the opposite bank. It moved, then returned to its former place and was stationary. They watched it till they became satisfied that it was the guide for which they were waiting. The early matin service rung from several convents, and came pealing faintly across the water. It was the dead of night, and the gentlemen gladly exchanged their inert watch for the labor of contending with the tide and floating ice, which impeded their way as they rowed across the Thames to where the light was now fixed. The drear bank of the Tower moat rose abruptly from the waterside, and the waves lay murky dark beneath the arch of the Traitor's Gate. The tide, which was setting in, carried them above the point where the light was to this spot. Their beacon indeed had disappeared, and as they waited its return they floated idly on the river, merely giving now and then a few strokes to keep the wherry stationary. They did not perceive that, while they thus curbed the tide, they had drifted into an eddy which carried them fast down, till jamming them between the wall of the tower and a near pile, their boat lurched, partly filled with water, and resisted every attempt they made to extricate it. The clouds were getting thinner before the pale waning moon, but their fancied beacon light had vanished. Their situation was sufficiently dreary. The cold was piercing. They had difficulty in keeping themselves out of the water that lay at the bottom of the boat. Lord Barry was a soldier, accustomed to hair-breadth escapes and dangerous attempts. Richard, a bold youth, who thought that his best safety depended on his own exertions. They were neither of them inclined to linger tamely in their present situation. "Before our limbs get numbed with this biting breeze we must use them to our own benefit. Your Highness can swim?" "So say the streams of the Vega," replied Richard, "but the very remembrance of those sweet brooks makes me shudder at the chilly bath this ice-nourished river affords. I will reconnoitre the land before I attempt the freezing wave." With lithe, sinuous limbs he coiled about the pile, and continued to raise himself to where a beam rested on the upright post, and again was fixed in the turret, which spans and guards the entrance to the tower by water. He had hardly gained this place, and he felt little cold, as with nervous fingers he kept fast in the position he had attained, when a ray of light fell upon the water, streaming from out a window of the turret. It was but for a moment, and it disappeared, but Richard's eyes had glanced keenly on the illuminated spot. The transverse beam he had attained was but little below the window. It had been grated, but two of the stanchions were broken. This, to our adventurer, suspended between unattainable sky and the icy wave, seemed a place of refuge. Carefully and slowly, he, with clinging knees and hands, contrived to get along the beam, to raise himself on his feet on it, and then to clutch the broken iron bar and hoist himself into a chamber of the Tower of London. The immediate physical dangers that beset our adventurers were so great, the least horrific of which was spending the night exposed to freezing blasts, which Barry already felt chilling his very heart's blood, that they both forgot the dangerous nature of the asylum they were seeking. The Irish noble had, as well as darkness permitted, followed the movements of his young companion. The same ray which guided Richard to temporary safety had showed Barry the mode of following him. He made the attempt, but though stronger he was not so agile as his friend. Besides, the minutes which had elapsed during Richard's exertions had enfeebled by numbing the other's powers. He got nearly to the top of the pile. He felt his fingers slip, and that he could hold on no longer. One desperate struggle he made to cling closer. His grasp seemed rather to relax than tighten in the attempt, and Richard, after a second, heard with horror his heavy fall into the water. But Barry was more at his ease in the yielding wave, and the very intensity of the cold, burning his skin, set his blood in motion. The tide also had arrived at its height during this interval and had turned. Without great difficulty the noble cleared, after a few strokes, the abrupt banks that fenced the tower, and landed on a quay below. Richard heard the waters splash from under his strokes. The silence was so entire that he thought he could distinguish the change of sound when the swimmer emerged, and plainly heard Lord Barry's shout, in his own native Irish, of thanksgiving and good cheer. For a moment, like lightning, it flashed into his mind, the thought of the ominous refuge he had found, and he was tempted to leap into the water and to rejoin his friend. But by this time the alarm of someone having plunged into the river had been spread by the sentinels. The court became thronged. Some hastened to the wall, others loosened the boats tethered beneath the gate, and issued in them from under the dark arch, over which Duke Richard had found refuge. By the glare of many torches they discovered the wherry wedged in, as has been described. The splash attested that someone had fallen into the water. That someone should escape from the fortress was more readily present to their imaginations than that any should enter. They called to each other, communicating their surmises and intentions. Then one boat remained in guard close at the gate, while the other rowed down the stream. Their exertions must end in nothing, for Lord Barry had full time to ensure his escape. Richard attended to all their motions. Several of the men in pursuit had issued from the lower chambers of the turret in which he was. It was not thus cooped up that he chose to be found. All seemed still. The only sounds came from the men in the boat. He descended the stairs. He came out upon the court of the tower. The dark fortress frowned above, casting, in spite of the dull moon, a shadow dark enough to hide him. Steps were heard approaching. He turned under a dim archway. He ascended a narrow, steep staircase. The steps still followed. Hurriedly he opened a door and entered a chamber. The men, whoever they might be, were unaware of his presence. They passed the door, turned down another gallery. The very echo of their steps died away. Did he recognize the spot where he then stood? Well, far too well. With a sickening feeling, an irresistible impulse to penetrate into the very heart of the horror that made his pulses faint, he gazed on the walls around. Was he then alone changed? Had he sprung up into manhood, thought, experienced, suffered, and had the material universe stood still all the while? He saw before him a small chamber, enlightened by one deep-set window, half blocked up by projecting buttresses outside. There was the pallet bed, the prie-dieu, the little crucifix. His infant limbs had reposed there. On that couch his brother had died. This was the tower. 10 years before he had escaped from its gloomy walls, and had he done this only to return again, when maturer years gave him a bitterer feeling of the ills he must endure? He had visited England, guided by the traitor spirit of Clifford, it seemed, for he had returned but to render himself a prisoner. Yet at first these thoughts were hardly so painful as the memory of his childhood. The superstitious fears of the tower, which haunted poor Edward, had made it an abode of terror for both. How often had they lain in that bed, curdling each other's young blood with frightful tales. His brother had pined and died. Now, true to the pious usages of the times, he knelt to say a paternoster for his soul. He said another for his own perilous state, and then, having with entire faith committed himself to the protection of his Father in heaven, he rose with a cheered heart and sustained courage. What was he to do? He was in the tower, a fortress so well guarded that of the unhappy beings confined there for life, none had ever made their escape. High walls, numerous courts, and grated windows opposed his egress. The clock chimed 1. It were as well to remain where he was as to go on, but it were better still to turn back. Quiet would soon be restored. He might attain the same room, the same window, and leap thence into the waters below. He remembered wherefore he had come, the hazardous enterprise of Monina, and the imprisonment of Stanley. Now that he had attained this chamber, the whole tower presented itself, as in a map, to his memory. He knew where the rooms allotted to state prisoners were situated. Confident in his knowledge, his feelings underwent an entire change. Instead of considering himself a prisoner in the tower, he felt lord of its labyrinths. Darkness was his wand of office. The ignorance of all that he was there was his guard, and his knowledge of the place, better than the jailer's key, might aid him to liberate the victims of his enemy. In this temper of mind he rejoiced that he had been unable to follow his first impulse in leaping from the window, and he resolved on making his way immediately to the part of the fortress inhabited by the state prisoners. Blindfold, setting out from the point where he was, he could have found his way. Yet several images of barred and locked doors presented themselves to his recollection, as intervening between the spot where he then was, and that which he desired to visit. He descended again into the court. He skirted the edifice, keeping close to the shadowy wall. He saw the door but a few paces distant which led to the prison chambers. At dead of night it must be locked and barred, guarded by a sentinel, quite inaccessible to him. He paused. He saw no soldier near. He walked on a few steps quickly. The door was wide open. This looked like success. He sprang up the steps. A man below cried, "Who goes there?" adding, "Is it you, sir? My light is puffed out. I will bring one anon." Above he heard another voice. There was no retreat. He went on, relying on some chance that might afford him a refuge under cover of murky night from the twofold danger that beset him. A man stood at the doorway of the nearest chamber. It was not possible to pass him. As he hesitated, he heard the words, "Good rest visit your lordship. I grieve to have disturbed you." Richard retired a few steps. The man closed, locked the door. "A light, ho!" he exclaimed, and the prince feared to see the servitor ascend the stairs. The moon, just beginning to show its clouded rays, threw a brief ray upon the landing where Richard stood, and he moved out of the partial radiance. The slight movement he made attracted notice, which was announced by a challenge of, "Who goes there? Is it you, Fitzwilliam? How is this? The word, sir." The Duke knew that among the numerous and various inhabitants of the tower, many were personally unknown to each other, and that any stranger visitor was not entrusted with the word, so he replied immediately as his best safeguard. "I was roused by the calling of the guard. I knew not that such revelries were usual. Good night, sir." Those pay little attention to the impression of their senses who are not aware that family resemblance develops itself in nothing so much as the voice, and that it is difficult in the dark to distinguish relatives. In confirmation of this, I heard a sagacious observer remark, and have proved the observation true, that the formation of the jaw and setting of the teeth is peculiar and the same in families. But this is foreign. Enough that, caught by the voice, hardly able to distinguish the obscure outline of the speaker in the almost blackness of the night, the man replied, "I crave pardon, my good lord, you forget yourself. This way is your chamber. What ho! A light!" "It needs not," said the prince. "The glare would offend mine eyes. I shall find the door." "Permit me," said the other, going forward. "I will wait on your lordship so far. I wonder not you were roused. There was an alarm at the river postern, and the whole guard roused. Sir John thought it might concern poor Sir William, and I was fain to see all right with him. It irked me truly to break in on his repose, the last he may ever have." They approached a door. The man's hand was on the lock. Richard's heart beat so loud and fast that it seemed to him that alone must be perceived and excite suspicion. If the door were fastened on the inside he were lost, but the man was in no hurry to try. He talked on. The lieutenant was the more suspicious because he gave credit and easy entrance to his pretended stripling son, who craved for it, even with tears. Yet when they met, we all thought that the Lord Chamberlain did not greet him as a parent would a child at such a time. The truth indeed we saw with half an eye, be she his daughter or his light of love, yet not the last, methinks, for she seemed right glad to be accommodated for the night in a separate chamber. She is a mere girl beside, and in spite of her unmeet garb, modest withal. When goes she? With the dawn? Richard hazarded these questions, for his silence might be more suspected than his speech, and the information he sought imported to him. "Nay, she will stay to the end for me," said the man. "Sir William was a kind gentleman, as I can testify, in his prosperity, and it is little to let him have the comfort of this poor child's company for a day longer. He dies on the morrow. Could I see this fair one?" "By my troth, fair she is not, though lovely to look on, but somewhat burnt, as if her mother had been a dweller in the south. If you visit and take leave of Sir Stanley tomorrow, you may chance to behold her. But I detain you, my lord. A good night. Rather, a good morning to your lordship." He unclosed the door. All was dark within, save that the chamber opened into another at the further end, in which evidently a lamp was burning. Kind thanks and a benison passed. Richard stepped within the apartment, and the door shut on him. What could this mean? Glad, confused, yet still fearful, the prince was almost deprived of the power of motion. Recovering himself with a strong effort, he passed on to the inner chamber. It was a bedroom, tapestried, strewed thick with rushes. A silver lamp suspended by a silver chain, to the grim claws of a gilt eagle, which was fixed in the ceiling, gave token of rank, as well as the rich damask of the bed furniture, and the curious carving of the couch and seats. The articles of dress, also strewed about, belonged to the noble-born. Strange! As yet Richard had not conjectured for whom he had been mistaken. He drew near the bed and gazed fixedly on its occupier. The short, clustering auburn curls were tinged with grey, yet the sleeper was young, though made untimely old by suffering. His cheeks were wasted and fallen in. The blue veins on his brow were conspicuous, lifting the clear skin which clung almost to the bones. He was as pale as marble, and the heavy eyelids were partly raised even in sleep by the large blue ball that showed itself beneath. One hand lay on the coverlid, thin to emaciation. What manner of victim was this to Henry's tyranny? Nay, the enigma was easily solved. It must be the Earl of Warwick. And such, but for my cousin Lincoln, would have been my fate, thought Richard. He remembered his childhood's imprisonment. He thought of the long days and nights of confinement, the utter hopelessness, the freezing despair, blighting the budding hopes of youth, the throes of intolerable struggling agony which had reduced poor Warwick to the shadow of humanity. He felt a choking sensation in his throat as he bent over him. Large drops gathered in his eyes. They fell, ere he was aware, on the sleeper's wan cheek. Warwick turned uneasily, opened his eyes, and half started up. "Whom have we here?" he cried. "Why am I disturbed?" "Your pardon, fair gentleman," Richard began. "My pardon?" repeated Warwick bitterly. "Were that needed, you were not here. What means this intrusion? Tell me, and begone." "I am not what you take me for, cousin Edward," said the prince. Now, indeed, did Warwick start. Shading his eyes from the lamp, he gazed earnestly on the speaker, murmuring, "That voice, that name, it cannot be. In the name of sweet charity, speak again. Tell me what this means, and if you are... Why this visit? Why that garb?" "My dear Lord of Warwick," said the prince, "dismiss this inquietude, and if you will listen with patience to the story of an unhappy kinsman, you shall know all. I am Richard of York. Those whose blood is akin to yours as well as mine have yclept me the White Rose of England." The Earl of Warwick had heard of the pretender set up by his aunt, the Duchess of Burgundy. He had often pondered over the likelihood of his really being his cousin, and the alteration it would occasion in his fortunes if he were to succeed. Shut out from the world as he had been so long, the victim of mere despair, he could not even imagine that good could betide to anyone, save to the oppressor of his race. To see Perkin, for so he had been taught to call him, within the walls of the ill-fated tower, appeared to disclose at once his defeat. Even when the Duke rapidly and briefly narrated the accidents that had brought him thither, and his strange position, Prince Edward believed only that he had been decoyed into the trap, which had closed on him forever. Still Richard talked on. His ardour, his confidence in his own measures, his vivacious anxiety all ready to put them into practice, his utter fearlessness, were not lost upon one who had been dead to outward impressions, not from want of sensibility, but from the annihilation of hope. Some of his cousin's spirit overflowed into Warwick's heart, and in conclusion he assented to all he said, promising to do whatever was required of him, though after 10 years of lone imprisonment, he almost shrunk from emerging from his listless state. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 25. The Rescue. Let all the dukes and all the devils roar. He is at liberty. I've ventured for him, and out I've brought him to a little wood a mile hence. Two noble kinsmen. Morning, cold and wintry, dawned upon the gloomy chambers of the tower. York became eager to put in execution some plan of escape in which Warwick would share, but Warwick was full of timidity and fear. His prison was a frightful den, yet all without was a wide, pathless, tiger-infested jungle. He besought his cousin to regard his own safety only. Richard refused, yet the more he meditated, the more did obstacles crowd upon him. After the lapse of an hour, Warwick was called upon to attend early mass as usual in the chapel of the fortress. Here he saw Stanley and the disguised, shrinking Monina, and, the service ended, attended them to the prison chamber of the chamberlain, relating as he went, in quick, low whispers, the history of the preceding night. Both his hearers grew pale. One feared for her friend, the other for himself, though on that score all cause of dread was well nigh at an end. All three entered Stanley's cell, and found there the Prince Richard himself, whose active mind had led him to watch his opportunity to pass hither unseen from Warwick's apartment. The young Earl of March, arming for the Battle of Northampton, looked not so young, so blooming, and so frankly erect as his uncrowned son. Stanley saw at once who was before him, and, never forgetting the courtier, addressed his prince with a subject's respect. York was struck by the placid, though somewhat worldly, physiognomy of the man, devoted to die, at the age when human beings are most apt to cling to life, when, having weathered the storms and passions of youth, they desire to repose a while on the sun-enlightened earth before they enter the gloomy gates of the tomb. The prince spoke eagerly of escape, of safety, of life. Warwick, even timid Warwick, urged an attempt at flight, while Monina kissed her aged friend's hand, and turned her sweet eyes on him, saying, "You will listen to him, though you were deaf to me." Stanley alone was unmoved. "1,000 heartfelt, useless thanks, my dear and honored lord, your poor servant renders, and even when prayer for himself is most needed, earnestly he prays that harm to you arise not from your unexampled generosity. I cannot fly. I do believe that I would not if I could, and I will spare myself the disgrace of further endangering you, and of being seized myself in the coward's act. Ask me not with your beseeching eyes, my gentle venturous child, for it must not be. I die tomorrow, and this fate you would have me avoid. Whither would you drag me from the block? To poverty? To an unhonored old age? A traitor's reputation and miserable dependence? I am a sinful man, but I trust in God's mercy, and he holds out better hopes after the brief spasm of death than you after the torture of difficult escape." More he would have said, but they were interrupted. They had not been aware of anyone's approach, and suddenly Sir John Digby, lieutenant of the Tower, entered. He was aghast to see one more than he expected, one whose demeanour spoke nobility. Silence followed his entrance, nor did words readily present themselves to the blunt soldier. At length, addressing the cause of this wonder, he, in an ironical tone of voice, asked, "May I, lieutenant of this fortress, delegated by his majesty to its keeping, be permitted to ask, fair sir, the name, station, and designs of my unbidden guest?" "My answer to your first 2 questions," replied York, "would little satisfy you. My design was to facilitate the escape of this virtuous and unhappy gentleman. The king is infinitely your debtor, and I shall prove unmannered in marring your intent." "You do not mar it, Sir John," said the prince. "My Lord Chamberlain is a true man, and would rather lay his head on the block at his liege's bidding than carry it in security at the prayer of any other. Sir William has refused to fly, and my mission ended, I was about to take my leave." "Do so, young man. Take leave, an eternal one, of Sir William, and follow me. My Lord of Warwick, this is an unmeet scene for you to be present at. This holy man comes to bestow the last words of pious comfort my noble prisoner can receive in this world. Please your lordship to leave them together uninterrupted. I am sorry," continued the lieutenant, addressing Monina, "to retract the permission I gave you yesterday, but this strange incident must be my excuse. Say a last farewell to him you have named your father." Monina dreaded too much the fate that might befall her friend to entreat for any change in this decree. Soon poor Sir William found himself separated from the busy scene of life, shut up with the chaplain. He was bid to remember and repent, and to prepare to die. A dark veil fell before the vista of coming years, which was apparent to the eyes of his late companions. He saw, in the present hour, one only, almost superfluous, added to the closing account. They beheld in it the arbiter of their undivined destinies. It is an awful emotion when we feel that the very shoal of time on which we stand is freighted with the good and ill of futurity, that the instant birth of the hour inherits our entire fortunes, Yet Richard was proof against this rough testimony of our powerless mortality. The ill had not yet arrived with which he did not believe he could cope. And more, now he was bent upon endeavouring to save Stanley. For his own fate, though about to expose it to the most unquestioned shape of peril, he had no fears. Sir John Digby, followed by his new prisoners, paced back to his own chamber, and then addressed his uninvited guest. "Fair gentlemen," he says, "again I crave to be informed of your name and degree, that his Majesty may be duly made acquainted on whom to bestow his thanks. Your speech and appearance are English?" "Whoever I may be," replied York, "I will reveal nothing except to your king. If he is willing to listen to disclosures nearly touching his throne and safety, I will rouse him by a tale to shake sleep from one who has steeped his eyes in poppy juice. To no other will I vouchsafe a word." Monina listened in terror. She would have given her life to beseech her friend to retract that foolish word, but it was too late, while his questioner, startled by his unforeseen reply, said, "You make a bold demand. Think you that his grace is of such common use that it is an easy matter to attain his presence?" "I have said it, Sir John," answered York. "Your liege may hereafter visit with poor thanks the denial you give me." The lieutenant fixed his eyes on him. His youth and dignity impressed him favourably, but he hesitated, confused by doubts of who and what he might be. At last he said, "His Majesty is at present at his palace of Sheen, 10 miles hence." "The less reason, Sir Lieutenant," replied Richard, "that you should dally in the execution of your duty. The life of your prisoner, the fortunes of your king, depend upon this interview." This was a riddle difficult for Sir John to solve, and he was about to order his enigmatical visitant to the guard-room, while he should consult upon the fitting conduct to pursue, when a beating at the gates, the letting down of the drawbridge, and the clatter of hoofs announced fresh arrivals at the fortress. The attention of everyone was suspended, till, the usher announcing the excellent prince, the Earl of Desmond, that noble attended by followers, almost with regal pomp, entered. He cast his penetrating glance around, and then, unbonneting to the Duke, he said respectfully, "Your Highness will believe that as soon as I heard of the position into which, pardon me, your generous rashness has betrayed you, I hastened hither to vouch for you, and deliver you from it." To such a speech, so unexpected, so portentous, what answer? Richard felt inclined to laugh as he heard himself spoken to, in terms which seemed to say that the discovery of who he really was would occasion his release. But he quickly discerned a hidden meaning beneath this incomprehensible language, and he contented himself with graciously thanking the Earl for his interference, while this noble turned to address the wondering Sir John. "Sir Lieutenant," said he, "I have a strange story to tell, fitter for his Majesty's ears than those of a subject, but his Grace is absent, and it were not well that this noble gentleman should be kept in durance while messengers go to and fro. Rather dismiss your followers, and I will confide a weighty secret to you, and bring such arguments as will induce you to entrust the high-born youth to my care and escort." Digby was not much of a statesman. He had a simple heart and considerable veneration for rank. He knew that the Earl of Desmond had been well received at court, and complied with his desire. The noble then began a long explanation of parties and tumults in Scotland, of the frightful death of James III., the accession of James IV., the discontent of several chief nobles who wished to set up the younger brother of the new king in opposition to him. "Your Highness," continued Desmond, addressing Richard, "will pardon me for thus introducing your name. This, Sir Lieutenant, is the Duke of Ross, who has come, and not vainly, to seek the assistance of our liege." Sir John bowed low and looked puzzled, while Desmond continued to speak of disguise and secrecy, of friendship for Stanley, and of the rash design of Lord Barry of Buttevant and the young Duke to liberate him, chiefly under the idea that thus they should best serve King Henry, who must in his heart be loath to have his zealous friend put to death through the falsehood of faction. "And now, gentle sir," he continued, "be guided by me. The king loves peace. He loves state privacy. The very presence of the Duke in this country is a mystery. You will do agreeable service by hushing up this youthful frolic. Permit his Highness to accompany me. I will make fitting report to his Majesty, who will be grateful withal." There was a kind of confused tallying in the story, for Richard's mysterious words were at no discord with Desmond's explanations, and his excessively youthful and perfectly noble appearance were further corroboration. Digby liked not the responsibility of keeping him. He spoke of sending for the Bishop of Durham. Desmond exclaimed. "A soldier have recourse to a priest? This England is a strange country. Do as you will, only until the thumber of missiles arrive. This is no place of entertainment for the prince. We will receive you and your clericus at Walbrook, and I will entertain the royal gentlemen till you come." Digby still looked blank and uncertain. Richard, who had remained silent, now spoke. "Farewell, good sir. In truth, I need your excuse for my impertinent visit, but here it ends. When I travel to Scotland, I will report the favour I met at your hands." This sufficed. Sir John sullenly yielded, with a mixture of fear and deference. He attended his visitors to the court. They crossed the drawbridge, and ere the tower gates closed behind them, they heard the lieutenant order out a guard and his own horse, that without loss of time he might communicate with the bishop. The duke and his preserver rode gently enough down Tower Hill. Scarce had they reached the foot before the earl gave a sudden command to his followers, who turned one way, as he, York, and Monina, who had left the tower at the same time and was mounted on one of Desmond's attendants' horses, went another. "Au galop, dear my lord," cried the earl. "We have but a short hour's grace. This way, still the river to our left." They galloped along with loosened reins. Arriving at the Vale of Holborn, they followed the upward course of the Fleet, so as to reach the open country, and many a wild field they crossed, and briery lane they threaded. The country was flat, marshy, wild, skirted in various directions by brown wintry woods, rarely interspersed by hamlets. The river was their only guide. They followed its course for several miles till they reached the shelter of Cane Wood. "Thank St. Patrick for this cover," cried the Irish chieftain. "May my cousin Barry find no let nor hindrance. Yon troubled stream will guide him well. We have done a daring deed. For me, I have not ridden so far since my father, God sane him, died. I am well nigh hors de combat." The prince assisted both his companions to dismount. Lord Desmond's tale was soon told, of how Lord Barry had sought him and suggested this mode of effecting York's escape. "With the help of your Moorish friend," said the earl, "no ill wind betide me. I shall be in Munster before the riddle be half told. That is, if ever we reach the vessel. By my faith, I would rather be knee-deep in a bog in Thomond than dry-shod where I am." As the day advanced, the situation of the fugitives became still more disquieted. All was tranquil in the leafless wood, but in spite of the sun it was very cold. Besides, they were in an unknown spot without guide, their sole hope being that each passing minute would bring Lord Barry to their assistance. Earl Maurice was thoroughly disabled. He grumbled at first, and at last, wearied out, lay on the cold ground and fell into a slumber. Monina, serious, timid, and yet in spite of herself, happy in her friend's safety, and in her own being near him, was silent, while Richard, to escape from his own thoughts, talked to her. When for a moment his conversation languished, his eyes were fondly fixed upon her downcast face, and a strife of sentiment, of ardent, long-restrained love, and a tortuous but severe resolve to protect her, even from himself, battled in his heart, so that, in all-engrossing love, every sense of danger was lost. Desmond at last roused himself. "The shadows grow long. Herbage there is little for our horses, pasture for ourselves there is none. If we stay, we starve. If we stir, we—" He was interrupted. Strange voices came upon the wind, then the cracking of boughs and the sound of steps. Through the vista of bare trees the intruders at length appeared in strange array. There was a band of ill-attired, ruffian-looking men, followed by women and children, their swart visages, their picturesque but scant and ragged garb, their black hair and dark flashing eyes were not English. Some were on foot, some on asses, some in a cart drawn by two rough, ill-assorted colts. Their very language was foreign. Richard and Monina recognized a horde of Gitani, Bohemians or gypsies, while Desmond looked in wonder on something almost wilder than the Irish kern. The savage wanderers were surprised to perceive the previous guests the barren woods had received. They paused and looked round in some fear, for the noble appearance of the gentleman made them imagine that they must be accompanied by numerous attendants. York's quick wit suggested to him in a moment of what good use such humble friends might be. He addressed them, told them that they were travellers who had lost their way. "And so we have encroached on your rightful domain. But, like courteous hosts, I beseech you, gentlemen, welcome us to your greenwood palace, and make us happy as you will grateful guests of us." Thus invited, the whole horde gathered round. The women, fancying all three of an opposite sex, were forward with their prophetic art. "My fortune," cries Desmond, "shall not be told before supper. It is an ill one by the rood. At this hour, I have fasted since yesternight." Preparations were speedily made for a repast, while Richard, alive to his situation, looked around for the most fitting object to address, whose charity and aid he could hope to solicit with the greatest success. One laughing-eyed girl glanced at him with peculiar favor, but near her stood and scowled a tall, handsome countryman of her own. York turned to another, fairer, who sat retired apart. She looked more gentle and even refined than the rest. He addressed her in courtly phrase, and her reply, though ready, was modest. The acquaintance was a little in progress when one of the oldest among the Sibyls, with white hair and a face of wrinkled parchment, hobbled up, muttering, "Aye, aye, the fairest flower is aye the dearest to pluck. Any of those gaudy weeds might serve his turn, but no, my young master must needs handle the daintiest bloom of the garden." Notwithstanding this interruption, Richard still stood his ground, bandying pretty speeches with one not the less pleased because, strictly guarded by her duenna, she was unaccustomed to the language of flattery. "Hast never a word for me, fair sir," said the crone at last. "No comparison of star and gems for one, who in her day has flaunted with silk-clad dames, whose lips have been pressed even by a king?" His father's reputation for gallantry, thus alluded to, brought the blood into York's cheeks. Forgetful of what import his words were, he replied, lastly, "Sleep King Edward's faults within him, mother. It is neither wise nor well to speak irreverently of those gone to their doom. May God assoilzie him." "What voice is that?" cried the old woman. "If I boast, heaven forgive me, of his grace's slight favour, your mother may take shame." "Your words are naught," cried York, interrupting her. "My mother's is a sacred name. Yet tell me, in very truth, and give me some sign that, indeed, you knew my father." The word passed his lips before he was aware, but being spoken, he felt that it were best not to recede. Seizing the old woman's shriveled hand, he said, "Look, use thy art. Read my palm. Read rather my features, and learn indeed who I am. I am in danger. You may betray, or you may save me. Choose which you will. I am the Duke of York." An exclamation checked. A look of boundless surprise changed into a cautious glance around, attested by the gypsy's wish to serve the venturous youth. "Rash boy," she answered in a low voice, "what idle or what mortal words are these? How art thou here? With what hope? What aid?" "Frankly, none but what I derive from your bounty. I have escaped worse peril, so do not fear but that God will protect me, and even turn to profit my parent's sin, if his kiss purchase his son's life." "Young sir," said the gypsy, with great seriousness, "the flower of love is gay, its fruit too often bitter. So does she know on whose account I wickedly and shamelessly did the foul fiend's bidding, and ruined a sinless soul to gratify the pleasure-loving king. But thou hast paid the penalty, thou and thine who have been called by the ill word, thrust from thy place by thy crook-back uncle, and now art nearer a dungeon than a throne, through thy father's fault. I will serve and save thee. Tell me quickly, who are thy companions, whither thou wouldst go, that I may judge the best to be done." It is to be observed that at the very beginning of this colloquy, the young girl whom York had first addressed had stolen away. Now he replied by mentioning the lameness of his elder friend, and his resolve not to be divided from the other. He spoke of the Adelaide, and of his further wish to be a while concealed in England. The old woman continued silent, wrapped in thought. At length she raised her head. "It can be done, and it shall," she said, half to herself. "Come now, they are serving our homely fare. You, who are young and ill apt for penance, must eat before you go." The savoury steams of the well-filled and rustic marmite gave force to her words and to Richard's appetite. The repast was plentiful and gay, and even too long. Evening was far advanced, and the fire grew light in the dusk, and threw its fitful rays upon the strange and incongruous feasters. Monina had cowered close to Richard. The cup went round, scarcely did she put it to her lips. A rude companion of the crew made some rough jest on her sobriety. Richard's face lighted up with anger. His watchful old friend stepped forward. In her own jargon she made some communication to her associates, which caused a universal pause and then a stir. It was evident some movement was intended. She meanwhile drew the three fugitives aside. "In a few minutes," she said, We shall all be on our way hence. Listen how I would provide for your safeties." She then proposed that Desmond should assume the disguise of one of the horde, and so be conveyed in safety to the banks of the Thames and on board the Adelaide. She promised herself to conduct the prince and his young friend to a secure refuge. The earl, accustomed to find fidelity and rags near mates, readily acceded to this proposal. In the solitary, unknown spot to which chance had directed them, environed by every danger, no step was more perilous than the remaining where they were. York and Monina were familiar with the reports of the gipsy character, its savage honor and untractable constancy. The season was such, though the day had been unusually sunny and warm, as to make a night in the open air no agreeable anticipation, and Richard had 1,000 fears on his lovely friend's account. They all readily acceded to the woman's plan. Desmond was quickly disguised, his visage stained deep brown, his whole person transformed. He was placed in the caravan, and the horde was speedily in movement. The sound of their departing steps died away. They had left a rude cart, to which York's horse, a strong hack, was harnessed. The Sibyl undertook to guide it. Richard and Monina ascended the jumbling fabric. Soon they were on their journey. None but their conductress knew in what direction, but they submitted to her, and through copse and over field they wound their darkling way. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 26. The Earl of Surrey. So love did vanish with my state, which now my soul repents too late. Then, maids and wives, in time amend, for love and beauty will have end. Ballad of Jane Shore. Oh, it grieves my soul that I must draw this metal from my side to be a widow-maker. Shakespeare. Seated in the rude gypsy cart, guided, protected by the uncouth being into whose hands he had so strangely fallen, Richard for the first time felt the degradation and low fortune to which his aspirations, at variance with his means, made him liable. With a strong effort he dismissed these painful ideas and fixed his contemplation on mightier objects, which gilded his mean estate, or were rather gold o'er-dusted by such extraneous poverty. To rise from this lowliness to a throne were an emprise worthy of his ambition. Was he not a few hours ago a prisoner in the terror-striking tower? And now he was free in his England, which when the battle-day was come and past would claim him for her own. A few words from Monina interrupted the silence. She sat at his feet, and they conversed in whispers in Spanish. Night had gathered round them. Monina, in all the innocence of her pure heart, was supremely happy. To be near her friend in his disasters, united to him in his peril, was a more rapturous destiny to her than the world's best pomp, and he absent. No busy conscience, no untoward thought disturbed in her soul the calm of perfect bliss. She grew weary at last. Her head sank on Richard's knee, and, overworn with watching, she fell into a deep sleep. Richard heard her regular breathing. Once or twice his fingers played among her dishevelled ringlets, while his heart whispered to him what a wondrous creation woman was. Weak, frail, complaining when she suffers for herself, heroic fortitude and untired self-devotion are hers when she sacrifices herself for him she loves. The cart moved on. Richard saw not whither. They almost stuck in some flat, low fields, and at last arrived at a solitary, miserable hut. Monina awoke when they stopped, and the gypsy told them that this wretched dwelling was to be their asylum. The apartment they entered was poor beyond meanness. A bed of straw piled in one corner, a rude bench formed the furniture. The walls were ragged and weather-stained, and the outer crumbling rafters were visible through the broken ceiling. There appeared to be neither food nor fire. The inhabitant of the hovel alone was there, a white-looking, emaciated female, yet with a look of such sweetness and patience that she seemed the very enshrinement of Christian resignation, the type of sorrow and suffering married to meek obedience to the supreme will. She had roused herself from slumber at the voice of the gypsy, and gathered her scant garments around her. Scant and poor they were. Her coarse woolen dress was tied by a girdle of rope round her slender waist. Her head was wrapped in a kerchief. Her feet were bare. "Jane," said the old woman, "you will not refuse the shelter of your roof to these poor wanderers?" Such an address seemed strange, for the rich attire of her guests ill accorded with her poverty-stricken home. But she turned with a smile, she spoke, and then a throb of agony seemed to convulse her frame. Her head swam. Richard rushed forward to prevent her falling, but she shrunk from him and leaned on the old woman, who said with a look of triumph, "I knew how it would be. It is vain to hide a bright light behind a veil of gauze. Yes, Jane, this is his son, and you may save him from danger and death." Jane Shore, the once lovely mistress of King Edward, now the miserable outcast of the world's scorn, heard these words as if they had been spoken to her in a dream. After the death of her royal lover, she had obeyed the impulse that made her cling to the soft luxuries of life, and yielded to solicitations which tended to guard her from the sharp visitation of the world. She had become the mistress of the Marquis of Dorset, but sorrow and penury were destined to pursue her in their worst shape. And wherefore? She had been good and humane, and in spite of her error, even the sternest moralist might have pitied her. But she was all woman, fearful of repulse, dreading insult, more willing to lie down and die than, fallen and miserable, to solicit uncertain relief. Squalid poverty, famine, and lonely suffering were hers. Yet in all she preserved an unalterable sweetness of disposition, which painted her wan face with its own soft coloring. The old woman went forth to seek for food, and the two friends were left for several hours alone with Jane. She gazed affectionately on the youthful Duke. She looked more timidly on Monina, whose sex could not be said to be disguised by her page's dress. The fallen woman fears women, their self-sufficient virtues, and cold reprobation. Yet the sensibility of Monina's countenance, and the soft expression of her eyes, so all-powerful in their sweetness, could not be mistaken, and her first shrinking from censure was exchanged for even a more painful feeling. They were a lovely pair, these lone guests of poverty. Innocence sat on the brow of each, yet love beamed in their aspect. Love, the two-edged sword, the flower-strewn poison, the dread cause of every misery. More than famine and sickness Jane feared love, for with it in her mind were linked shame and guilt, and the world's unkindness, hard to bear to one whose heart was open as day to melting charity, and she feared that she saw in this sweet girl a bright reflex of her early days. Oh, might the blotted mirror ne'er portray a change like hers! I am a living lesson of the woes of love, thought poor Jane. May this chance visit to my hut, which saves young Richard's life, ensure her innocence. Thus impelled she spoke. She spoke of the danger of their solitary companionship. She adjured York to fly the delusive charm. For love's own sake he ought to fly, for if he made her his victim, affection would be married to hate, joy to woe. Her he prized to a skeleton more grim than death. Richard strove to interrupt her, but she misunderstood his meaning, while Monina, somewhat bewildered, fancied that she only alluded to the dangers she incurred in his cause, and with her own beaming look cried, "Oh, mother, is it not better to suffer for one so noble than to live in the cold security of prosperity?" "No, no," said Jane. "Oh, does my miserable fate cry aloud? No. Edward his father was bright as he. Libertine he was called, I know not if truly. But sincere was the affection he bore to me. He never changed or faltered in the faith he promised, when he led me from the dull abode of connubial strife to the bright home of love. Riches and the world's pleasures were the least of his gifts, for he gave me himself and happiness. Behold me now. 12 long years have passed, and I waste and decay, the wedded wife of shame. Famine, sorrow, and remorse my sole companions." This language was too plain. The blood rushed into Monina's face. "Oh, love him not," continued the hapless penitent. "Fly his love because he is beautiful, good, noble, worthy. Fly from him, and thus preserve him yours forever." Monina quickly recovered herself. She interrupted her imprudent monitress, and calmly assured her that her admonition, though unnecessary, should not prove vain. And then both she and York exerted themselves to engage Jane's attention on topics relative to his cause, his hopes, his partisans, thus exciting her curiosity and interest. Richard passed the whole of the following day in this abode of penury and desolation. That day indeed was big with dire event. The morning rose upon Stanley's death. In Jane's hut the hollow bell was heard that tolled the fatal hour. The ear is sometimes the parent of a livelier sense than any other of the soul's apprehensive portals. In Italy, for 3 days in Passion Week, The sound of every bell and of every clock is suspended. On the noon of the day when the mystery of the resurrection is solemnized, they all burst forth in one glad peal. Every Catholic kneels in prayer, and even the unimaginative Protestant feels the influence of a religion which speaks so audibly. And in this more sombre land, the sad bell that tolls for death strikes more melancholy to the heart than the plumed hearse or any other pageantry of woe. In silence and fear the fugitives heard the funeral knell sweep across the desolate fields, telling them that at that moment Stanley died. Women nurse grief, dwell with it. Like poor Constance, they dress their past joys in mourning raiment, and so abide with them. But the masculine spirit struggles with suffering. How gladly that very evening did the Duke hail Frion's arrival, who, in the garb of a saintly pardoner, came to lead him from Jane's dim abode. In spite of his remonstrances, Monina refused to accompany him. She should endanger him, she said. Besides that, his occupation would be to rouse a martial spirit among the Yorkists, hers to seek the Adelaide and her dear father's protection. Frion procured a safe asylum for the prince, and here, no longer pressed by the sense of immediate danger, his head was rife with projects, his spirit burning to show himself first to the Yorkists, in a manner worthy of his pretensions. The choice was hazardous and difficult, but it so happened that it was notified that in a few weeks Lord Surrey's eldest sister was to marry the Lord de Walden, and the ceremony was to be graced with much feasting and a solemn tournament. There was magic in all the associations with this family for Richard. In his early infancy, Thomas Mowbray, the last of the Dukes of Norfolk of that name, died. It almost was beyond his recollection that he had been married to the little Lady Anne, the Duke's only child and heiress. She died soon after, and the representative of the female branch of the Mowbrays, John Howard, was created Duke of Norfolk by Richard III. He fell at Bosworth, and his son, the Earl of Surrey, though attaching himself to Henry VII and pardoned and taken into favour, was not permitted to assume his father's attainted title. At this marriage feast, the mother of his Anne, the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk, daughter of Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, so famous in the French wars, would be present, and others of the Howard and Berkeley families, all Yorkists once. The prince could not resist the temptation of appearing on the lists that day, where, if success crowned him, as surely it would, he could with prouder hopes call on Surrey to maintain his claims. Frion got gallant armour for him, and contrived to have him under another name inserted into the list of combatants. York's bosom swelled with pride and exultation when he saw himself among his countrymen, his subjects, with lance in rest and bright shield upon his arm, about to tilt with England's noblest cavaliers. It seemed to him as if he had never asked more of fortune, and the herald's voice, the clarion's sound, the neigh of steeds, the gallant bearing of the knights, and charmed circle of joyous beauty around, were like a voice from beyond life, speaking of a paradise he had left, his own native home. But one emotion of disquiet crossed him, as about to pass the barrier, Frion put his hand on his rein and whispered, "Beware of Clifford." The Duke threw his eyes round the visored throng. With what gladness would he have singled him out and met him in fierce mortal combat? A second thought told him that the dishonoured man could not find place in this gallant company. We will not dwell on the tilt, the thrust, and the parry, the overthrowing of horses and defeat of knights. Richard gloried in the recollection of his Spanish combats, and the love he bore for martial exercises, which made him, so boyish in figure, emulate the strong acts of men. Fortune had varied, but when at noon the pastime of that day ended, the prince remained victor in the field. From the hand of the queen of the feast he was receiving his reward, when Surrey, who had led him to her throne, was suddenly called away. The assembly broke up, and Richard was half occupied by polite attention to the countess, and half by recollecting his peculiar situation, when the marshal of the lists whispered him to follow. He led him to a gallery where Surrey alone was pacing backwards and forwards in great agitation. He stopped when the prince entered, motioned the marshal to leave them, and then, in a voice of suppressed passion, said, "I will not ask thee why with a false appellation thou hast insulted the feast of nobles, but well may I ask what fiend possessed thee to do a deed that affixes the taint of disloyalty to King Henry's liege subject?" "My good sword, my lord," said Richard, colouring, "were eloquent to answer your questioning, but that you are much deceived. I am not indeed that which I called myself, But honor, not disgrace, attaches itself to my presence. I came to tell you this, to rouse the old fidelity of the Howards, to bid Lord Surrey arm for the last of the true Plantagenets." "St. Thomas speed me! Clifford then spoke true? Thou art Perkin Warbeck?" "I would fain," said the Duke haughtily, "ask a revered lady, who claims kindred with thee, what name she would give to her sainted daughter's affianced husband?" The language of truth is too clear, too complete, for the blots and flaws of incredulity. The very anger Lord Surrey had manifested now turned to his confusion. The insult he had offered demanded reparation. He could not refuse his visitant's earnest demand to be led to the widow of Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk. Elizabeth, daughter of the gallant Talbot, was proud of her ancestry, and disappointed in the diminution of her house. When her Anne was affianced to the little Duke of York, and the nobility of Norfolk was merged in the royal style of England, she had gloried. Since then, attainder and defeat had eclipsed the ducal honours of her race. Nor could she forgive the allegiance of its heirs to Lancaster. Often had she pondered on the reports concerning Margaret of Burgundy's white rose. It was with agitation, therefore, that she heard that he was to be brought for her to decide on his truth. The Duke had doffed his helm. His golden hair clustered on the almost infantine candour of his brow, and shaded to softer meaning the frank aspect of his clear blue eyes. The aged Duchess fixed her dimmed but steady gaze upon him, and at once became aware that this was no ignoble pretender who stood before her. His dignity inspired Surrey with respect. He hesitated as he introduced the subject of his identity with Edward IV's youngest son. The Duke, with a half-smile, began to speak of his boyish recollections and his little pretty playfellow, and of one Mistress Marjorie, her governante. He spoke of a quarrel with his infant bride on the very wedding day, and how nothing would bribe him to the ceremony, save the gift of a pretty foal, white Surrey, which afterwards bore his uncle Gloucester in the Battle of Bosworth. As he spoke, he saw a smile mantle over the aged lady's countenance, and then he alluded to his poor wife's death, and reminded the Duchess that when clad in black, an infant widower, he had visited her in condolence, and how the sad lady had taken a jewel-encircled portrait of her lost child, garnished with the blended arms of Plantagenet and Mowbray, from his neck, promising to restore it on an after-day, which day had never come. Tears now rushed into the Duchess's eyes. She drew the miniature from her bosom, and neither she nor Lord Surrey could longer doubt that the affianced husband of the noble Anne stood before them. Much confusion painted the Earl's countenance. The Duke of York's first involuntary act had been to stretch out his hand, but the noble hesitated ere he could bestow on it the kiss of allegiance. Richard marked his reluctance, and spoke with gallant frankness. "I am an outcast," he said, "the victim of lukewarm faith and ill-nurtured treason. I am weak, my adversary strong. My lord, I will ask nothing of you. I will not fancy that you would revive the ancient bond of union between York and Norfolk. Yet, were it not a worthy act to pull down a base-minded usurper, and seat upon his father's throne an injured prince?" The Duchess answered for him. "Oh, surely my noble cousin will be no recreant in this cause, the cause of our own so exalted lineage." But Lord Surrey had different thoughts. It cost him much to express them, for he had loved the house of York, and honoured and pitied its apparent offspring. At length he overcame his feelings and said, "And, if I do not this, if I do not assist to replant a standard whose staff was broken on the graves of our slaughtered fathers, will your Highness yet bear with me while I say a few words in my defence?" "It needs not, gallant Surrey," interrupted York. "Under favour it does need," replied the Earl, "and withal touches mine honour nearly, that it stand clear in this question. My lord, the Roses contended in a long and sanguinary war, and many thousand of our countrymen fell in the sad conflict. The executioner's axe accomplished what the murderous sword spared, and poor England became a wide, wide grave. The greenwood glade, the cultivated fields, noble castles, and smiling villages were changed to churchyard and tomb. Want, famine, and hate ravaged the fated land. My lord, I love not Tudor, but I love my country, and now that I see plenty and peace reign over this fair isle, even though Lancaster be their unworthy vice-regent, shall I cast forth these friends of man to bring back the deadly horrors of unholy civil war? By the God that made me, I cannot. I have a dear wife and lovely children, sisters, friends, and all the sacred ties of humanity that cling round my heart and feed it with delight. These I might sacrifice at the call of honour, But the misery I must then endure I will not inflict on others. I will not people my country with widows and orphans, nor spread the plague of death from the eastern to the western sea." Surrey spoke eloquently well, for his heart was upon his lips. Prince Richard heard with burning emotion. "By my fay," he cried, "thou wouldst teach me to turn spinster, my lord. But oh, cousin Howard, did you know what it is to be an exiled man, dependent on the bounty of others? Though your patrimony were but a shepherd's hut on a wild nameless common, you would think it well done to waste life to dispossess the usurper of your right." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 27. The Landing at Hythe. "Farewell, kind lord, fight valiantly today, and yet I do thee wrong to mind thee of it, for thou art framed of the firm truth of valour." Shakespeare. The Duke of York was not of a temperament to sink supinely before the first obstacles. Lord Surrey's deep-felt abjuration of war influenced him to a sadness, but the usual habit of his mind returned. He had been educated to believe that his honour called on him to maintain his claims. Honour, always a magic word with the good and brave, was then a part of the religion of every pious heart. He had been nursed in war. The javelin and the sword were as familiar to his hand as the distaff and spindle to the old Tuscan crone. In addition, the present occasion called for activity. The fleet, armed for invasion, prepared by his noble aunt, manned by his exiled zealous friends, would soon appear on the English coast, giving form and force to, while it necessitated his purposed attempt. He possessed in his secretary Frillon a counsellor, friend, and servant, admirably calculated to prevent all wavering. This man's vanity, lion strong, was alive to ensure his new master's success, and to overthrow him by whom he had been discarded. He was an adept in intrigue, an oily flatterer, a man of unwearied activity, both of mind and body. It was his care to prevent York from suffering any of the humiliations incident to his position. He obtained supplies of money for him. He suffered none to approach who were not already full of zeal. When he met with any failure, he proved logically that it was a success, and magnified an escape into a victory. He worked day and night to ensure that nothing came near the prince except through his medium, which was one sugared and drugged to please. When he saw Richard's clear spirit clouded by Lord Surrey, he demonstrated that England could not suffer through him, for that in the battle it was a struggle between partisans ready to lay down their lives in their respective causes, so that, for their own sakes and pleasure, he ought to call on them to make the sacrifice. As to the ruin and misery of the land, he bade him mark the exactions of Henry, the penury of the peasant, drained to his last stiver. This was real wretchedness, devastating the country and leaving it barren, as if sown with salt. Fertility and plenty would speedily efface the light wound he must inflict. Nay, England would be restored to youth, and laugh through all her shores and plains when grasping Tudor was exchanged for the munificent Plantagenet. In one circumstance Frillon had been peculiarly fortunate. The part he had played of astrologer during the foregoing summer had brought him acquainted with a young nobleman, zealous in the cause of York, and well able to afford it assistance. Lord Audley was of the west country, but his maternal relations were Kentish, and he possessed a mansion and a small estate not far from Hythe in Kent. Lord Audley was of a class of men common all over the world. He had inherited his title and fortune early in life, and was still a very young man. He loved action and desired distinction, and was disposed to enter readily into all the turmoil and risk of conspiracy and revolt. His aim was to become a leader. He was vain but generous, zealous but deficient in judgment. He was a Yorkist by birth and a soldier by profession. All combined to render him, heart and soul, the friend of the wandering Plantagenet. Frillon led York to the mansion of this noble, and it became the focus of the spirit of sedition and discontent to the country round. The immediate presence of the Duke was concealed, but the activity of his friends was not the less great to collect a band of partisans, to which, when prepared and disciplined, they might present their royal leader. Their chief purpose was to collect such a body of men as might give one impetus to the comity when the invading fleet should arrive on these coasts from Burgundy. Time was wanting for the complete organization of their plan. For each day they expected the vessels, and their operations in consequence were a little abrupt. Still, they were in hopes that they should be enabled to assemble an armed force sufficient to facilitate the landing, and to ensure the success of the expected troops. Day and night these men were occupied in gathering together followers. It was not long, however, before the wily secretary discovered that someone was at work to counteract their schemes. Those he had left transported with zeal for the cause yesterday, today he found lukewarm or icy cold. Their enemy, whoever it might be, observed great mystery in his proceedings, yet he appeared to have intuitive knowledge of theirs. Frion exerted himself to discover the secret cause of all the mischief. He was liberal of promises and bribes. One day he had appointed a rendezvous for a party of recruits, about 100 men, who had been exercised for the last fortnight and promised well. None arrived at the appointed spot. Frion rode sorrowfully through the dusk of the evening towards Lord Audley's dwelling. He was overtaken by a horseman with a slouched hat, and otherwise muffled up. He rode at his side for a little way, quite mute to all Frion's courteous salutations, and then he suddenly put spurs to his horse and was out of sight in a moment. Night grew darker, and at the murk-embowered entrance of a shady lane, Frion was startled by the tramp of a horse. It was the same man. "Maître Frion," he cried. "Sir Robert Clifford." "The same. I knew not that my voice was so treacherous," Clifford began. He went on abruptly to declare that he was the counterminer, he, the secret marplot of the sagacious Frenchman's schemes. He displayed in all that he said a perfect knowledge of every transaction, and of the prince's present residence. By Our Lady's grace, he might have brought King Henry's archers to Lord Audley's very door. Wherefore he had not done this seemed strange, his own account perplexed. In truth, this wretched man, at war with guilt and with himself, loathed the dishonor he had acquired. Like all evil-disposed persons, he had no idea of purging himself from the foul stain by frank confession and reformation. His project was to begin a new career in a new country, to go where his own tarnished reputation was unknown, where the cankerous name of York would poison no more his native language by its perpetual recurrence. His violent passions led him also to other conclusions. He hated Richard and loved Monina. His desire to satisfy both these sentiments suggested a project on which he now acted, and which dictated his discourse with Frion. He showed how from that very spot he might ride to London and make disclosures to the king. His knowledge of every detail of the Yorkist plans was startling, ruinous. His offer was simply this, that the Duchess of Burgundy should pay him 1,000 golden crowns, that the Spanish maiden Monina should consent to wed him, and that they should seek together the golden isles of the western ocean, leaving the old world for York to ruffle in. Frion desired time. It was necessary to consult Richard and also Monina. Where should they meet again? Clifford would appoint neither time nor place. "I shall find you," he said. "I may draw your curtain at dead of night. Come on you with an armed band of men, whom you think all your own. I will choose my own hour, my own audience chamber. You have but to get the damsel's consent, and to tell her, an you list, that she were better as Robin Clifford's wife, than as the light of love of the son of Jane Shore's gallant." With these words the knight rode off, and being much better mounted than the secretary, put all pursuit to defiance. Frion was full of thought. He said nothing to the Duke or Lord Audley, but the following day hastened to visit Monina at Canterbury, where she had resided latterly, in the character of a pilgrim to St. Thomas a Becket's shrine. Frion had flattered himself that he could easily persuade the young, inexperienced girl, whose ardor for York he had often admired, yet he felt uncomfortable when he saw her. Monina looked a little pale, and her dark religious garb gave no adornment to her beauty, but there was in the innocence and tenderness of her full dark eye, in the soft moulding of the cheek which harmonized with the beautiful lids, and in her sweet lips, like roses, with their own fragrance pale, which spring but half uncloses. There was in all this a purity and soft appeal which even the politician felt, who looked on mankind as mere agents in the drama he caused to be acted. With some hesitation he brought out his story, but of course grew bolder as he proceeded. Monina looked pained, but said, "Double the number of crowns, and Sir Robert will content him. My father will make my ransom good." Clifford's speech and manner had convinced Frion that this would not be the case. He tried to persuade Monina, and even repeated the knight's insolent message. Her large eyes grew larger, dilating with surprise and indignation. He little knows woman who thinks to govern the timid thing by threats. "Answer that bad man," she said, "thus. Monina will wed death rather than crime and treason. Good Master Frion, you have done wrong by so insulting mine ears. It were enough to drive a poor girl to eternal vows in a convent, to dream that such words are spoken of her. And if I do not take that refuge, it is because I will not desert my dear, fond, bereaved father, as soon I shall prove. Meanwhile, we must not delay to secure our prince from his enemies' machinations. You know Astley, the poor scrivener in this town? I defy Clifford to win him. Bring his highness there. I will prepare him. We must show a boldness to Clifford matching his own. Let us be fearless for ourselves, and for the White Rose we need not fear. Stay, Clifford watches you. I will provide for the Duke's safety." That very night, by secret unknown means, it might be through her gypsy friend, Monina had communicated with York, and induced him to take refuge with the man she named. Astley's father had been a soldier in the cause of York, and had died on Bosworth Field, leaving an unprovided widow and 5 children, one only among them being a son. From his youth upward the boy had struggled, not with privation on his own account, to that he submitted without a murmur, but for the sake of his mother and sisters, whom he loved with an ardor peculiar to his sensitive and affectionate disposition. Weak in health and strength, he had betaken himself to the occupation of a scrivener, so meagerly to support them. It is probable that, in the frame of all, there was a delicacy of organization that unfitted them for penury. One by one they died. That spring had left Astley comparatively rich, because he could well support himself, but miserable beyond words, for he idolized all and every one of his lost relatives. Frion had, with unwearied care, made an accurate enumeration of all in Canterbury who had ever favored the White Rose. Astley was on this list. He saw him and passed him over as useless. Chance brought him and Monina together, who instantly detected his latent, unpracticed talents, his integrity and enthusiasm. Now his habitation occurred as an unsuspected and faithful asylum for her persecuted friend. Frion was still at work. Clifford came on him suddenly, and heard with unrepressed rage his rejection by Monina. His threats were unmeasured, but the moment for putting them into execution to their full extent had gone by. On the very day that York arrived in safety at Canterbury, his fleet was seen off Hythe. In the morning the vessels hove in sight. Towards evening they bore down upon land and anchored in the offing. The land breeze rising at evening tide secured them from the dangers of a lee shore. Hythe is situated at the water's edge. The cliffs, which at Dover beetle so fearfully over the tremendous deep, have by degrees receded from their apparent task of paling in the ocean, and as they retire inland lose their barren, precipitous aspect, and become green wooded hills overlooking a grassy plain, which extends from their feet to the sands, a distance of about 1/2 mile. In the neighborhood of Hythe, a ravine, the bed of a stream, divides these acclivities, which on one side are abrupt, on the other softly rounded as they gradually disappear. Arcadia seems to breathe from the fertile landscape, the sunny uplands, the fringed banks of the rivulet, the darker shadows of the wooded hills, are contrasted with the verdant meadows on which cattle and sheep graze. But the sea, the dark, dangerous sea, with barking waves and vast encircling barrenness, suddenly checks the beauty of the earth, adding magnificence to the pastoral prospect. A few days before, some gypsies had pitched their tents near the stream. Some of the wanderers had strolled down to Hythe, but they were looked on for the most part with suspicion and fear. Now, while at the close of day, most of the inhabitants of the little town were collected on the beach, gazing on the anchored vessels. 2 stout-looking gypsy men, with 1 old woman of their tribe, were lying on the sands, occupied in their lazy way by the same object, the vessels in sight. The people of Hythe, fishers or such poor traders as supplied the fishermen with a few coarse necessaries, were roused from the usual monotony of their lives by the aspect of this fleet. Added to these, there were 3 or 4 mendicant friars, an old soldier or 2 disabled in the wars of the 2 Roses, and a few dependents on neighboring nobles or franklins, while women and children of various ages filled up the group. They all spoke of the fleet. It consisted of 5 armed vessels. 2 of these were weather-beaten caravels, 2 were low-decked Flemish smacks, but the 5th was one of prouder build, and it bore a flag of pretension on its mizzen. The French king and the Spaniard were spoken of first. Some thought it was a fleet which had sought the unknown golden lands, driven back upon the old world by the continuous west winds of the last month. Some said they belonged to the Duchy of Burgundy, There was a spell in that word. No one knew who first whispered the name. None could guess whence or wherefore the conjecture arose, but the crowd broke into smaller groups. Their talk declined into whispers as York, Duke Perkin, the White Rose, the Duchess of Burgundy were mentioned, and the fleet grew as they spoke into a mighty armada, freighted with invasion, ready to disembark an army, to ravage and conquer the island. As soon as the appearance and nature of these vessels became confirmed, the gypsies arose from their indolent posture and retreated to their encampment. A few minutes afterwards, a wild-looking youth on a shaggy horse, without a saddle, trotted off at a quick pace through the ravine to the inland country. Lord Audley and Frion heard from him of the arrival of their friends, who they had expected would have been delayed for another month. Frion instantly set off for Canterbury to apprise the prince, and the noble lost no time in collecting his retainers and hastening to Hythe. Clifford's spies brought him word also of the arrival of the fleet. Ill luck attended his guiles. King Henry was in the north. There was no time to apprise him, and Clifford's underhand proceedings might turn out bitterly to his disadvantage. He had nothing for it but to endeavour to be the first to convey the already blown news to Sir John Peachy, sheriff for Kent. His pains were rewarded by his being detained prisoner as a suspected person, while Sir John mustered his yeomanry, and together with the neighbouring gentry and their retainers, marched towards Hythe. The wavering people, awed by his show of legal and military power, grew cool towards the White Rose, whose name, linked to change and a diminution of taxation, had for a moment excited their enthusiasm. Some had assumed the snowy badge and collected in groups, but they tore it off when the magistrate appeared. He thanked them for arming for their king, and they, in much fear and some wonder, joined his standard. Sir John advanced with his increasing troop towards the village in question. He was informed that a band of the prince's friends was there before him, consisting of a few Yorkist gentlemen and their retainers. His first idea was to disperse them. His second, no, this will serve as a decoy. Every coast may not be prepared. Driven too speedily hence, the armament may make good their landing elsewhere. If we appear unguarded, they will disembark and fall into our hands. This policy had good effect. The two smaller Dutch vessels and one of the caravels ran as close inshore as their soundings permitted, and hastily landed a part of the troops. The commanders of the expedition on board the fleet had been in considerable anxiety. They had hoped to find the country raised to receive them. They saw but a handful of men. Still, signs were made to them to disembark, and eager to ensure the safety of their prince, they in part obeyed, landing about 250 men, with Montford, Corbet, and some other distinguished exiles at their head. York and Frion had not yet had time to arrive from Canterbury. Lord Audley and his friends received the troops, and held consultation with their chiefs. It was resolved to go forward and penetrate into the country, to raise it if possible, and, as they had not yet heard of Sir John Peachy's advance, to forestall resistance by their speed. They marched forward in good order for nearly 10 miles when they halted. Their scouts here brought intelligence of a regular force of at least 2,000 men who were near at hand, advancing against them. Audley advised a deviation from their line of march, so as to enter the county in a different direction. Montford proposed to fortify themselves in Hythe, Corbet to re-embark with all speed on board their vessels. While they deliberated, it was reported that another troop of the king's men were posted in their rear, while a herald from the sheriff called on them to lay down their arms and to submit. Already a panic ran through this knot of men. Already their coward hands dropped their weapons, ready to be held out for servile cords. Signs of terror increased by the near tramp of Peachy's soldiers and the sound of martial music. At this moment of irresolution, 4 persons were seen at the top of a neighbouring eminence. One was a knight in complete armour. The others were more peacefully attired. They paused a moment, gazing on the scene below. Then the 3 pursued their way over the hills towards the sea. The cavalier came riding down at a furious pace. Lord Audley advanced towards him. "All is lost," he cried. "Or won," exclaimed the prince. "Surely Neville and my good cousin will send us reinforcements. How strong are ye on board, Montford?" "About 600, 2 of which are German well-trained auxiliaries, but we hoped to find an ally army." "Treason, Sir John, is stronger to break than truth to bind. Ye are mad. Better not have landed at all than thus." A few scattered shot from Peachy's advanced guard broke in upon these regrets. Richard in a moment recollected that this was a time for action, not for words. He issued a few commands as to the position of his troops, and riding to their front addressed them. "My merry men and very good friends," he cried, "let us recollect that we are soldiers. Our lives depend upon our swords. Draw them for the right, and be strong in it. Our enemies are chiefly raw recruits, cold friends of a tyrant usurper, but they are many, and death is before us. Behind our vessels the wide ocean, safety and freedom. We must retreat, not as cowardly fugitives, but as men who, while they see, fear not their danger." The order of the march was speedily established. While the rear retrograded, Richard, with 100 chosen men, made a stand, receiving so well the first onset of their assailants that they were staggered and driven back. "In good hour, spare neither whip nor spur," cried York, and turning his horse's head, he galloped towards his retreating friends. Peachy, who believed that he had them in his toils, followed slowly and in good order. For the first 5 miles all went well, but when the hills approached and grew more abrupt, forming by degrees a narrow ravine, they found this post guarded by the enemy. "Betrayed!" cried Audley. "We ought to have traversed the hills. Now we are between 2 fires." "Silence," said Richard sternly. "We must give courage to these poor fellows, not deprive them of it. Fear you for your life, Baron? By my fay, I had rather mine were spilt than that of the meanest of our men." Combat like this York had shared in the ravines of Andalusia. He remembered that warfare, and founded his present operations upon it. His onset was impetuous. The enemy recoiled but formed again. The horsemen dismounted, and presented a frightful bulwark of iron-headed lances to the horses of the little troop, while, from the intervals in the ranks, the archers and men, armed with matchlocks, kept up a rain of arrows and bullets that spread consternation among his troop. It was necessary to break through this formidable defence. Thrice the prince charged in vain. The 3rd time his standard-bearer fell. He wore a white scarf. He fixed it to his lance, and, drawing his sword, he waved this emblem of his cause as again he dashed forwards, and with greater success. Yet as he drove the enemy before him, the whiz of bullets and arrows from behind showed that their previous resistance had given Sir John Peachy time to come up. York grasped Audley's hand. "Farewell," he cried. "Forgive my hasty speech, my valiant friend. May we meet in paradise, where surely through God's grace we shall sup this night." With the words he charged again, and overcame the last faint resistance. Followed by all his troop, pursuing the flying, Richard dashed through the defile. Soon the open plain was before them, and he saw the wide, calm, free ocean, with his vessels riding at anchor. The decks were crowded with men, and the water covered with boats hovering near shore, as they waited to receive tidings of their friends. Before in the van, Richard now hung back to secure the retreat of those behind. Audley urged him to embark, but he moved slowly towards the beach, now calling his men to form and gather round him, now marking the motions of those behind, ready to ride back to their aid. At length Peachy's troops poured through the defile. The plain was covered by flying Yorkists. It only remained for him to assemble as many as he could, to protect and ensure the embarkation of all. "One word," cried Audley. "Whither do you propose to sail?" "It is doubtful. If Barry still be true, and my voice be heard, not to Burgundy and dependence, but rather to Ireland, to Cork and Desmond." "Meanwhile, dear your highness," said the noble, "I will not believe that all is lost in England. I shall make good speed to the west, and gather my friends together. We shall not be distant neighbours, and if I succeed to my wish, Audley will call you from your Irish fastness to your own native England. Our Lady preserve you meanwhile. Farewell." Audley, swift in all his proceedings, put spurs to his horse and was away. A few minutes brought Richard to the sands. He guarded the embarkation of his diminished numbers. Nor till Peachy's troop was within bowshot, and the last straggler that arrived was in the last boat, did he throw himself from his horse and leap in. He was rowed to the chief vessel. He cast an anxious glance at the Adelaide, just under way. A green and white flag was hoisted. Monina was on board. Further to reassure him of his friend's safety, Frion received him as he mounted on his own deck. Evening was at hand, the late balmy summer evening. A land breeze sprung up. The vessels had already weighed their anchors, and swiftly, with swelling sails, they gained the offing. How tranquil and sweet seemed the widespread waters, how welcome these arks of refuge, sailing placidly over them after the strife, the blood, the shouts, the groans of battle. "Farewell, England," said the royal exile. "I have no country save these decks trodden by my friends. Where they are, there is my kingdom and my home." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 28. The Parting. Why, it cannot choose but be a noble plot. And then the power of Scotland and York to join! In faith, it is exceedingly well aimed. Shakespeare. The Duke of York found Lord Barry, Sir George Neville, Plantagenet, and several other distinguished friends on board his vessel. In consultation with them, it was agreed to sail immediately for Cork. The loss of many brave friends, killed or prisoners on the Kentish coast, saddened them, while the diminution of their numbers forbade the idea of a second descent upon England. Towards Ireland they sailed, with such alternation of calm and contrary winds as made them linger for several weeks upon their way. Here, for the first time, Richard heard from Frion of Clifford's machinations, and of his message and insolent threat to Monina. Every drop of blood in his veins was alive with indignation. Before he had despised Sir Robert as a traitor, and while he looked on him as the cause of all his disasters, and of the death of so many of his noble and gallant adherents, his abhorrence was mingled with contemptuous pity. The unchivalrous wrong offered to a woman, that woman, his sweet sister friend, animated him with other feelings. To avenge her and chastise the arrogant braggart was his nightly duty, his fervent, impatient wish. He saw her not, meanwhile. She was in one of those dark hulls among which love alone taught him to discern the lighter build and more sea-worn frame of the Adelaide. Ireland was at this time very differently situated from when the prince first landed on her shores. After Lambert Simnel's success there, still the King of England had neglected its internal policy. A more terrible name awakened his caution, and he sent Sir Edward Poynings as the deputy of his infant son Henry, whom he had nominally appointed to the government. Poynings was resolute and successful. He defeated the natives, quelled the Earl of Kildare, and forced the Earl of Desmond to renew his oaths of allegiance. A free pardon was afterwards granted to all, with the exception of Lord Barry. York was received at Cork most cordially by his old friend O'Water, and immediately at the Earl of Desmond's invitation, repaired to Ardfinnan. The Earl had found no great difficulty in escaping from England, and returning to his native island. The timely assistance he had afforded Henry's enemy in the Tower was an impenetrable mystery, though the consciousness of it had made him more yielding than he would otherwise have been in his concessions to Poynings. He received York with the hospitality of an Irish chieftain and the kindness of a friend, but he held out no inducement for him to remain. On the contrary, he was the first to counsel him to turn his eyes where a new and brighter prospect presented itself. Sir Patrick Hamilton had left Munster a few months before, with a firm belief in Richard's truth. He had assured the Earl of the favourable reception his adventurous friend would obtain from his royal master, and had declared his intention of proceeding to Brussels to see the prince, and personally to enforce his invitation. York was absent, but the Duchess gave a cordial reception to the renowned Scottish cavalier. He had been present at the sailing of the fleet, and his last words were wishes for their success, and an offer of secure and honourable refuge in Edinburgh, in case of failure. It had been agreed that on his own return thither he should be accompanied by messengers from the Duchess, to thank the King of Scotland for the interest he manifested towards her beloved nephew. Sir Edward Brampton was chosen as the chief of these, accompanied, of course, by his lady, York's long-tried and zealous friend. All these circumstances were decisive of the course it became the exile to pursue. He was at that moment in a condition to appear under advantageous circumstances at the Scottish court. He had lost several valued friends during the late attempt, but many remained of noble birth and good renown. Above 100 knights graced his train. The treasure his aunt had bestowed for his English struggle remained, besides a considerable sum of money, services of valuable plate and valuable jewels, the munificent gift of the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk. In fine, not a dissentient voice was raised, and the attention of everyone was turned towards preparations for the voyage. York continued to be the Earl of Desmond's guest. In his princely halls he received all the honour due to his rank and pretensions. The Countess, a lady of the noble family of Roche, distinguished him by her kindness, and conceived a peculiar friendship for the Spanish maiden Monina. The moment arrived for York's embarkation. He had visited his vessels and seen that all was in readiness, but his surprise was excited by perceiving that no preparations were made for sailing on board the Adelaide. This was explained on his return by the Countess telling him that a friend of his desired to take leave of him before he sailed, and that she had been besought by her to explain in some measure the reasons of their separation. Defero's whole soul was set upon becoming one of those immortal pioneers who opened new paths across the unexplored West. He could be of no use to Richard in Scotland, but he could not prevail on himself to leave his lovely, unprotected girl behind. She had at last consented to accompany him in his far and dangerous voyage. Many had been this poor child's struggles, sad her reflections ere she wrought herself to this purpose. Alas, such were her reveries, that innocence should be no safeguard in this ill world. If indeed I loved him sinfully, or he sought me wrongfully, I should simply obey the laws of God in flying him. But he is noble, and I know my own heart. Spotless Mother of God, thou knowest it. There is no single feeling in my woman's soul that I dare not avouch to thy all-blessed gentleness. I ask only to live in the same land, to breathe the same air, to serve him at his need, to associate with his friends, so that when I see him not I may feed upon discourse of him. This is all I ask, all, and this must not be. I cannot bear a tainted name. I cannot endure that, linked with any slightest stain of calumny, my image should haunt his dreams, nor that he or any human being should suffer through me, which may so easily happen. For if words like those Frion reported should reach my father's ears, he would clothe his tempest-shaken limbs and arms, and expose his breast to the sharp sword's point to vindicate my honor. No, no tragedy shall be associated with poor Monina's name, nor agony, nor woe shall visit those I love through me. They shall not even commiserate my sufferings. These shall be garnered up in my own heart, watched with a miser's care. I will not enrich the telltale air by one sigh, nor through my broken heart shall the gloom of my despair appear. I will paint my face with joy's own hue, put sunshine in my eyes. My hapless love shall be no tale of pity for any save my own desolate thoughts. Nor let me forget every lesson of resignation, nor the dear belief I cherish in the protection and goodness of my sainted guardianess. Let me rejoice at much that exalts my destiny in my own eyes. The prince's friendship, affection, gratitude, and esteem are mine. I have been able to serve him I love. Am I not sufficiently fortunate? He needs me no more, but I am no alien upon earth. I shall give delight to my dear father by accompanying him over the untrod watery deserts. Through me, for if I went not, he would remain behind. The name of Defero will be added to the list of those who bestow a new creation of supernal beauty on our outworn world. He will call me the partner of his glory, and though that be a vain word, his dark eyes will flash with joy. My dear, dear father, should the prince succeed and ascend his rightful throne, more impassable than that wide sea would be the gulf which ceremony would place between us. And if he fall, mine is no summer's day voyage. The tornadoes of that wild region may wreck me, the cold sea receive me in her bosom, and I shall never hear of Richard's overthrow, nor endure the intolerable pang of knowing that he dies. Fortified in some degree by such thoughts, anxious to conceal her sorrows from one who might compassionate, yet not wholly share them, Monina met Richard with an air of gaiety. Glad, in spite of his involuntary mortification, that she should be spared any pain, he copied her manner, and a spectator would have thought that either they parted for a few hours or were indifferent to each other. He could not help betraying some anxiety, however, when Lady Desmond, who was present, solicited him to make his friend change her purpose, and drew a frightful picture of the hazardous voyage, the storms, the likelihood that they might be driven far, far away where no land was, where they would perish of famine on the barren, desolate ocean. Monina laughed. She endeavored thus to put aside her friend's serious entreaties, and when she found that she failed, she spoke of the providence that could protect her even on the wastes of innavigable ocean, and proudly reminded him that she would trust her father, whose reputation as a mariner stood foremost among those in the King of Portugal's employ. Richard looked perplexed. Sorrow and pain spoke in his own countenance, while she, true to herself to the last, said, "I have now told you my purpose, but this is no farewell. Tomorrow we meet again, and another tomorrow will come also when I bring treasure from my Indian isle, to dazzle the monarch of fair, happy England." On that morrow Richard sought in vain among the Countess of Desmond's companions for his sweet Spaniard. He imaged her as he last saw her, light, laughing, her soft beaming eyes hardly daring to glance towards him, while he fancied that a shower of precious drops was shaken from their fringed lids. He had meant to say, "Ah, weep, Monina, weep for Andalusia, for our happy childhood, for the hopes that leaves us. Thy tears will seem to me more glad than thy untrue smile." But she was not there. Could he have seen her from the deck of his vessel, marking its progress from the watchtower of Youghal, he had been satisfied. The anguish of bitter tears, the heart's agonizing gaspings were hers, to be succeeded by the dull, starless night of despair, when his sail vanished on the glittering plains of the sunny sea. Farewell to her who mourned, to her who saw neither day nor joy, whose heart lived with him while she prepared for her melancholy separation from the very world which he inhabited. The scene shifts to Scotland, and hither to a new country, a new people, almost to a new language. Our royal adventurer is transported. Dark, tumultuous, stained with blood and rendered foul by treason are the pages of early Scottish history. A wild and warlike people inhabited its mountain districts, whose occupation was strife, whose religion was power and revenge. The Lowlanders, a wealthier race, were hardly more cultivated or less savage. One course of rebellion against the sovereign, and discord among themselves, flows, a sanguinary stream from the hidden sources of things, threading a long track of years, or overflowing it with its pernicious waves. Discord, hate, and murder were the animating spirits of the scene. James III was a weak, unhappy man. A prophecy had induced him to distrust all the princes of his house. He extended this distrust to his son, who was brought up consequently in a kind of honorable and obscure imprisonment. He fostered unworthy favorites, and many bold and sanguinary revolts had been the consequence. On one occasion, while encamped during a foray into England, his nobles had seized on all his personal friends and adherents, and hanged them over London Bridge. The last rebellion cost him his life. The insurgents seized on, and placed at their head his eldest son, then only 16 years of age. They met their sovereign in the field. He fled before them, and his death was as miserable and dastardly as his life. James IV succeeded to the throne. The mean jealousy of his father had caused him to be untutored, but he was one of those beings who by nature inherit magnanimity, refinement, and generosity. His faults were those that belonged to such a character. His imagination was active, his impulses warm but capricious. He was benignant to every other, severe only in his judgment of himself. His father's death, to which he had been an unwilling accessory, weighed like parricide on his conscience. To expiate it, in the spirit of those times, he wore perpetually an iron girdle, augmenting the weight each year, as habit or increasing strength lightened the former one. He devoted much of his life to penance and prayer. Here ended, however, all of the ascetic in his disposition. He was a gallant knight and an accomplished gentleman. He encouraged tourneys and passages of arms, raising the reputation of the Scottish cavaliers all over Europe, so that many noble foreigners repaired to Edinburgh to gain new trophies and contests with the heroes of the north. He passed edicts to enforce the schooling of the children of the nobles and lairds. His general love of justice, a little impaired, it is true, by feudal prejudices, often led him to wander in disguise over his kingdom, seeking hospitality from the poor, and listening with a candid and generous mind to every remark upon himself and his government. He was singularly handsome, graceful, prepossessing, and yet dignified in his manners. He loved pleasure, and was the slave of the sex which gives to pleasure all its elegance and refinement. He partook his family's love for the arts, and was himself a poet and a musician. Nay, more, to emulate the divine patron of these accomplishments, he was well skilled in surgery and the science of healing. He was ambitious, active, energetic. He ruminated many a project of future glory. Meanwhile, his chief aim was to reconcile the minds of the alienated nobles, his murdered father's friends, to himself, and, succeeding in this, to abolish the feuds that raged among the peers of Scotland, and civilize their barbarous propensities. He succeeded to a miracle. His personal advantages attracted the affection of his subjects. They were proud of him, and felt exalted by his virtues. His excellent government and amiable disposition both united to make his reign peaceful in its internal policy, and beneficial to the kingdom. The court of Holyrood vied with those of Paris, London, and Brussels, to which capitals many of his high-born subjects, no longer engaged in the struggles of party, travelled, bringing back with them the refinements of gallantry, the poetry, learning, and science of the south of Europe. The feuds, last flickerings of the dying torch of discord which lately spread a fatal glare through the land, ceased. If every noble did not love, they all obeyed their sovereign. Thus a new golden age might be said to have dawned upon this eyrie of Boreas, this tempestuous Thule of the world. We must remember that this was the age of chivalry. The spirit of Edward III and the princely dukes of Burgundy yet survived. Louis XI in France had done much to quench it. It burnt bright again under the auspices of his son. Henry VII was its bitter enemy, but we are still at the beginning of his reign, while war and arms were unextinguished by his cold, avaricious policy. James of Scotland labored, and successfully, to pacify his subjects, children of one common parent. But he, as well as they, disdained the ignoble arts of peace. England formed the lists where they desired to display their courage. War with England was a word to animate every heart to dreadful joy. In the end it caused the destruction of him and all his chivalry in Flodden Field. Now it made him zealous to upraise a disinherited prince, so that, under the idea of restoring the rightful sovereign to the English throne, he might have fair pretext for invading the neighbour kingdom. At the hope, the soldiers of Scotland, in other words, its whole population, awakened as an unhooded hawk, ready to soar at its accustomed quarry. Sir Patrick Hamilton, the most accomplished and renowned of the Scottish cavaliers, and kinsman of the royal house, had returned laden with every testimony of the White Rose's truth, and 1,000 proofs of his nobleness and virtue. Sir Edward Brampton delivered the Duchess's message of thanks, and his lady had already awakened the zeal of many a gentleman, and the curiosity and interest of many a lady, for the pride of York, the noble, valiant Plantagenet. Woman's sway was great at Holyrood, as the bachelor king, notwithstanding his iron girdle and his strict attention to his religious duties, was a devout votary at the shrine of feminine beauty. There was a hawking party assembled in the neighbourhood of Stirling, which he graced by his presence. All was, apparently, light-heartedness and joy, till a dispute arose between two damsels upon the merits of their respective falcons. One of these was fair Mary Boyd, daughter of the Laird of Bonshaw. Mary Boyd was the first love of the young sovereign, and the report went that he was no unsuccessful suitor. It spoke of offspring carefully concealed in a village of Hythe, whom James often visited. When afterwards this young lady's example was imitated by others nobly born, this became no secret, and of her children one became Archbishop of St. Andrews, the other, a daughter, married the Earl of Morton. But these were days of youthful bashfulness and reserve. The mind of Mary Boyd balanced between pride in her lover and shame for her fault, a state of feeling that ill brooked the loss of what gilded her to apparent frailty, the exclusive attention of the king. Mary was older than the king. The dignity which had captivated the boy's imagination lost its charm when the tyranny of assumed right took the place of that of tenderness. He grew cold, then absent, and at last ventured to fix a regard of admiration on another, sliding easily from the restraint to which he at first submitted, into all of devotion and soft gallant courtesy by which kings win ladies' love, and in which none grew to be a greater adept than James. The new object that attracted him was the young, gay, and lovely Lady Jane Kennedy, daughter of the Earl of Castles. Her sparkling eyes, her bonny brent brow, her dark, clustering hair contrasted with the transparency of her complexion. Her perfect good humour, her vivacity, and her wit made her a chief beauty in the Scottish court, and in all this she was the reverse of the fair, light-haired, sleepy-eyed Mary. Lady Jane saw and gloried in her triumph over the king. Innocent, then, she only desired the reputation of such a conquest, fully resolved not to tread in the steps of her rival. It is something of fool's play to strive to enchain fire by links of straw, to throw silken fetters on a bounding torrent, to sport with a strong lion, love, as he were a playful whelp. Some, secure in innocence and principle, may at last discover their mistake and remain uninjured, but not the vain, heedless, self-willed Lady Jane. The courtiers were divided in their attentions. Some for shame would not forsake Mary Boyd. Some thought that still she would regain her power. One or two imagined that Lady Jane's resistance would restore the king to her rival. But the greater number caught the light spirit of the hour and gathered round the laughing, happy girl. The contention between these ladies made many smile. The king betted a diamond against a Scotch pebble on Lady Jane's bird. Mary had thwarted him and forced him to her side during the first part of the day. Now he took his revenge. A heron rose from the river banks. The birds were unhooded, and up soared Lady Jane's in one equal flight, through the blue air, cleaving the atmosphere with noiseless wing. Mary's followed slower, but when Lady Jane's pounced on the quarry and brought it screaming and flapping to the ground, the rival bird darted on the conqueror, and a sharp struggle ensued. It was unequal, for the Lady Jane's hawk would not quit its prey. "Let them fight it out," said Mary, "and the survivor is surely the victor." But the spectators cried shame, while Lady Jane with a scream hastened to save her favourite. The other, fiery as a borderer, attacked even her, and in spite of her gloves, drops of blood from her fair hand stained her silken robe. James came to her rescue, and with one blow put an end to the offender's life. Jane caressed her tassel gentle, while Mary looted on her false carrion's extinction with unrepressed indignation. They returned to Stirling. Immediately on their arrival they received tidings that the Duke of York's fleet had been descried, and was expected to enter the Frith on the following day. None heard the words without emotion. The general sentiment was of joy, for Richard's landing was to be the signal of invasion. King Henry had one or two friends among the Scottish nobles, and these alone smiled contemptuously. "We must have feasts and tourneys, fair mistress," said the king, "to honour our royal visitor. Will your servant intrude unseemingly if, while his arms extol your beauty, he wears your colours?" Lady Jane smiled a reply as she followed her father towards his mansion. She smiled while feminine triumph beamed in her eye, and girlish bashfulness blushed in her cheek. "Has she not a bonny ee?" cried James to him who rode near him. It was Sir Patrick Hamilton, his dear cousin and friend, to whom James often deferred and respected, while he loved. His serious look recalled the king. "This is not the time, good sooth," he continued, "for such sweet gauds, but for lance and broadsword. The coming of this Prince of Roses will bring our arms into play, all rusty as they are. I wonder what presents our guest may have." The friends then conversed concerning the projected war, which both agreed would be well timed. It would at once give vent to the fiery impulses of the Scotch lords, otherwise apt to prey upon each other. But lately a band of the Drummonds had burnt the kirk of Moolward, in which were 60 Murrays with their wives and children, all of whom were victims. But foray in England, war with the land of their hate, the defiance would be echoed in glad shouts from Tweed to Tay, from the Lothians to the Carse of Gowrie, while it should be repeated in groans from the Northumberland wilds. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 29. Welcome to Scotland. Cousin of York, thus once more we embrace thee. Welcome to James of Scotland. For thy safety, no, such as love thee not shall never wrong thee. Come, we will taste awhile our court delights, dream hence afflictions past, and then proceed to high attempts of honour. Ford. The Duke of York arrived off Hythe. While the messengers were going to and fro, and preparation was made to disembark, he and his principal friends were assembled on the deck of their vessel, regarding the strange northern coast with curiosity, wonder, and some contempt. "I see horses," cried Lord Barry. "By our Lord's grace, grass grows hitherward, that is much." "I see kye," exclaimed Frion. "So we may hope for buttered sowens at least, if not beef, at the place of feasts." "Aye," cried Sir Edward Brampton, who had come on board, "you may hope for choice cheer. I promise ye shall live well, ye that are noble. These unclad rocks and desert moors are the home of many an earl and belted knight, whose gorgeousness may vie with the cavaliers of France or Burgundy. In this it differs from England. You will not find stout franklins or fat burgesses. There are no men of Ghent, nor London aldermen. The half-naked kern tills the stony soil. Next to the palace is the hearthless hovel. Wealth and penury, if not mates, are joint masters of the land." "I have heard," said York, "that there is much paternal love and filial duty between the rich and poor in this country." "Among the northern mountains thus it is," said Brampton, "a strange and savage race, which my good Lord Barry, some name Irish, dwell on the barren heights, along the impassable defiles beside their vast, stormy lakes, but the Lowlander looks askance on the Highland clanship. List ye, gentlemen, all bears a different aspect here from the gentle southern kingdoms. But they are men, proud, valiant, warlike men. As such they claim our respect. His Majesty and a few others are moreover right gallant cavaliers." "Mark these words," said York earnestly, "and remember, dear friends, that we, the world's wanderers, Seek refuge here of our own will, which if we find, we must not disdain our hosts. Remember, too, the easy rage of the fiery Scot, and that we boast gentler customs. Suffer no brawling to mar our concord. Let not Richard of York, who of all his wide realm possesses your hearts only, find his dominions narrowed, or violently disturbed by your petulance and pride." The Duke's associates listened with respect. Hitherto the spirited boy had been led by a Barry, a Clifford, a Neville, or a Plantagenet. They had counselled, spoken for him. His sword only had been as active as theirs. A new light seemed to have broken in upon his soul. It assumed a seriousness and power that exalted him in their eyes, while it took nothing from the candour and single-hearted reliance on their loves, which was his dearest charm. On landing, the Duke of York was escorted to Edinburgh by the Earl of Surrey, Sir Patrick Hamilton, and others. The attire, arms, and horses with their caparisons of these gentlemen were little inferior to those displayed at Paris. King James awaited him at the castle of Edinburgh. The monarch received his guest in state on his throne. The prince was struck at once by his elegance, his majesty, and sweet animated aspect. His black bonnet, looped up by a large ruby, sat lightly on his brow, his glossy black curly hair escaping in ringlets from underneath. His embroidered shirt-collar, thrown back, displayed his throat and the noble expression of his head. His dark grey eyes, his manly, sunburnt complexion, the look of thought combined with goodness, mingled with dignity, gave an air of distinction to his whole person. Various were the physiognomies, various the guises of those around him. The swart, gaunt Highlander in his singular costume, the blue-eyed, red-haired Sioux of the Lowlands were there, and in each and all were remarkable, a martial, sometimes a ferocious expression. The Prince of England entered, surrounded by his, to the Scotch, foreign-looking knights. James descended from his throne to embrace his visitant, and then reassumed it, while all eyes were turned upon the royal adventurer, whose voice and mien won every heart before his eloquence had time to move them. "High and mighty king," said Richard, "your grace, and these your nobles present, be pleased to hear the tragedy of one, who, born a prince, comes even as a beggar to your court. My lords, Sorrow and I were not twins. I am the elder, and for 9 years I beheld not the ill visage of that latest birth of my poor but royal mother's fortunes. It were a long tale to tell, what rumour has made familiar to every ear, my uncle Gloucester's usurpation, my brother's death, and the sorrows of our race. I lost my kingdom ere I possessed it, and while yet my young hands were too feeble to grasp the sceptre of my ancestors, and with it the sword needful to defend the same, capricious fate bestowed it on Henry of Richmond, a base-born descendant of ill-nurtured Bolingbroke, a scion of that red rose that so long and so rightfully had been uprooted in the land, which they had bought with its children's dearest blood. Good my lords, I might move you to pity did I relate how, in my tender years, that usurer king sought my life, buying the blood of the orphan at the hands of traitors. How, when these cruelties failed him, he used subtler arts, giving me nicknames, meeting my gallant array of partisans, not with an army of their peers, but with a base rout of deceits, treasons, spies, and blood-stained decoyers. It would suit me better to excite your admirations by speaking of the nobleness and fidelity of my friends, the generosity of the sovereigns who have shed invaluable dews upon the fading white rose, so to refresh and restore it. But not to waste my tediousness on you, let this be the sum. I am here, the friend of France, the kinsman of Burgundy, the acknowledged lord of Ireland, pursued by my powerful foe. I am here, King of Scotland, to claim your friendship and your aid. Here lies the accomplishment of my destiny, the universal justice to be rendered me, which I dreamed of in my childhood. The eagle hopes of my youth, my better fortunes, and future greatness have fled me. But here they have found a home. Here they are garnered up. Render them back to me, my lord. Unlock with the iron key of fatal battle the entrance to those treasures, all mine own, whose absence renders me so poor. Arm for me, Scotland. Arm for the right. Never for a juster cause could you buckle breastplate, or poise your lance. Be my captain, and these your peers my fellow soldiers. Fear not but that we vanquish, that I gain a kingdom, you eternal glory from your regal gift. Alas, I am as a helmless vessel drifting towards the murderous rock, but you, as the strong north wind, may fill the flapping sails, and carry me on my way with victory and gladness." A murmur filled the presence chamber. Dark Douglas grasped his sword. Hamilton's eyes glanced lightnings. Not one there but felt his heart beat with desire to enforce the illustrious exile's right. The tide of rising enthusiasm paused as James arose, and deep attention held them all. He descended from his throne. "My royal brother," he said, "were I a mere errant knight, so good and high I esteem your cause, without more ado I would don my armor and betake me to the field. The same power which enables me to afford you far better succor than the strength of one arm, obliges me to pause and take counsel, ere I speak what it is in my heart to promise. But your highness has made good your interests among my counsellors, and I read in their gestures the desire of war and adventure for your sake. Deem yourself an exile no more. Fancy that you have come from merry England to feast with your brother in the north, and we will escort you back to your capital in triumphant procession, showing the gaping world how slighter than silky cobwebs are the obstacles that oppose the united strength of Plantagenet and Stuart. Welcome, thrice welcome to the Scottish land. Kinsmen, nobles, valiant gentlemen, bid dear welcome to my brother England." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 30. The Court of Scotland. A lady, the wonder of her kind, whose form was upborne by a lovely mind, which dilating had moulded her mien and motion, like a sea-flower unfolded beneath the ocean. Shelley. A few days made it apparent that York acquired a stronger power over the generous and amiable King of Scotland than could be given by motives of state policy. He had become his friend, no empty name with James, whose ardent soul poured itself headlong into this new channel, and revelled in a kind of ecstasy in the virtues and accomplishments of his favoured guest. Both these princes were magnanimous and honourable, full of grandeur of purpose and gentleness of manner. United by these main qualities, the diversities of their dispositions served rather to draw them closer. Though Richard's adventures and disasters had been so many, his countenance, his very mind was less careworn than that of James. The White Rose, even in adversity, was the nursling of love. The Scottish prince, in his palace-fostered childhood, had been the object of his father's hatred and suspicion. Cabal, violence, and duplicity had waited on him. James governed those around him by demonstrating to them that it was their interest to obey a watchful, loving, generous monarch. Richard's power was addressed to the most exalted emotions of the human heart, to the fidelity, self-devotion, and chivalric attachment of his adherents. James drew towards himself the confidence of men. Richard bestowed his own upon them. James was winning from his courtesy, Richard from his ingenuousness. Remorse had printed a fadeless stamp of thought and pain on the king's countenance. An internal self-communion and self-rebuke were seated in the deep shadows of his thoughtful eyes. Richard's sorrow for the disasters he might be said to have occasioned his friends, his disdain of his own vagabond position, his sadness when his winged thoughts flew after the Adelaide, to hover over his sweet Monina, all these emotions were tinged by respect for the virtues of those around him, conscious rectitude, pious resignation to Providence, gratitude to his friends, and a tender admiration of the virgin virtues of her he loved, so that there arose thence only a softer expression of his features, a sweetness in the candour of his smile, a gentle fascination in his frank address, that gave at once the stamp of elevated feeling and goodness to his mien. He looked innocent, while James's aspect gave token that in his heart good and ill had waged war. The better side had conquered, yet had not come off scatheless from the fight. In the first enthusiasm of his new attachment, James was eager to lavish on his friend every mark of his favour and interest. He was obliged to check his impatience, and to submit to the necessity of consulting with and deferring to others. His promises, though large, continued therefore to be vague, and York knew that he had several enemies at the council board. The intimacy between him and the king prevented him from entertaining any doubts as to the result, but he had a difficult task in communicating the spirit of patient forbearance to his friends. Sometimes they took sudden fright, lest they should all at once meet a denial to their desires. Sometimes they were indignant at the delays that were interposed. None was more open in his expressions of discontent than Master Secretary Frion. He who had been the soul of every enterprise until now, who had fancied that his talents for negotiation would be of infinite avail in the Scottish court, found that the friendship between the princes, and Richard's disdain of artfully enticing to his side his host's noble subjects, destroyed at once his diplomatic weaving. He craftily increased the discontent of the proud Neville, the disquietude of the zealous Lady Brampton, and the turbulent intolerance of repose of Lord Barry, while Richard, on the other hand, exerted himself to tranquilize and reduce them to reason. He was sanguine in his expectations, and above all, confident in his friend's sincere intention to do more than merely assist him by force of arms. He saw 1,000 projects at work in James's generous heart, every one tending to exalt him in the eyes of the world, and to rescue him forever from the nameless, fugitive position he occupied. Nor was his constant intercourse with the king of small influence over his happiness. The genius, the versatile talents, the grace and accomplishments of this sovereign, the equality and sympathy that reigned between them, was an exhaustless source of more than amusement, of interest and delight. The friends of James became his friends. Sir Patrick Hamilton was chief among these, and warmly attached to the English prince. Another, whom at first ceremony had placed at a greater distance from him, grew into an object of intense interest and continual excitation. "This evening," the king said to him, soon after his arrival, "you will see the flower of our Scottish damsels, the flower of the world, well may I call her, for assuredly when you see the Lady Katherine Gordon, you will allow that she is matchless among women." Richard was surprised. Did James's devotion to Lady Jane Kennedy, nay, his conscious look whenever he mentioned her, mean nothing? Besides, on this appeal to his own judgment, he pictured his soft-eyed Spaniard with all her vivacity and all her tenderness, and he revolted from the idea of being the slave of any other beauty. "Speak to our guest, Sir Patrick," continued the king, "and describe the fair earthly angel who makes a heaven of our bleak wilds, or rather, for his highness might suspect you, let me, not her lover, but her cousin, her admirer, her friend, tell half the charms, half the virtues of the daughter of Huntly. Is it not strange that I, who have seen her each day since childhood, and who still gaze with wonder on her beauty, should yet find that words fail me when I would paint it? I am apt to see and ready to praise the delicate arch of this lady's brow, the fire of another's eyes, another's pouting lip and fair complexion, the gay animation of one, the chiseled symmetry of a second. Often, when our dear Lady Kate has sat, as is often her wont, retired from sight, conversing with some travelled greybeard, or paying the homage of attention to some ancient dame, of late I have remarked her often in discourse with Lady Brampton. I have studied her face and person, to discover where the overpowering charm exists, which, like a strain of impassioned music, electrifies the senses, and touches the hearts of all near her. Is it in her eyes? A poet might dream of dark blue orbs like hers, and that he had kissed eyelids soft as those when he came unawares on the repose of young Aurora, and go mad for ever after, because it was only a dream. Yet I have seen brighter, nor are they languishing. Her lips, yes, the soul of beauty is there, and so is it in her dimpled chin, in the delicate rounding of her cheeks, and the swan-like loveliness of her throat, in the soft ringlets of her glossy hair, down to the very tips of her roseate-tinged fingers. There is proportion, expression, and grace. You will hardly see all this. At first you will be struck. Extreme beauty must strike, but your second thought will be to wonder what struck you, and then you will look around and see 20 prettier and more attractive. And then, why, at the first words she speaks, you will fancy it an easy thing to die upon the mere thought of her. Her voice alone will take you out of yourself and carry you into another state of being. She is simple as a child, straightforward, direct. Falsehood, pah! Katherine is truth. This simplicity, which knows neither coloring nor deviation, might almost make you fear while you adore her, but that her goodness brings you back to love. She is good, almost beyond the consciousness of being so. She is good because she gives herself entirely up to sympathy, and beyond every other, she dives into the sources of your pleasures and pains, and takes a part in them. The better part of yourself will, when she speaks, appear to leap out, as if for the first time it found its other half, while the worse is mute, like a stricken dog before her. She is gay, more eager to create pleasure than to please, for to please we must think of ourselves, and be ourselves the hero of the story, and Katherine is ever forgetful of self. She is guileless and gall-less. All love her. Her proud father and her fiery, contentious Highland brothers defer to her. Yet to look at her, it is as if the youngest and most innocent of the Graces read a page of wisdom's book, scarce understanding what it meant, but feeling that it was right. It was dangerous to provoke the spirit of criticism by excessive praise. Richard felt half inclined to assert that there was something in the style of the king's painting that showed that he should not like this lauded lady. But she was his cousin. He was proud of her, and so he was silent. There was a ball at court that night, and he would see many he had never seen before. James made it a point that he should discover which was his cousin. He could not mistake. "She is loveliness itself," burst from his lips, and from that moment he felt what James had said, that there was a music breathing from her face, an unearthly, spirit-stirring beauty that inspired awe, had not her perfect want of pretension. Her quite unassuming simplicity at once led him back to every thought associated with the charms and virtues of woman. Lady Brampton was already a link between them, and in a few minutes he found himself conversing with more unreserve and pleasure than he had ever done. There are two pleasures in our intercourse in society. One is to listen, another to speak. We may frequently meet agreeable, entertaining people, and even sometimes individuals whose conversation, either by its wit, its profundity, or its variety, commands our whole rapt attention. But very seldom during the course of our lives do we meet those who thaw every lingering particle of ice, who set the warm life-springs flowing and entice us with our hearts upon our lips to give utterance to its most secret mysteries, to disentangle every knot and fold of thought, and, like seaweed in the wave, to spread the disregarded herbage as a tracery matchlessly fair before another's eyes. Such pleasure Richard felt with Katherine, and ever and anon her melodious voice interposed with some remark, some explanation of his own feelings, at once brilliant and true. Richard knew that Sir Patrick Hamilton loved the Lady Katherine Gordon. He also was related to the royal family. Hamilton, in the eyes of all, fair ladies and sage counsellors, was acknowledged to be the most perfect knight of Scotland. What obstacle could there be to their union? Probably it was already projected and acceded to. Richard did not derogate from the faith that he told himself he owed to Monina, by cultivating a friendship for the promised bride of another, and moreover one whom, after the interval of a few short months, he would never see again. Satisfied with this reasoning, York lost no opportunity of devoting himself to the Lady Katherine. His interests were the continual subject of discussion in the royal council chamber. There were a few who did not speak in his favour. The principal of these was the Earl of Moray, the king's uncle, the least in consideration, for he was not of the council, though he influenced it, but the bitterest in feeling was Sir John Ramsay, Laird of Balmain, who styled himself Lord Bothwell. He had been a favourite of James III. His dark, fierce temper was exasperated by his master's death, and he brooded perpetually for revenge. He had once, with several other nobles, entered into a conspiracy to deliver up the present king to Henry VII, and the traitorous intent was defeated, not from want of will, but want of power in his abettors. Since then, Lord Bothwell, though nominally banished and attainted, was suffered to live in Edinburgh, nay, to have access to the royal person. James, whose conscience suffered so dearly by the death of his father, had no desire to display severity towards his ancient faithful servant, besides one who was really so insignificant as Sir John Ramsay. This man was turbulent, dissatisfied. He was sold to Henry of England, and had long acted as a spy. The appearance of York at Edinburgh gave activity and importance to his function. His secret influence and covert intrigues retarded somewhat the projects and desires of the king. When the first opposition made to acknowledging this pretender to the English crown was set aside, other difficulties ensued. Some of the councillors were for making hard conditions with the young duke, saying that half a kingdom were gift enough to a Prince Lackland. A golden opportunity was this, they averred, to slice away a bonny county or two from wide England. He whom they gifted with the rest could hardly say them nay. But James was indignant at the base proposal, and felt mortified and vexed when obliged to concede in part, and to make conditions which he thought hard with his guest. After a noisy debate, these propositions were drawn out, and York was invited to attend the council, where they were submitted for his assent. These conditions principally consisted in the surrender of Berwick, and the promised payment of 100,000 marks. They were hard, for it would touch the new monarch's honour not to dismember his kingdom, and it were his policy not to burden himself with a debt which his already oppressed subjects must be drawn on to pay. The Duke asked for a day for consideration, which was readily granted. With real zeal for his cause on one side, and perfect confidence in his friend's integrity on the other, these difficulties became merely nominal, and the treaty was speedily arranged. But the month of September was near its close. A winter campaign would be of small avail. Money, arms, and trained men were wanting. The winter was to be devoted to preparation. With the spring, the Scottish army was to pass the English border. In every discussion, in every act, James acted as his guest's brother, the sharer of his risks and fortunes. One will, one desire was theirs. Sir Patrick Hamilton went into the west to raise levies. No third person interposed between them. It was the king's disposition to yield himself wholly up to the passion of the hour. He saw in Richard not only a prince deprived of his own and driven into exile, but a youth of royal lineage, exposed to the opprobrium of nicknames and the accusation of imposture. The King of France acknowledged, but he had deserted him. The Archduke had done the same. How could James prove that he would not follow in these steps? He levied the armies of his kingdom in his favor. He was to fight and conquer for him next spring. The intervening months were intolerable to the fervent spirit of the Stuart. Something speedy, something now, he longed, he resolved to do, which, with a trumpet note, should to all corners of the world declare that he upheld Richard of York's right, that he was his defender, his champion. Once he penned a universal challenge, then another especially addressed to Henry Tudor, but his invasion were a better mode than this. Should he give him rank in Scotland? That would ill beseem one who aspired to the English crown. Should he proclaim him Richard IV in Edinburgh? York strongly objected to this. Money? It were a base gilding. Besides, James was very poor, and had melted down his plate, and put his jewels to pawn, to furnish forth the intended expedition. Yet there was one way. The idea was as lightning. James felt satisfied and proud, and then devoted all his sagacity, all his influence, all his ardent soul to the accomplishment of a plan, which, while it ensured young Richard's happiness, stamped him indelibly as being no vagabond impostor, but the honoured prince, the kinsman and ally of Scotland's royal house. King James and the Duke of York had ridden out to inspect a Lowland regiment, which the Earl of Angus proudly displayed as the force of the Douglas. As they returned, James was melancholy and meditative. "It is strange and hard to endure," he said at last, fixing on his companion, his eyes at once so full of fire and thought, "when two spirits contend within the little microcosm of man. I felt joy at sight of those bold followers of the Douglas, to think that your enemy could not resist them. But I do myself foolish service when I place you on the English throne. You will leave us, my lord. You will learn in your bonny realm to despise our barren wilds. It will be irksome to you in prosperity to think of your friends of the dark hour." There was sincerity in these expressions, but exaggeration in the feelings that dictated them. Richard felt half embarrassed in spite of gratitude and friendship. The king, following the bent of his own thoughts, not those of others, suddenly continued, "Our cousin Kate at last finds grace in your eyes. Is she not good and beautiful, all cold and passionless as she is?" Cold! The Lady Katherine, whose heartfelt sympathy was a sunny clime in which he basked, whose sensibility perpetually varied the bright expression of her features. York repeated the word in astonishment. "Thou findest her wax?" inquired James, smiling. "By my troth, she has proved but marble before." "I cannot guess even at your meaning," replied York, with all the warmth of a champion. "The lady is in the estimation of all, in your own account, the best daughter, the most devoted friend, the kindest mistress in the world. How can we call that spirit cold which animates her to these acts? It is not easy to perform, as she does, our simplest duties. How much of self-will, of engrossing humour, even of our innocent desires and cherished tastes, must we not sacrifice when we devote ourselves to the pleasure and service of others? How much attention does it not require? How sleepless a feeling of interest, merely to perceive and understand the moods and wishes of those around us? An inert, sluggish nature, half ice, half rock, cannot do this. To achieve it, as methinks your fair kinswoman does, requires all her understanding, all her sweetness, all that exquisite tact and penetrative feeling I never saw but in her." "I am glad you say this," said James. "Yes, Kate has a warm heart. None has a better right to say so than I. There were times, for the gloom of the dark hour is somewhat mitigated, when no priest, no penance, had such power over me as my cousin Katherine's sweet voice. Like a witch, she dived into the recesses of my heart, plucking thence my unholy distrust in God's mercy. By St. Andrew, when I look at her, All simple and gentle as she is, I wonder in what part of her resides the wisdom and the eloquence I have heard fall from her lips, nor have I had the heart to reprove her, when I have been angered to see our cousin Sir Patrick driven mad by her sugared courtesies." "Does she not affect Sir Patrick?" asked Richard, while he wondered at the thrilling sensation of fear that accompanied his words. "Yea, heartily, she will reply," answered the king. "Would you have me disdain our kinsman?" she asks when I rail. "But you, who are of gender masculine, though, by the mass, a smooth specimen of our rough kind, know full well that pride and impertinence are better than equable, smiling, impenetrable sweetness. Did the lady of my love treat me thus, 'sdeath, I think I should order myself to the rack for pastime. But we forget ourselves. Push on, dear prince. It is the hour when the hawks and their fair mistresses are to meet us on the hill's side. I serve no such glassy damsel, nor would I that little Kennedy's eye darted fires on me in scorn of ray delay. Are not my pretty Lady Jane's eyes bright, Sir Duke? As a firefly among dark-leaved myrtles, or a dewdrop on the heather when the morning sun glances on it as we take our mountain morning way to the chase. You look grave, my friend. Surely her eyes are not save as nature's miracle to you." "Assuredly not," replied York. "Are they other to your majesty? You do not love the lady?" "Oh, no," reiterated James, with a meaning glance. "I do not love the Lady Jane. Only I would bathe in fire, bask in ice, do each and every impossibility woman's caprice could frame for trials to gain. But I talk wildly to a youthful sage. Say, most revered anchorite, wherefore doubt you my love to my pretty mistress?" "Love," exclaimed Richard. His eyes grew lustrous in their own soft dew as he spoke. "Oh, what profanation is this? And this, you think, is love, to select a young, innocent, and beauteous girl, who, did she wed her equal, would become an honored wife and happy mother, to select her the more entirely to deprive her of these blessings, to bar her out forever from a woman's paradise, a happy home. You, who even now are in treaty for a princess bride, would entice this young thing to give up her heart, her all, into your hands, who will crush it, as boys a gaudy butterfly, when the chase is over. Dear my lord, spare her the pain, yourself remorse. You are too good, too wise, too generous to commit this deed, and not to suffer bitterly." A cloud came over James's features. The very word remorse was a sound of terror to him. He smote his right hand against his side, where dwelt his heart, in sore neighborhood to the iron of his penance. At this moment, sweeping down the near hillside, came a gallant array of ladies and courtiers. The king even lagged behind. When near, he accosted Katherine. He spoke to the Earl of Angus, to Mary Boyd, to all save the Lady Jane, who first looked disdainful, then hurt, and at last, unable to straggle with her pain, rode sorrowfully apart. James tried to see, to feel nothing. Her pride he resisted, her anger he strove to contemn, her dejection he could not endure, and when riding up to her unaware, he saw the traces of tears on her cheek, usually so sunny bright with smiles. He forgot everything save his wish to console, to mollify, to cheer her. As they returned, his hand was on her saddle-bow, his head bent down, his eyes looking into hers, and she was smiling, though less gay than usual. From that hour James less coveted the prince's society. He began a little to fear him. Not the less did he love and esteem him, and more, far more, did he deem him worthy of the honor, the happiness he intended to bestow upon him. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 31. The Marriage. She is mine own, and I as rich in having such a jewel as 20 seas, if all their sand were pearl, their water nectar, and the rocks pure gold. Shakespeare. The threads were spun, warp and woof laid on, and fate busily took up the shuttle, which was to entwine the histories of two beings, at whose birth pomp and royalty stood sponsors, whose career was marked by every circumstance that least accorded with such a nativity. 1,000 obstacles stood in the way. The king, with all his fervour, hesitated before he proposed to the Earl of Huntly to bestow his daughter, of whom he was justly proud, on a fugitive sovereign, without a kingdom, almost without a name. Fortune, superstition, 10,000 of those imperceptible threads which fate uses when she weaves her most indissoluble webs, all served to bring about the apparently impossible. The Earl of Huntly was a man of a plain, straightforward, resolved ambition. His head was warm, his heart cold, his purpose one, to advance his house and himself at the head of it, to as high a situation as the position of subject would permit. In the rebellion which occasioned the death of James III, he had vacillated, unable quite to ascertain which party would prove triumphant, and when the rebels then no more, but lieges to James IV, won the day, they looked coldly on their lukewarm partisan. Huntly grew discontented. Though still permitted to hold the baton of Earl Marshal, he saw a cloud of royal disfavour darkening his fortunes. In high indignation he joined in the nefarious plot of Buchan, Bothwell, and Sir Thomas Todd to deliver his sovereign into the hands of Henry of England, a project afterwards abandoned. Time had softened the bitter animosities which attended James at the beginning of his reign. He extended his favour to all parties, and reconciled them to each other. A wonder it was to see the Douglases, Hamiltons, Gordons, Holmes, the Murrays, and Lennoxes, and 1,000 others at peace with each other, and obedient to their sovereign. The Earl of Huntly, a man advanced in life, prudent, resolute, and politic, grew into favour. He was among the principal of the Scottish peers. He had sons to whom the honours of his race would descend, and this one daughter, whom he loved as well as he could love anything, and respected from the extent of her influence, and the perfect prudence of her conduct. She was his friend and counsellor, the mediator between him and her brothers, the kind mistress to his vassals, a gentle but all-powerful link between him and his king, whose value he duly appreciated. Her marriage was often the subject of his meditation. Superstition was ever rife in Scotland. James III had driven all his brothers from him because he had been told to beware of one near of kin, and his death, of which his son was the ostensible agent, fulfilled the prophecy. Second sight in the Highlands was of more avail than the predictions of a lowland sibyl. The seer of the house of Gordon had, on the day of her birth, seen the Lady Katherine receive homage as a queen, and standing at the altar with one on whose young brow he perceived, all dim and shadowy, the likeness of a kingly crown. True, this elevation was succeeded by disasters. He had beheld her a fugitive. He saw her stand on the brow of a cliff that overlooked the sea, while the wild clouds careered over the pale moon, alone, deserted. He saw her a prisoner. He saw her stand desolate beside the corpse of him she had wedded. The diadem was still there, dimly seen amid the disarray of his golden curls. These images haunted the Earl's imagination, and made him turn a slighting ear to Sir Patrick Hamilton, and other noble suitors of his lovely child. Sometimes he thought of the king, her cousin, or one of his brothers. Flight, desolation, and death were no strange attendants on the state of the King of Scotland, and these miseries he regarded as necessary and predestined. He could not avert, and so he hardly regarded them, while his proud bosom swelled at the anticipation of the thorny diadem, which was to press the brow of a daughter of the Gordon. Lord Huntly had looked coldly on the English prince. Lord Bothwell, as he called himself, otherwise Sir John Ramsay of Balmain, his former accomplice, tampered with him on the part of Henry VII, to induce him to oppose warmly the reception of this feigned boy, and to negative every proposition to advance his claims. King Henry's urgent letters and Ramsay's zeal awakened the Earl's suspicions. A manifest impostor could hardly engender such fears, such hate, and when midnight assassination or the poisoned bowl were plainly hinted at by the monarch of wide England, Huntly felt assured that the enemy he so bitterly pursued was no pretender, but the rightful heir of the sceptre Henry held. He did not quite refuse to join with Bothwell, especially when he heard that he was listened to by the Bishop of Moray and the Earl of Buchan, but involuntarily he assumed a different language with regard to York, became more respectful to him, and by his demeanour crushed at once the little party who had hitherto spoken of him with contempt. The king perceived this change. It was the foundation stone of his project. "Tell me, you who are wise, my lord," said the monarch to his Earl Marshal, "how I may raise our English prince in the eyes of Scotland. We fight for him in the spring. For him, we say. But few of ours echo the word. They disdain to fight for any not akin to them." "They would fight for the foul fiend," said Huntly, "whom they would be ill-pleased to call cousin if he led them over the English border." "Ay, if he took them there to foray. But the Duke of York will look on England as his own, and when the nobles of the land gather round him, it will be chancy work to keep them and our Scots from shedding each other's blood. They would spill Duke Richard's like water if no drop of it can be deemed Scotch." "It were giving him a new father and mother," replied the Earl, "to call him thus. When two even of hostile houses intermarry, our heralds pale their arms, the offspring pale their blood." But what Scottish lady would your grace bestow on him whose rank were a match for royalty? There is no princess of the Stuarts." "And were there," asked James quickly, "would it beseem us to bestow our sister on a King Lackland? Or would your majesty wait till he were king of England, when France, Burgundy, and Spain would compete with you? I do believe that this noble gentleman has fair right to his father's crown. He is gallant and generous. So is not King Henry. He is made to be the idol of a warlike people, such as the English. So is not his rival. Do you strike one stroke, the whole realm rises for him, and he becomes its sovereign. Then it were a pride and glory for us, for him a tie to bind him for ever, did he place his diadem on the head of a Scottish damsel." "You are sanguine, and speak warmly," replied the king. "See you beyond your own words? To me they suggest a thought which I entertain, or not, as is your pleasure. There is but one lady in our kingdom fitting mate for him, and she is more Gordon than Stuart. Did your lordship glance at the Lady Katherine in your speech?" Lord Huntly changed colour. A sudden rush of thought palsied the beatings of his heart. Was he called upon to give his child, his throne-destined daughter, to this king errant? Nay, nay, thus did fortune blindly work. Her hand would ensure to him the crown, and so fulfil to her the dark meaning of the seer. Hesitating, lost to his wonted presence of mind, Huntly could only find words to ask for a day of reflection. James wondered at this show of emotion. He could not read its full meaning. "At your pleasure, my lord," he said. "But if you decide against my honored royal friend, remember that this question dies without record. You will preserve our secret." Every reflection that could most disquiet an ambitious man possessed the Earl Marshal. That his daughter should be Queen of England was beyond his hopes. That she should be the errant wife of a pretender who passed his life in seeking ineffectual aid at foreign courts was far beneath them. He canvassed every likelihood of York's success. Now they dwindled like summer snow on the southern mountainside. Now they strode high and triumphant over every obstacle. The clinging feeling was, destiny had decreed it. She, being his wife, both would succeed and reign. "There is fate in it," was his last reflection, "and I will not gainsay the fulfilment. Andrew of the Shaw was the prince of seers, as I have good proof. Still, to a monarch alone shall she give her hand, and I must make one condition." This one condition Lord Huntly communicated to his royal master. It was that York should, as of right he might, assume the style and title of king. James smiled at his Earl Marshal's childish love of gods, and did not doubt that the Duke would pay so easy price for a jewel invaluable as Katherine. But granting this, the king, knowing the noble's despotic character, required one condition also on his part, that he should first announce the intended union to the lady, and that it should not have place without her free and entire consent. Huntly was surprised. "Surely, my liege," he began, "if your majesty and I command—" "Our sweet Kate will obey," interrupted James. "But this is no mere marriage of policy. Hazards, fearful hazards, may attend it. Did I not believe that all would end well, by the holy rood he should not have her. But she may see things with different eyes. She may shrink from becoming the wife of an exile, a wanderer without a home. Yet that need never be." York little guessed the projects of his royal friend. Love, in its most subtle guise, had insinuated itself into his soul, becoming a very portion of himself. That part of our nature, which to our reflections appears the most human, and yet which forms the best part of humanity, is our desire of sympathy. The intense essence of sympathy is love. Love has been called selfish, engrossing, tyrannic. As the root, so the green leaf that shoots from it. Love is a part of us. It is our manifestation of life, and poisonous or sweet will be the foliage according to the stock. When we love, it is our aim and conclusion to make the object a part of ourselves. If we are self-willed and evilly inclined, little good can arise. But deep is the fount of generous, devoted, godlike feeling, which this silver key unlocks in gentle hearts. Richard had found in the Lady Katherine a magic mirror, which gave him back himself, arrayed with 1,000 alien virtues. His soul was in her hands, plastic to her fairy touch, and tenderness and worship and wonder took his heart, ere passion woke, and threw a chain over these bosom guests, so that they could never depart. A mild, yet golden light dawned upon his soul and beamed from it, lighting up creation with splendor, filling his mind with mute yet entrancing melody. He walked in a dream, but far from being rendered by his abstraction morose or inattentive to others. Never had he been so gay, never so considerate and amiable. He felt that, beneath the surface of his life, there was the calm and even the bliss of paradise, and his lightest word or act must be, by its grace and benevolence, in concord with the tranquil spirit that brooded over his deeper hidden self. All loved him the better for the change, save Frion. There was something in him that the wily Frenchman did not understand. He went about and about, but how could this man of low-thoughted care understand the holy mysteries of love? Katherine accompanied her father to Gordon Castle in Aberdeenshire. Where was the light now that had made a summer noon in Richard's soul? There was memory. It brought before him her cherub face, her voice, the hours when at her side he had poured out his overbrimming soul in talk, not of love, but of ideas, feelings, imaginations he had never spoken before. 2 days passed, and by that time he had collected a whole volume of things he wished to say, and she was far. Then hope claimed entrance to his heart, and with her came a train he dreamt not of fears, anticipations, terror, despair, and then a tenfold ardor for his enterprise. Should he not win Katherine and the kingdom? On the 3rd day after her departure, King James informed the prince that Lord Huntly had invited them to visit him at his castle. "Will your grace venture," he asked, "so far into the frozen circles of the icy north? You will traverse many a savage defile and wild mountain top. Torrents and dark pine forests bar the way, and barrenness spreads her hag's arms to scare the intruder. I speak your language, the effeminate language of an Andalusian who loves the craggy heights, only when summer basks upon them, and the deep sunless dell when myrtles and geranium impregnate the air with sweets. I love the mist and snow, the tameless winds and howling torrent, the bleak unadorned precipice, the giant pines where the north makes music, the grassy upland and the cornfield. These belong to man, and to her they call nature, the fair gaudy dame. But God takes to himself, and lives among these sublime rocks where power, majesty, and eternity are shaped forth, and the grandeur of heaven-piercing cliffs allies us to a simple but elevating image of the Creator. King James was a poet and could feel thus. York might smile at his enthusiasm for the bleak and horrific, but had the path to Gordon Castle been 10 times more frightful, the thoughts of love were roses, the hopes of love vernal breezes to adorn it with beauty. "Say, my lord," continued James, "shall we go throwing aside the cumbrous burthen of pomp? We are here in Perth. Yonder, over those peaks, lies our direct path. Shall we, 2 woodland rovers, with bows in our hand and quivers at our back, take our solitary way through the wild region? It is my pastime oftentimes so to do, and well I know the path that leads me to the abode of my cousin Kate. We will send our attendants by the easier path to the eastern seashore, at once to announce our approach, and bear such gear as we may need, not to play too humble a part in Huntly's eyes." 1,000 motives of policy and pride had induced the Earl to desire that this marriage should be celebrated in the Highlands. Here he would appear almost a sovereign to his royal son-in-law. Here also he should avoid the sarcasms of the Tudor party, and the anger of those who had pretended to fair Katherine's hand. James consented to his wish, and now led his friend and guest, through the very heart of his craggy kingdom over the Grampians, towards Aberdeen. It was the end of October. A few sweet autumnal days still lingered among these northern hills, as if to light on their way the last feathered migrators hastening towards the south, but dark mists invested their morning progress. The rivers were swollen, and the mountain peaks often saluted the rising sun, garmented in radiant snow. It was a little drear, yet grand, sublime, wondrous. York suppressed his chilling distaste till it grew into admiration. The king played the guide featly, and the honored name of the Bruce, which peopled this region with proud memories, was the burthen of many a tale, nor was his account of the fierce people of these wilds unwelcome to a warrior. York remarked that the king was generally known to them, not indeed as a monarch, but as a hunter, a traveller, sometimes as a skilful mediciner, or as a bard, and always hospitably received. After 3 days they drew near their journey's end. Curiosity as to the cause of their visit, anxiety concerning his reception, all faded in Richard's heart, dimmed by the glad expectation of seeing her again, who had donned the glowing orient of his darkened heart. They had departed from their rude shelter before the sun rose. The mountain peaks were awake with day, while night still slumbered in the plain below. Some natural sights speak to the heart more than others, wherefore we know not. The most eloquent is that of the birth of day on the untrodden hilltops, while we who behold it are encompassed by shadows. York paused. The scene appeared to close in on him, and to fill him even to overflowing with its imagery. They were toiling up the mountain-side. Below, above, the dark pines, in many a tortuous shape, clung to the rifted rocks. The fern clustered round some solitary old oak, while, beetling over, were dark frowning crags, or the foldings of the mountains, softened into upland, painted by the many-coloured heather. With the steady pace of a mountaineer, King James breasted the hillside, nor did York belie his rugged Spanish home. As a bravado, the king, in the very sheer ascent, trolled a ballad, a wild Scottish song, and Richard answered by a few notes of a Moorish air. A voice seemed to answer him, not an echo, for it was not his own, but taking the thrilling sweetness of Monina's tones. Ah, ungentle waves and untaught winds, whither bear ye now the soft nursling of Andalusia? Such a thought darkened York's brow, when the king, pausing in his toil, leaned against a jutting crag. Both young, both gallant, both so noble and so beautiful, of what could they think, of what speak? Not of the well-governed realm of the one, nor the yet unconquered kingdom of the other. Of such they might have spoken among statesmen and warriors, in palaces or on the battle-plain. But here in this wild solitude, the vast theatre, whose shifting scenes and splendid decorations were the clouds, the mountain, the forest, and the wave, where man stood, not as one of the links of society, forced by his relative position to consider his station and his rank, but as a human being, animated only by such emotions as were the growth of his own nature. Of what should they speak? The young, the beautiful, but love. "Tell me, gentle cavalier," cried James suddenly, "hast thou ever been in love?" "Now would I give my jewel-hilted dagger to tear thy secret from thee," continued the king, laughing, for York's eyes had flashed with sudden light and then fell downcast. Where were his thoughts? At his journey's goal, or on the ocean sea? If he smiled, it was for Kate, but the tear that glittered on his long eyelashes spoke of his Spanish maid. Yet it was not the passion of love that he now felt for his childhood companion. It was tenderness, a brother's care, a friend's watchfulness, all that man can feel for woman, unblended with the desire of making her his. But gratitude and distance had so blended and mingled his emotions, that thus addressed, he almost felt as if he had been detected in a crime. "Now by the holy rood thou blushest," said James, much amused. "Not more deeply was fair Katherine's cheek bedyed, when I put the selfsame question to her. Does your grace guess wherefore we journey northwards?" Richard turned an inquiring and unquiet look upon his royal companion. A kind of doubt was communicated to James's mind. He knew little of his friend's former life. Was it not possible that engagements were already formed, incompatible with his plans? With some haughtiness, for his impetuous spirit ill-brooked the slightest check, he disclosed the object of their visit to Castle Gordon, and the proposal he had made to the Earl to unite him in marriage to the Scottish princess. "When I shall possess my kingdom, when I may name my wife that which she is, or nothing, Queen," Richard exclaimed. "Nay, I speak of no millennium, but of the present hour," said James. The enthusiastic king, bent upon his purpose, went on to speak of all the advantages that would result from this union. York's silence nettled him. The prince's thoughts were indeed opposed to the exultation and delight which his friend had expected to see painted on his face. The first glad thought of a lover is to protect and exalt her he loves. Katherine was a princess in her native land, and what was he? An outcast and a beggar, a vagabond upon the earth, a man allied to all that was magnificent in hope, to all that imagination could paint of gallant and true in himself, and devoted and noble in his friends. But these were idealities to the vulgar eye, and he had only a title as unreal as these, and a mere shadowy right to bestow. It had been sinful even to ally Monina to his broken fortunes, but this high offspring of a palace, the very offer, generous as it was, humbled him. A few minutes' silence intervened, and, in a colder tone, James was about to address him, when York gave words to all the conflicting emotions in his breast, speaking such gratitude, love, hope, and despair as reassured his friend, and made him the more resolved to conquer the difficulties unexpectedly given birth to by the disinterestedness of his guest. A contest ensued, Richard deprecating the rich gift offered to him, the king warmly asserting that he must accept it. The words vagabond and outcast were treason to his friendship. If, which was impossible, they did not succeed in enforcing the rights to his ancestral kingdom, was not Scotland his home, forever his home, if he married Katherine, and the monarch went on to describe the happiness of their future lives, a trio bound by the ties of kindred, by affection, by the virtues, nay, even by the faults of each. He spoke also of the disturbances that so often had wrecked the fortunes of the proudest Scottish nobles, and said that a princess of that land, united, it might be, to one of its chiefs, trimmed her bark for no summer sea. Like these wild highlands are our storm-nursed lives, continued James. By our ruder thanes the beautiful and weak are not respected, and tempest and ruin visit ever the topmost places. Kate is familiar to such fears, or rather, to the resignation and courage such prospects may inspire. Look around on these crags, listen, the storm is rising on the hills, howling among the pines. Such has been my cousin's nursery, such the school which has made her no slave of luxury, no frail floweret to be scared when the rough wind visits her cheek. In such discussions the travellers beguiled the time. The day was stormy, but eager to arrive, they did not heed its pelting. York had a sun in his own heart, that beamed on him in spite of the clouds overhead. Notwithstanding his first keen emotion of pain at the idea of linking one so lovely to his dark fate, the entrancing thought of possessing Katherine, that she had already consented to be his, animated him with delight, vague indeed, for yet he struggled against the flattering illusion. After battling the whole day against a succession of steep acclivities, as evening drew near the friends gained the last hilltop, and stood on its brow, overlooking a fertile plain or strath, an island of verdure amidst the black, precipitous mountains that girded it. The sun was hidden by the western mountains, which cast their shadow into the valley, but the clouds were dispersed, and the round, full, silvery moon was pacing up the eastern heaven. The plain at their feet was studded by villages, adorned by groves, and threaded by two rivers, whose high, romantic banks varied the scene. An extensive, strongly built castle stood on the hill that overhung one of the streams, looking proudly down on this strath, which contained nearly 36 square miles of fertile ground. "Behold," said James, "the kingdom of Lord Huntly, where he is far more absolute than I in my bonny Edinburgh." The Gordon fought for the Bruce, and the monarch bestowed on him this fair, wide plain as his reward. Bruce, flying before his enemies on foot, almost alone among these savage Grampians, then looked upon it as now we do. King James's thoughts were full of that wild exhilaration of spirit which none save the inhabitant of a mountainous country knows when desolation is around, a desolation which is to him the pledge of freedom and power. But York had other ideas. He had been told that the Lady Katherine had yielded a willing consent to the proposal made, and she, whom he had before conversed with only as a gentle friend, she, the lovely and the good. His young heart beat thick. It had no imagery, far less words expressive of the rapture of love, tortured by the belief that such a prize he must resign. The petty tyranny of trivial circumstances often has more power over our best judged designs than our pride permits us to confess. From the moment York entered Castle Gordon, he found an almost invisible but all-conquering net thrown over him. The Gordon, for thus the Earl of Huntly preferred being called, when surrounded by his clan in his northern fastness, received the princes with barbaric but extreme magnificence. His dress was resplendent, his followers numerous, and richly clad according to Highland ideas of pomp. But no Lady Katherine was there, and it soon became apparent that Richard was first to see her at the altar. Sounds of nuptial festivity rang through the castle. Instead of grace or generosity attending his meditated declining of the honor, it would have borne the guise of an arrogant refusal. There was also something in the savage look of the clansman, in the rude uncivilization of her native halls, where defense and attack formed the creed and practice of all, that reconciled him to the idea of leading her from the wild north to softer, milder scenes, where every disaster wears a gentler shape, soothed, not exasperated by the ministrations of nature. At midnight, but a very few hours after his arrival, he stood beside her in the chapel to interchange their vows. The Earl had decorated the holy place with every emblem that spoke of his own greatness, and that of his son-in-law. The style of royalty was applied to him, and the ambitious noble, overleaping himself, grasped with childish or savage impetuosity at the shadowy scepter and obscure cloud-wrapped crown of the royal exile. York, when he saw the princess, summoned all his discernment to read content or dissatisfaction in her eyes. If any of the latter should appear, even there he would renounce his hopes. All was calm, celestially serene. Nay, something almost of exultation struggled through the placid expression of her features as she cast her eyes up to heaven, till modest gentleness veiled them again, and they were bent to earth. The generosity and pride of woman had kindled these sentiments. The Lady Katherine, a princess by birth, would scarcely have dreamed of resisting her father's behests, even if they had been in opposition to her desires. But here she was to sacrifice no inclination, nothing but prosperity. That must depart for ever, she felt she knew, when she became the bride of England's outcast prince. Yet should aught of good and great cling to him, it was her gift, and to bestow was the passion of her guileless heart. It was not reason, it was feeling, perhaps superstition, that inspired these ideas. The seer who foretold her fortunes had been her tutor and her poet. She believed in him, and believed that all would be accomplished. Even to the death of the beautiful and beloved being who stood in the pride and strength of youth at her side. All must be endured, for it was the will of heaven. Meanwhile, that he should be happy during his mortal career was to be her study, her gift, the aim of her life. In consenting to be his, she also had made a condition that if defeat awaited his arms, and that again a wanderer he was obliged to fly before his enemies, she was not to be divided from him. If no longer here, she was to be permitted to join him. If he departed, she should accompany him. As the priest bestowed his benediction on the illustrious and beauteous pair, a silent vow was formed in the heart of either. Doomed by his ill fate to hardship and dependence, he would find in her a medicine for all his woes, a wife, even the better, purer part of himself, who would never suffer him to despair, but who would take the bitterer portion of his sorrow on herself, giving in return the heroism, the piety, the serene content which was the essence of her being. His vow, it depended not on himself, poor fellow. Never through me shall she suffer, was the fervent resolve. Alas, as if weak mortal hands could hold back giant calamity when he seizes the heart and rends it at his pleasure. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 32. The March Towards England. But these are chimes for funerals. My business attends on the fortune of a sprightlier triumph, for love and majesty are reconciled, and vow to crown thee Empress of the West. Ford. The royal party returned to Edinburgh, where the nuptials of Richard of England and the Lady Katherine were celebrated with splendor. Festivities of all kinds, tournaments, hunting parties, balls, succeeded to each other, but far beyond every outward demonstration was the real happiness ensured by this marriage. Graced by Katherine, the little English court became a paradise. The princess assumed her new character among the exiles with facility. Yet the phrase is bad, for Katherine could assume nothing, not even a virtue, if she had it not. In every position she was not princess, queen, patroness, or mistress, but woman merely, a true-hearted, gentle, refined woman. She was too young for the maternal character to be appropriate to her, yet the watchfulness and care she had for all resembled it. Her new subjects felt as if before they had been a disconnected vagabond troop, and that dignity and station were assigned to them through her. Through her the charities and elegances of life hallowed and adorned them. The quality most peculiarly her own was the divine simplicity which animated her looks, her manners, her acts. Taintless simplicity, that best of fascinations whose power is not imperious and sudden, but gradual and changeless, where every word spoken is but the genuine interpreter of the feelings of the heart, to which not only falsehood, but even the slightest disguise or affectation, is wholly foreign, and which is the more delicate, winning, and kind, from being spontaneous, so that, as in describing her, her royal cousin had said, you almost questioned her authority from its want of pretension, yet yielded to it in all its extent. Richard's political position stood higher than ever. The ever-watchful Duchess of Burgundy had sent a renowned Burgundian captain, Sir Roderick de Lalaine, with 200 German mercenaries. The King of France, at the request of Henry VII, had dispatched an embassy to King James to advise a peace between England and Scotland. The ambassador was the Sieur de Concresso, York's ancient friend, who continued to espouse his cause warmly, and gave it all the grace and honor of his high influence. King James was eager to collect his army, and to prepare for an invasion. If Richard had lost any part of his open-hearted confidence and personal friendship, he had gained in his esteem and consideration. The change that had been operating was imperceptible to York, who naturally found in his marriage a barrier to the hourly intercourse they had formerly had, when both were free. Yet change there was, greater even than the king himself suspected. The causes were easily traced. The Tudor party in Scotland, instigated by bribes and large promises, were very active in their enmity to the White Rose. They had been obliged to let the torrent of royal favour force its headlong way, but they watched the slightest pause in its flow to throw impediments in the way of the abundant stream. Soon after his return from the north, it became apparent that the king continued no unsuccessful suitor to the Lady Jane Kennedy. This a good deal estranged him from his English friend, who no longer reproved, but whose tacit condemnation he feared, as well as that of his fair cousin. Nay, more, Lady Jane had drawn from him the cause of their transient quarrel, and, now that she had yielded, felt angry and disdainful at the attempt made to estrange her lover. One of those lower eddies or currents of intelligence, so in use at courts, had reported an angry expression of hers to the Earl of Buchan, one of York's most active enemies. This grasping place in their difficult way was eagerly laid hold of by the conspirators. A coalition was formed between Lady Jane and this party, which ensured the aggravation of any ill feeling that might arise between the late brothers in heart. Soon after, another agent or tool was added to their number. The most subtle, the most politic, the most wily are sometimes the slaves of impulse. Nay, very often those who fancy that they measure their actions the most narrowly by the rules, either of self-interest or ambition, are more easily influenced to unwise passion by any obstacle thrown in their path. The secretary Frion had hitherto considered himself of primal import to the English prince. No project was conceived that was not first concocted in his brain, and insinuated by him. Every new partisan had been enticed by his silvery speeches. Whatever of difficult, crooked, and hidden was to be done, Frion was consulted and employed, and deeply trusted in its accomplishment. On his first arrival in Scotland, the intimacy between the king and York destroyed half his influence. James's discernment and experience was not duped by the insinuating flatteries of Frion. As a proud man he disdained, as a conscientious and pious one he disliked him. It was worse when Katherine's influence became paramount. She put him exactly in his right place, yet was so kind that there was no room for complaint. All his former patrons were her worshippers. Her praises were re-echoed from all, and assuredly no intrigue could exist where she was. Yet it was neither comprehensible nor to be endured that this banished prince and his friends should walk straight forward in their allotted route, unaided by plot or maneuver. The subtlety of the man quickly revealed to him the existence of the opposing party. He was ready to foment it, were it only to gain reputation afterwards, by its destruction. He made one step, and became the confidant of Balmain, and apparently the tool of the higher confederates. At first he rather perplexed than served them, spinning spiders' webs in their way, and elevating himself in their eyes by brushing them off at his pleasure. He was exactly the man to shine in a dark conspiracy. Soon nothing could be done but by his advice, nothing known but as he informed them, nothing said but as he dictated. Balmain, who, fierce and moody, entered more zealously into these discontents than any other, yet took his counsel. Little knew they, Maitre Etienne Frion. He only watched the while, sage fisher of men as he was, for the best opportunity of betraying them for his own advantage. In the midst of festivity, of gallant, warlike preparation, Frion had, like a witch gathering poisonous herbs by the silvery light of the quiet moon, sought to extract all that was baleful in what, but for the uses to which he strove to put it, had died innocuous. The winter grew into spring. These were the happiest months of young Richard's life. He had traversed many a pass of danger and tract of sorrow. Falsehood had blotted. Loss of friends, who had died for him, had darkened the past years. Often during their course he had believed that he gave himself up to despair. He had fancied that he had doubted every one and everything. He imagined that he was tired of existence. Vain ideas. Sanguine, confiding, full to the very brim of that spirit of life which is the happiness of the young, he sprang up a fresh Antaeus, each time that fortune with Herculean power had thrown him to the earth. And now he congratulated himself even on every misery, every reverse, every sentiment of despondency that he experienced. They were so many links of the chain that made him what he was, the friend of James, the husband of Katherine. It was this best attribute of sunny-hearted youth, this greenness of the soul, that made Richard so frank, so noble, so generous. Care and time had labored in vain. No wrinkle, no deforming line marked his mind, or, that mind's interpreter, his open, candid brow. With the spring, the Scottish troops drew together and encamped near Edinburgh. The occasion seemed seasonable, for news arrived of disturbances which had taken place in England, and which had caused Henry VII to recall the Earl of Surrey, who was conducting an army northward to oppose the expected attack from Scotland, to check and defeat enemies which had arisen in the west of his kingdom. The inhabitants of Cornwall, vexed by increasing taxes, had long been in a state of turbulence, and now, instigated by two ringleaders from among themselves, combined together and rose in open and regulated rebellion, sedition it might have been called, and had perhaps been easily crushed, but for the interference of one who acted from designs and views which at first had made no part of the projects of the insurgents. Lord Audley had not forgotten the White Rose. On his return westward, however, he found all so quiet that no effort of his could rouse the rich and satisfied men of Devon from their inglorious repose. His imprudence attracted attention. He had notice of the danger of an arrest, and suddenly resolved to quit the post he had chosen, and to join the Duke of York in Ireland. He came too late. The English squadron had sailed, and he, changeful as the winds, and as impetuous, despising a danger now remote, resolved to return to England and to Devonshire. His voyage from Cork to Bristol was sufficiently disastrous. Contrary and violent winds drove him from his course into the Atlantic. Here he beat about for several days, till the wind, shifting a point or two to the west, he began to make what sail he could in the opposite direction. Still the weather was tempestuous, and his skiff labored frightfully amidst the stormy waves. Not far from them, during the greatest fury of the gale, was a larger vessel, if such might be called the helmless, dismasted hull tossed by the billows, the sport of the winds, as it rose and fell in the trough of the sea. At length the wind lulled, and the captain of the caravel, which indeed might be called a wreck, lowered a boat and came alongside Lord Audley's vessel, asking whither he was bound. To England, was the answer, and the vast reef of clouds lifted on the southern horizon, and showing beyond a streak of azure, gave promise of success in their voyage. The questioner, who spoke English imperfectly, went on to say that in spite of the miserable state of the caravel, he was resolved not to desert her, but to carry her, God willing, into the nearest French port he could make. But there was on board one sick, a woman whom he wished to spare the dangers and privations of the voyage. Would the commander take her to England and bestow her in some convent, where she might be tended and kept in honourable safety? Lord Audley gave a willing consent, and the boat went off speedily, returning again with their stranger passenger. She was in the extremity of illness, even of danger, and lay like a child in the arms of the dark, tall, weather-beaten mariner, who, though squalid in his appearance from fatigue and want, stood as a rock that has braved 1,000 storms. His muscles seemed iron, his countenance not stern, but calm and resolved, yet tenderness and softness were in the expression of his lips as he gazed on his fragile charge, and placed her with feminine gentleness on such rude couch as could be afforded. Then addressing Lord Audley, "You are an Englishman," he said, "perhaps a father?" "I am an English noble," replied the other. "Confide in my care, my honour. But, to be doubly sure, if you feel distrust, remain with us. Yonder wreck will not weather another night." "She has seen the suns of 2 worlds," said the sailor proudly, "and the Blessed Virgin has saved her at a worse hazard. If she perish now, it were little worth that her old captain survived. Better both go down, as, if not now, some day we shall together. I will confide my poor child to you, my lord. If she recover, she has friends in England. She would gain them even if she had them not. Not one among your boasted island women is more lovely or more virtuous than my poor, my much-suffering Monina." Lord Audley renewed his protestations. De Ferro listened with the ingenuous confidence of a sailor. He placed several caskets and a well-filled bag of gold in the noble's hand, saying, "The Adelaide fills apace. You but rob the ocean. If my child survives, you can give her the treasure you disdain. If she does," and he bent over her, she almost seemed to sleep, so oppressed was she by feebleness and fever. A tear fell from her father's eye upon her brow. "And she will. Saint Mary guide us, we shall attain." Such was the strange drama acted on the wide boundless sea, such the changes that restored the high-minded Andalusian to England, to the White Rose, to all the scenes, every hope and fear which she had resolved to abandon for ever. For good or ill, we are in the hands of a superior power. There's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. We can only resolve, or rather endeavour, to act our parts well, such as they are allotted to us. Little choice have we to seek or to eschew our several destinations. With Monina at his side, and his own restless ambition as a spur, it may be easily imagined what Lord Audley's projects were in joining the Cornish insurgents. He led them from the western extremity of the island towards Kent, where he hoped to find the seeds of rebellion to Lancaster, which he had sown the year before, ripened into harvest. News of the unimpeded march of the insurgents from Cornwall to the neighbourhood of London was brought to Edinburgh, freshening the zeal and animating the preparations for war. Already the Scottish army was encamped south of Edinburgh. The English troops set up their tents among them. The day was fixed for the departure of the king, the prince, and the noble leaders. They quitted Edinburgh in all the pompous array of men assured of victory. James loved the hopes and stirring delights of war. Richard saw his every good in life dependent on this expedition, and fostered sanguine expectation of triumph, the burning desire of asserting himself, of rewarding his faithful friends, of decorating Katherine with the rank and honours due to her. The belief that he should achieve all this gave dignity and even gladness to his last adieu to his lovely wife. Her heart mirrored his hopes, not that she entertained them for her own, but for his sake. Yet the quicker sensibilities of a woman imparted fears unknown to him. She concealed them till when, as her last office and duty, she had fastened an embroidered scarf around him. Softly, whisperingly, as fearful of paining him, she said, "You will return. You have a kingdom here. Though England prove false, you must not disdain to be sole monarch of Katherine." These words had been spoken. Earl, baron, and gallant knights thronged the courts of Holyrood. There was the sound of warlike trump and the streaming of painted banners, among which that of the White Rose waved conspicuous. The king vaulted on his saddle. The Prince of England rode at his side. He was surrounded by the rude northern warlike chiefs, ancient enemies of his native land, whose fierce eyes were lighted up by the expectation of meeting their old adversaries in the field. Could he fancy that, through such aid, he might win back the crown usurped from him? King James and Richard rode side by side. At this moment, when the one was spending the riches of his kingdom and the lives of his subject for the other's sake, while the hearts of both were softened by regret for their abandoned home, and both anticipated the joys of victory or perils of defeat to be shared between them, the sentiment of friendship was rekindled. Never had they been more cordial, more confident, more happy in each other's society. After several hours' ride, the short spring day declined to evening, which was accompanied by a drizzling rain. The bad roads and the darkness impeded their progress, and it was night before the twinkling camp lights appeared in the distance, and the hum of men was heard. To the right of the camp, surrounded by the tents of his nobles, the royal pavilion was pitched. On their arrival, the Earl of Buchan was in readiness to hold the king's stirrup. "Nay," said James, "first we will see our royal guest lodged. Where is the tent of his Grace of England? We commanded it to be pitched in close neighbourhood to our own." "Please you, my liege," said Buchan, "Lord Moray gave direction it should be placed out of our line. It is set up a mile eastward of us." "My uncle forgot himself, and you also, Sir Earl, were bound rather to obey our order," said the king. "There were reasons," returned Buchan. "Your Majesty, I dare ever, will approve the change, and His Highness of England also. There was a brawl between the Scottish borderers and the English. Blood has been shed. We feared that the peace of the encampment, not to say the life of His Highness, would be endangered, if he were in the midst of our savage Southrons." "I like not this," said James moodily, "but it is too late to change tonight. The raindrops begin to freeze upon my hair. Your Highness would rather be in your tent, far though it be from mine, than quarrel about its position at this inclement hour. Lord Buchan, you will attend him thither. Prince, good night. To-morrow we will be more brotherly in our fashion. Now the fiat of my Lord Moray must be obeyed." The king dismounted and entered his pavilion. As the cloth was raised, a blazing fire, the apparel of silver flagons and golden cups, the trim appearance of silken-suited pages were visible, making strong contrast with the cheerless blank without. One slight glimpse revealed the cause, and partly excused the inhospitality of James in not inviting his guest to partake his warm cheer. One in a kirtle sat somewhat retired from view. The quick motion of her head, the glance of her dark eye, showed that the monarch had been impatiently expected, and was gladly welcomed by the lovely daughter of the Earl of Castles. Lord Buchan accompanied Richard, Lord Barry, and Plantagenet to their quarters, talking, as he went, of the contention which had terminated fatally to several. They rode down the elevated ground on which the king's tent was placed, over a plashy, low plain, through a little wood of stunted larch, across a narrow dell, in whose bottom a brook struggled and murmured, to the acclivity on the other side, on which the tents of the English troops were pitched. Considerably apart from the rest was Richard's own pavilion. All looked tranquil and even desolate compared to the stirring liveliness of the Scotch camp. Richard was received by Sir George Neville, who looked more than usually cold and haughty as he bent to Lord Buchan's salutation. The Scotchman uttered a hasty good night, galloped down the upland and across the dell, and was lost to sight in the wood. "What means this, Sir George?" was the prince's first remark. "What discipline is yours, brawling and bloodshed with our allies?" "Did your highness name them our enemies," said Neville, "it were more appropriate. Suspend your displeasure, I beseech you, until I can lay before you the reality of what you name a brawl. My honour, and I fear all our safeties, are concerned in the discovery. Now, your grace is wet and fatigued. You will repose?" Richard desired solitude, not rest. He wished to be alone, for 1,000 intricate ideas possessed him, clamouring to be attended to. He dismissed his friends. Frion only remained. Frion, who lately had become almost surly, but who was now smooth, supple as ever, his eye twinkling as of yore, and his ready laugh, that most characteristic part of him, again showing the old secretary returned. To the prince's warm heart, the appearance of discontent and moodiness was peculiarly grating. The smile or frown even of Frion had power over him, and he felt grateful to the man for his glossy and satisfactory speeches, now that, spite of himself, a feeling, it was not fear, but an anticipation of evil, disturbed his mind. At length he dismissed him, yet still he felt utterly disinclined for sleep. For some time he paced his tent. Images of war and battle floated before him, and then the vision of an angel with golden hair came not to calm, but to trouble him with unquiet regret. In vain he strove to awaken the flock of gentle thoughts that usually occupied him. His ideas seemed wolf-visaged, unreal howlings and cries rung in his ears. This unusual state of mind was intolerable. He folded his cloak round him and stepped into his outer tent. Frion, 2 pages, and his esquire were to occupy it, but he found it solitary. This seemed a little strange, but it was early yet. He lifted the outer cloth. A sentinel was duly at his post. The prince saluted him and passed on. The fitful winds of spring had dispersed the storm. The scarcely waning moon, encircled by the dark clear ether, was in the east. Her yellow light filled the atmosphere, and lay glowing on the trees and little hillside. The prince stepped onwards, down the declivity, across the dell, into the wood. He thought he heard voices, or was it only the swinging branches of the pines? The breeze raised his hair and freshened his brow. Still he walked on, till now he came in view of the Scottish camp, which lay tranquil as sheep in a fold, the moon's bright eye gazing on it. The sight brought proud Granada and all its towers, with the Christian camp sleeping at her feet before his mind, and still he lingered. Now the tramp of horses became audible. A troop wound down the hill. The leader stopped, exclaiming in some wonder, "My Lord of York, does your highness need any service? Do you bend your steps to the royal tent?" "I blush to answer, Sir Patrick," replied the prince, "for you will scoff at me as the moon's minion. I came out but to visit her. Yet a knight need not feel shame at loitering beneath her ray, dreaming of his lady-love. You are more actively employed?" "I was on my way to your highness's encampment," replied the knight. "His majesty is not quite satisfied with Lord Buchan's report, and sent but now his esquire to me, to bid me visit it. With your good leave, I will escort you thither." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 33. The Assassin. "Traitor, what hast thou done? How ever may thy cursed hand so cruelly have swayed against that knight? Harrow and wheel away. After so wicked deed, why livest thou longer day?" Spenser. When he had been dismissed by his royal master, Frion called aside the esquire, and sent him on an errand, it would seem, of some import and distance, for the youth uttered a few forcible interjections, and with a lowering brow, drew on the riding boots he had just doffed, muttering, "I must treat my horse better than my lord treats me. So, master, seek a fresh steed. By my fay, this is to become a squire of dames, a love token to the duchess in good hour." Having got rid of this young gentleman, Frion's next care was to give distant employment to the pages, saying he would wait their return. But scarcely had they entered the most crowded part of the camp before, with quick, cautious steps, the secretary took the same path which the prince trod half an hour later. He crossed the dell, and arriving at the little wood of larches, instead of traversing, he skirted it, till the gentle eminence on which the English camp was pitched grew higher and more abrupt. The murmuring brook took the guise of a brawling torrent, grey rocks peeped out from the soil, and the scene became wilder and more mountainous. He walked on till he arrived where a rustic bridge spanned the stream. Under its shadow were 3 horsemen, 2 of whom dismounted, and a tall servitor held the bridles. One of these men Frion knew at once to be him who called himself Lord Bothwell, King Henry's spy, and Richard's fierce, motiveless, but ruthless enemy. The other, his bonnet was drawn over his brow, a cloak obscured his person. Frion's quick eyes scrutinized it vainly, for the moon, cloudy at intervals, gave uncertain light. Besides, the man had stationed himself within the deepest shadow of the bridge. "Good befall your watch," said Frion. "Your worship is before your time." "Is not all ready?" asked Balmain. "That question is mine," replied the other. "You know our treaty. Not a hair of my lord's head must be injured." "Tush, tush. Fear not, good conscience stickier," replied Bothwell with a contemptuous laugh. "No ill will befall the boy. We but ferry him over the Tweed a few hours earlier than he dreamed of, and land him all gently on the shore he seeks. As for thy reward, I have said, name it thyself." "Fair words are these, Sir John Ramsay," said Frion. "But I said before, I must have surer pledge, both for my reward and my lord's safety. King Henry will haggle about payment when the work is done, and the steel you wear is a toper in its way." "How now, sir knave?" cried Balmain. "Thinkest thou that I will turn midnight stabber?" The man in the cloak started at these words. He uttered some sound, but again drew back, while the person who continued on horseback said, and his voice was that of the Bishop of Moray, King James's uncle, "A truce to this contention, master Goodfellow. Whatever thy name be, I will answer for thy pay, and here is earnest of my truth." He threw a purse at Frion's feet. "The peace of 2 kingdoms, the honor of a royal, too long dishonored house are at stake. No time is this to squabble for marks, or the paltry life of a base impostor. I, a prince of Scotland, avouch the deed. It were more friendly, methinks, to unlock his life with the steel key of our friend Wyatt, than to devote him to the gallows. Let Scotland be rid of him, I reck not how." Again Frion fixed his eyes on the other. The clouds had fallen low in the sky. The moon was clear. The western breeze murmured along the bushes and the trees, and the beams of the silvery planet played upon the unquiet waters. "We have no time for delay, Sir John," said Frion. "Prithee introduce me to our fellow labourer. This is the king's emissary? You call yourself Wyatt, Master Blackcloak?" The other made a gesture of impatience as he stepped aside. Balmain and Moray discoursed aside, till the former bade the secretary lead on as they went, and the Scotchman and Frion conversed in whispers concerning their plans, while their companion followed as if doggedly. Once he cast an impatient glance at the moon. Frion caught that look. "Have I found you, good friend?" he thought. "Then by Our Lady of Embrun you shall acquit you of the debt I claim this night." With quicker steps the Provençal proceeded till they readied the opening of the valley, and came opposite the slope on which the English camp was pitched. Furthest off and far apart was the royal pavilion, the banner of England flapping in the breeze, and this the only sign of life. But for this, the white silent tents looked like vast druidical stones piled upon a wild moor. They paused. "I must go first," said Frion. "We have wasted more time than I counted for. You will await me here." "Listen, Master Frion," said Balmain. "I would hardly trust you, but that I think you are a wise man. Silver angels and golden marks as a wise man you will love. One thing you will hardly seek, a shroud of moonbeams, a grave in the vulture's maw. Look ye, one soars above even now. He scents dainty fare. 20 true men are vowed that he shall sup on thee, if thou art forsworn. Thou wilt give some signal when all is ready." "That were difficult," said Frion. "I will return anon, if there be any let to your enterprise. Else, when the shadow of that tall larch blackens the white stone at your feet, come up without fear. Have ye bonds ready for your prisoner?" "An adamantine chain. Away." Frion cast one more glance at him called Wyatt. It is even he, I know him by that trick of his neck. His face was ever looking sideways. Thus assured, the Frenchman ascended the hill. Balmain watched him, now visible, and half hid by the deceptive light, till he entered the folds of the pavilion, and then he glanced his eyes upon the shadow of the tree, yet far from the white stone, and then paced the sward, as if disdaining to hold commune with Wyatt. Whatever thoughts possessed this hireling's breast he made no sign, but stood motionless as a statue, his arms folded, his head declined upon his breast. He was short, even slight in make. His motionless, half-shrinking attitude contrasted with the striding pace and the huge, erect form of the borderer. Who that had looked down upon these two figures, sole animations visible on the green earth beneath the moon's bright eye, would have read villainy and murder in their appearance? The soft, sweet night seemed an antidote to savageness, yet neither moon nor the sleeping face of beauteous earth imparted any gentleness to the Scot. He saw neither, except when impatiently he glanced at the slow-crawling shadow, and the moonlight sleeping on the signal stone. Many minutes passed. Bothwell gave one impatient look more. How slowly the dusky line proceeded. He walked to the edge of the brook. There was no movement about the pavilion. Tranquil as an infant's sleep was the whole encampment. Suddenly a cry made him start. It was from Wyatt. The man, heretofore so statue-like, had thrown his arms upward with a passionate gesture, and then, recalled by Bothwell's imprecation, shrunk back into his former quiet, pointing only with a trembling finger to the stone, now deep embedded in the black shadow of the larch. The Scot gave a short, shrill laugh, and crying "Follow," began the ascent, taking advantage of such broken ground and shrubs as blotted the brightness of the rays that lit up the acclivity. Bothwell strode on with the activity of a moss-trooper. Wyatt was scarce able to walk. He stumbled several times. At length they reached the pavilion. The Frenchman stood just within, lifting the heavy cloth. They entered. Frion whispered, "I have cleared the coast. My lord sleeps. We need but cast a cloak around him to blind him, and so bear him off without more ado on his forced journey." "There is wisdom in your speech," said Balmain, with something of a grin. "My friend Wyatt has a cloak large and dark enough for the nonce." Frion drew back the silken lining of the inner tent, saying, "Tread soft. My lord ever sleeps lightly. He must not be waked too soon." "Never" were the better word, muttered Bothwell. The dimmest twilight reigned in the tent. The prince's couch was in shadow. The men drew near. The sleeper was wrapped in his silken coverlid, with his face buried in his pillow. His light brown hair, lying in large clusters on his cheek, veiled him completely. Ramsay bent over him. His breathing was heavy and regular. He put out his large bony hand, and as gently as he might, removed the quilt, uncovering the sleeper's right side. Then, turning to Wyatt, who had not yet advanced, he pointed to the heaving heart of his victim, with such a glance of murderous callousness that the very assassin shrunk beneath it. Yet he approached. His hand held an unsheathed dagger, but it shook even to impotence. He raised it over his prey, but had no power to strike. Frion had crept round behind. A sound just then, and a tramp of feet was heard in the outer tent. As by magic, in one brief second of time, the mute dread scene changed its every characteristic. The assassin cried aloud, "It is not he!" Frion had seized his arm. The dagger fell. The pretended sleeper, one of York's pages, leaped from the couch, and the muffling cloak, dropping from the murderer's shoulders, disclosed the wretched, degraded Clifford. Ramsay drew his sword and rushed towards the outer tent, when at the same moment Richard of York and Sir Patrick Hamilton showed themselves from beneath the hangings which their attendants had raised. This sight startled Frion, and Clifford, restored to life and energy, tore himself from his grasp, and in a moment had rushed from beneath the pavilion. He was forgotten. All eyes were turned on Bothwell, the dagger at his feet, his drawn sword, his appearance in the retirement of the Prince of England. All accused him. He saw at once his danger, drew himself proudly up, and returned Hamilton's look with a fierce, haughty glare. "Thy act is worse than thy enemy's speech," said Sir Patrick sternly. "Thou wilt answer this, recreant, to thy royal master." "To him, to any, to you," said Balmain. "There is my glove. Now on the hillside, or in the lists anon, I will avouch my deed." Hamilton answered with a look of sovereign contempt. He bade his men seize the traitor. "Before I sleep," he cried, "the king hears this treason." Richard had looked on in silence and wonder. He placed his hand on Hamilton's arm, stopping him. "Pardon me, valiant knight," he said, "but I do beseech you, disturb not the king tonight, nor ever with this ill tale." Too rough already has the English prince broken Scotland's rest. No blood is shed, and strange as appearances are, I take Sir John Ramsay's word and believe that as a cavalier he may maintain his cause, nor stain it by his knightly cognizance. I take up your glove, fair sir, but only to restore it, without one slightest accusation attaching itself to you therewith. Nay, myself will take up the quarrel if any blame you. Sir Patrick will not call me to the trial, I am sure. Frion, conduct the gallant gentleman beyond our lines. Shame for the first time flushed Ramsay's brow as he left the tent. The prince drew up to let him pass, with a mien so dignified and yet so tranquil, with a smile so bland, that thus it seemed an angelic essence, incapable of wound, might have gazed on a mere mortal, armed to injure him. Is this recklessness or nobility of soul? Sir Patrick thought. He did not doubt when Richard, changing his look to one of anxious appeal, besought him to omit utterly to report this strange scene. I much fear, he said, my wily secretary to be most in fault, and I caught a glance of one, whose appearance here proves that Ramsay is not alone guilty. Let me inquire, let me learn, punish if need be. English gold and English steel were the weapons here, and I alone have power over England. You will pledge me your word. Sir Patrick, do not disquiet our royal cousin by our domestic brawls. We must not put in opposing scales our paltry anger against ruffians like these, and the disquiet of the generous-hearted James. Ramsay was his father's favourite. For his sake he bears with him, and more easily may I. I, indeed, who am most in fault, for spending the precious minutes wandering, like a shepherd of Arcadia, in a listless foolishness instead of acting the general, and guarding my tents from such visitors. The brawl last night might have forewarned me. Does it not shame Scotland, cried Hamilton warmly, that you should need any guard but our true hearts while you tread our soil? Were this true, answered York, yet more earnestly, remember, what shames Scotland shames her king. Be assured, dear cousin, I speak advisedly. Were this examined, worse might appear, and I and your liege must be the sufferers. I to excite this treason in his subjects' hearts, he to prove that some near him are not true as they seem. Hamilton yielded to these many pleas, but his heart warmed with admiration and love for the noble being who urged the cause of pardon for his enemies. Be it as your highness pleases, he exclaimed. This I the more readily yield, since any new attempt kills Hamilton ere it reach you. I will be your guard, your sentinel, your wide, invulnerable shield. You will not refuse me this post of honor. Or let us both fulfill it, cried York, one to the other. Let us be brothers in arms, noble Hamilton. And yet, how can I, a fugitive, almost a tainted man, seek the alliance of one who stands as you do, fair and free in all men's eyes? As he spoke, the prince held out his hand. The Scottish knight raised it respectfully to his lips. But now Frion returned, and the clash of arms and trumpets sound spoke of the advance of the night, and change of guard. The noble friends took leave of each other, and Sir Patrick departed. As soon as they were private, the prince questioned his secretary closely and sternly as to the events of the night. Frion had a plausible and ready tale, of artifice and guile, of how he had a pledge, even from the king's uncle, that York's life was not to be attempted, and that he had but wished to balk and vex them by causing the page to be carried off. The discovery of their mistake would shame them from any second enterprise against the Prince of England. York was but half satisfied. He had caught a transient glimpse of the fugitive. Was it indeed Clifford who came a hired murderer to his bedside? A man who had partaken his heart's counsels, long his companion, once his friend? It was frightful, it was humiliating but to imagine how deep the man may fall, who once gives himself over to evil thoughts and unlawful deeds. Frion here protested his ignorance and surprise. It was almost day before his master dismissed him, and even then, how could Richard repose? That couch Clifford had marked as his bier. It were a bed of thorns. He threw himself on the bare, hard ground, and innocence had more power than his angelic pity for the vice of others. It shed poppy influence on his lids, and the beams of the morning sun stole softly over, but did not disturb his slumbers. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 34. Disappointment. Methinks I see death and the Furies waiting. What will we do, and all the heaven at leisure, for the great spectacle? Draw then your swords. Ben Jonson. Faster than the airy slave Quicksilver is influenced by the changes of the atmosphere, does the subtle essence of the mind of one, who from love or gratitude hangs upon the smile or frown of another, feel the sunshine or frost of that other's countenance, and an independent disposition speedily revolts from servile obedience to such alteration. On the following day, and afterwards on the succeeding ones, Richard felt that the heart of James was no longer the same. He was courteous, kind. His friends' interests formed the sole topic of their conversations. But York could neither say the thing he wished, nor do that which he desired. The same objects were before him, apparently the same colouring was upon them, yet a pale sickly hue was cast over the before glowing picture. A chill had penetrated the summer warmth in which he basked. The wave was yet calm, but it was clouded, and no longer showed in its limpid depths that sympathy and affection which made the White Rose's fortunes seem truly and intrinsically Scotland's own. Friendship was now professed, service tendered. Before words had seemed superfluous, the thing was there. James assured his guest that he would not turn back, nor give ear to Henry's propositions, and York felt, with a start, that ear had been given to them, or this conclusion had not been noted. The disunion and continued separation of the camps was another circumstance that spoke loudly of division of thought and counsel. Frion believed that he should now resume his ancient position with his royal master. He bore his reproofs humbly, and strove to regain his favour by the importance of his services. The arcana of the Tudor party were, to a great degree, revealed to York, and it was easy to mark the ascendancy it was gaining. The presence of Lady Jane Kennedy might explain the ceremony and regulations observed in the intercourse between the king and his friend. But it was Frion's part to disclose the enmity this lady entertained for the White Rose, and the influence she exerted to its detriment. Moray and Lord Buchan were her friends, and they were frequent visitors in the royal pavilion. A short time somewhat changed this state of things. The army drew near the frontier, and the king separated himself from the fair mistress of his heart. On the third day they arrived on the banks of the Tweed. It was but crossing a little river, but stepping from one stone to another, and Richard would stand on English ground. The troops had passed the day before. Some had proceeded southward. Others were even now to be seen defiling in long lines on the distant plain. The sun was up cheerily. The fresh, pleasant green of spring had stolen, more like a tinted atmosphere than in the guise of foliage, over tree and bush. Field flowers and crocuses peeped from under the mossy turf. The scene was a wide moor, varied by broken ground, clumps of trees where many a bird nestled, and here and there thick underwood where the wild deer made his lair. This had been the scene of 1,000 conflicts, and of mortal carnage between Scot and Englishman, but the skylark above sang of nature's bounty and nature's loveliness, and an immemorial and perennial hymn, while nothing spoke of the butchery and wretchedness which once had made the landscape a tragic, corpse-strewn stage. Reining in his pawing courser, King James, in all the gay array of a high-born knight, paused on the Scottish bank. His lips, proud as the Apollo's, spoke of struggle and victory. In his eye and nostril, beautiful disdain and might and majesty flashed their full lightnings by. Here was he who, in a later day, led the flower of Scotland to die on the English plains, who himself was doomed to lie with mangled limbs, and in blank, cold extinction, a trophy of victory to his enemy on Flodden Field. He was alive now, and in his strength. He drank in with buoyant spirit every glorious anticipation, and laughed with fond delight. Spurring on his horse, he crossed the ford and entered England. In a moment, as by impulse, York, who had lingered, dashed after him. Allies they were, friends in seeming, nay, in truth. For the glance of proud enmity Richard cast on the Scot was perhaps the more factitious feeling. It sprang from patriotism, but its energy was borrowed from the deadly feuds of their ancestors, that natural hate which is said to exist now between the French and English, and which was far more envenomed between the near rival people. Notwithstanding James's change toward him, York felt in the core of his affectionate heart all that was due to him who had raised him when he was fallen, given him state, power, Katherine. He saw in him his kinsman, his benefactor, but the pride of a son of England rose in his breast, when he beheld the haughty Scot caracole in arrogant triumph on her soil. What was he? What had he done? He was born king and father of this realm. Because he was despoiled of his high rights, was he to abjure his natural duty to her as her child? Yet here he was an invader, not arming one division of her sons against the other, but girt with foreigners, aided by the ancient ravagers of her smiling villages and plenteous harvests. He looked on each individual Scot, and on their gallant king, and felt his bosom swell with rage and hate. These were unwise, nay, ungrateful sentiments, but he could not repel them. His first commands were to his cousin, to hasten to Randall of Dacre, to learn what Yorkists had gathered together to receive him. "If there be any large company," he said, "without more ado we will thank our kind cousin, invite him to recross the Tweed, and leave us to fight our battles by ourselves." This satisfaction and triumph James felt made him, so far from participating in York's feelings, turn with renewed cordiality towards him. It was his first care to have the standard of the White Rose set up with martial pomp, to disperse his proclamations, and to invite, by his own manner, the Scottish nobles to increase in observance towards the prince. Lord Huntly, believing that the prophecy of his daughter's elevation was on the eve of its accomplishment, was prodigal of his shows of honour and service to his son-in-law. For some days the pavilions of the brother kings were pitched side by side, and James each hour thought to hear of the arrival of the Yorkist nobility of England. He had expected so many that he had given orders that care should be taken to recall his own troops, when the English visitants outnumbered his own guard. Day after day passed, and not one came, not one. Even Randall of Dacre, Lord Dacre's brother, who had visited Richard in Scotland, seized with panic, had gone southward. Nothing came, save intelligence that the Cornish insurgents had been defeated on Blackheath, their ringleaders taken and executed. Among them Lord Audley perished. Another life! How many more to complete the sad hecatomb, a useless offering to obdurate fate in Richard's favour. Sir George Neville, gathered up in all the cold pride of disappointed ambition, disdained to regret. Plantagenet saw the hopes and purpose of his life crushed, but dared not give words to his despair. Sir Roderick sneered. Lord Barry was loud in his laments, while the Scots grew taller and prouder, and ceased to frequent the tents of the English exiles. Councils were held by James, in which York had no part. It was only afterwards that he learnt it had been commanded to the Scotch army to lay waste the country. Now, indeed, all the Englishman was alive in his heart. He gave sudden orders to raise his camp and to march forward. He had sat still too long. He would enter the kingdom he claimed, discover for himself his chance of success, and, if there were none, his rights should not be made the pretence of a Scotch invasion. None cried, "Long live King Richard," as he passed along. How did his noble, youthful spirit droop at finding that not only he did not meet with, but was judged not to deserve success. It ranks among the most painful of our young feelings, to find that we are justly accused of acting wrong. Our motives, we believed them disinterested or justifiable. We have advanced a wondrous step in life before we can concede, even to ourselves, that alloy might be mingled with what we deemed pure gold. Ignorant of the soil and culture of our own hearts, we feel sure that no base mixture can form a part of what we fancy to be a mine of virgin ore. Richard would have stood erect and challenged the world to accuse him. God and his right was his defense. His right! Oh, narrow and selfish was that sentiment that could see, in any right appertaining to one man, the excuse for the misery of thousands. War, held in leash during the army's march from Edinburgh, was now let loose. Swift and barbarous, he tore forward on his way. 1,000 destructions waited on him. His track was marked by ruin. The words of Lord Surrey were fulfilled. What a sight for one whose best hope in acquiring his kingdom was to bestow the happiness of which the usurper deprived it. The English troops, about 500 men, crossed the widespread plains in the immediate vicinity of Scotland. They entered a beaten track, where the traces of cultivation spoke of man. A village peeped from among the hedgerow trees. York's heart beat high. Would the simple inhabitants refuse to acknowledge him? A few steps disclosed the truth. The village had been sacked by the Scotch. It was half burnt and quite deserted. One woman alone remained. She sat on a pile of ashes wailing aloud. The exiles dared not read in each other's eyes the expression of their horror. They walked on like men rebuked. This was England, their country, their native home, and they had brought the fierce Scot upon her. Passing forward they met trains of wagons laden with spoil, droves of cattle and sheep. They overtook a troop roasting an ox by the burning rafters of a farmhouse, whose green palings, trim orchard, and shaved grass plat spoke of domestic comfort. The house dog barked fearfully. A lowland archer transfixed him with his arrow. The English marched on. They dared not eye the ravagers. Shame and hate contended. These were their allies, while the sarcasm and scornful laugh which followed them drugged with wormwood the bitter draught. In vain, west or east or south, did they turn their eyes. A sad variety of the same misery presented itself on every side. A stout yeoman, gashed by an Highlander's claymore, was sometimes the ghastly stepping-stone passed over to enter his own abode. Women and children had not been spared, or were only left to perish for want. Often during apparent silence, a fearful shriek, or the voice of lamentation burst upon the air. Now it was a woman's cry, now the shrill plaint of infancy. With the exception of these sufferers, the landscape was a blank. Where were the troops of friends Richard had hoped would hail him? Where the ancient Yorkists? Gone to augment the army which Surrey was bringing against the Scot. Attached to these ill-omened allies, how could the prince hope to be met by his partisans? He had lost them all. The first North Briton who crossed the Tweed, trampled on and destroyed forever the fallen White Rose. Resolutely bent on going forward till he should have advanced beyond the Scotch, on the following day York continued his march. They entered the ruins of another village. The desolation here was even more complete, although more recent. The flame was hardly spent upon the blackened rafters. The piles which the day before had been smiling dwellings still smoked. A few domestic animals were skulking about. There was a church at the end of what had been a street. This was not spared. The English entered the desecrated aisle. An aged bleeding monk was lying at the altar's foot, who scowled even in death upon the soldiery. Suddenly he recognized his countrymen. Pleasure gleamed in his sunken eyes. "Ye will avenge us. Deliver the land. The hand of God will lead ye on." Plantagenet rushed forward. "Father," he cried, "do I find you here?" The old man spoke, looked faintly. Edmund bent over him. "My father, it is I, Edmund, your boy, your murder—" "My son," said the monk, "I behold you again and die content. You are in arms, but by the blessing of the saints your sword's point is turned against the cruel invader. Not one, oh, not one Englishman will fall by his brother's hand, for not one will fight for that base deceit, the ill-nurtured Perkin, to whom God in his wrath has given such show of right as brings the Scot upon us. Once I thought, but no son of York would ally himself to these cruel border robbers. God of my country, oh, curse him and his cause." The dying man spoke with difficulty. A few moments more a spasm crossed his features, and they settled into stony insensibility. Edmund threw himself on the body. A death-like silence reigned in the building. Every heart beat with breathless horror. The curse uttered by the murdered man was even then breathed before God and accepted. York spoke first with a calm, firm voice. "Arise, my cousin," he said. "Do not thou fix yet more deeply the barbed arrow which has entered my heart. There are periods when remorse and horror conquer by their intensity every lesser impulse, and reign kings of the waste. This was no time for words or tears. Oh, welcome the grief or crime which the bitterest of these could express or extenuate. It would insult this sad effigy of death to imagine that the impiety could be expiated. In silence they bore the reverend corpse to the vaults of the church, and then continued their way. Some of the under-officers and men whispered together, but when again the chiefs conversed, they did not allude to this frightful scene, or to the awful imprecation which they felt suspended over their heads, shadowing their souls with unknown horror. This was but the opening scene to worse wretchedness. Hitherto they had seen the waste of war. Now they came upon its active atrocities. A dense smoke, the flickering of pale flames, marked the progress of devastation. Fierceness gleamed in the open blue eyes of Richard. He bit his lips, and at a quicker pace went forward. Screams and horrid shrieks mixed with shouts. Oh, may not a veil be drawn over such horrors? Flying children, mothers who stayed to die, fathers who, unarmed, rushed upon the weapons of the foe. Fire and sword, animated by man's fellest spirit, were there to destroy. Kindled to fury, York and his chief friends had outspeeded their troops. They came to save. They called on the fierce Scot to spare, and, when their words were unheeded, they drew their swords to beat back their allies. A fresh troop of borderers, headed by Sir John Ramsay, at this moment poured into the village. The grey eye of the Scot was lighted up to the fiercest rage, but when he saw who and how few were they who had assailed his men, a demoniac expression, Half exultation and joy, half deadly hate, animated him. Richard was driving before him a whole troop of camp followers, cowardly and cruel fellows. Balmain's hand was on his arm. "Your Highness forgets yourself," he said. "Or is the fable ended, and you turn friend of Tudor?" York's blood was up. His cheek, his brow were flushed. The word assassin burst from his lips as he wheeled round and assailed his midnight foe. Thus a natural war began, English and Scotchman. Bent on mutual destruction, spurred on by every feeling of revenge, abhorrence, and natural rivalship, dealt cruel blows one on the other. Richard's troops began to arrive in greater numbers. They far outtold their adversaries. Lord Bothwell with his marauders was obliged to retreat, and York was left in possession of his strange conquest. The peasantry gathered round him. They did not recognize the White Rose. They but blessed him as their deliverer. Yet the sufferers were many, and the flames still raged. One woman, with a wild shriek for her children, threw herself into the very heart of her burning cot, while, statue-like, amidst a little helpless brood, his wife at his feet a corpse, his dwelling in ashes, a stout yeoman stood, tears unheeded flowing down his weather-beaten cheeks. During the whole day, Richard had striven against his own emotions, trying to dispel by pride and indignation and enforced fortitude the softness that invaded his heart and rose to his eyes, blinding them. But the sight of these miserable beings, victims of his right, grew into a tragedy too sad to endure. One young mother laid her infant offspring at his feet, crying, "Bless thee, thou hast saved her," and then sunk in insensibility before him, her stained dress and pallid cheeks speaking too plainly of wounds and death. Richard burst into tears. "Oh, my stony and hard-frozen heart," he cried, "which breakest not to see the loss and slaughter of so many of thy natural-born subjects and vassals." He spoke, he looked. Plantagenet was there, grief and horror seated in his dark, expressive eyes. Neville, who had lost his lofty pride. It was shame and self-abhorrence that painted their cheeks with blushes or unusual pallor. "We must hasten, my lord," said Barry, "after those evildoers. They but quit one carcass to pounce upon another." "Do we fight the King of England's battles?" cried the Burgundian Lalaine in unfeigned astonishment. "This will be strange intelligence for James of Scotland." "So strange, Sir Roderick," said Richard, "that we will be the bearers of it ourselves. Give orders for the retreat, gentlemen. His Majesty is engaged in the siege of Norham Castle. We will present us before him and demand mercy for our unhappy subjects." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 35. The Retreat. "Why didst thou promise such a beauteous day, and make me travel forth without my cloak, to let base clouds o'ertake me on the way, hiding thy bravery in their rotten smoke?" Shakespeare. It was York's characteristic to be sanguine beyond all men. Pain impressed him more deeply and sorely than could be imagined by the cold of spirit. But show him the remedy, teach him the path to redress, and he threw off the clogging weight of care and rose free and bright as in earliest youth. His impatience to behold his royal friend, to speak the little word, which he felt assured would recall the Scots from their ravages, and take from him the guilt of his subjects' blood, grew like a torrent in the spring. He outspeeded his main troop. He left all but his chiefest friends behind. One by one, even these grew fewer. He mounted a fresh horse. It was the third that day. "Mayflower is worse than blown," said Neville. "Will not your Highness repose till tomorrow?" Repose! This echo was his only answer, and already he was far and alone upon his way. The Scottish lines were past, and the embattled walls of Norham, grey and impenetrable as rock, were before him. The royal pavilion occupied the centre of the camp. The wearied steed that bore York dropped on one knee as he reined him up before it, flushed with every mark of travel and haste. He threw himself from his saddle and entered the tent. It was thronged. He saw not one face save that of the monarch himself, who was conversing with a churchman, whose dark foreign countenance Richard had seen before. Now it was like a vision before him. James, in an accent of surprise, cried, "My lord, this is an unexpected visit." "Excuse ceremony, my dear cousin," said York. "I come not to speak to the Majesty of Scotland, man to man, a friend to his dearest friend. I have a suit to urge." James, who was aware that his actual occupation of listening and even acceding to the suggestions of his foreign visitant in favor of peace with Henry was treason to York's cause, thought that news of Don Pedro de Ayala's arrival was the secret of these words. He blushed as he replied, "As friend to friend we will hear anon tomorrow." "There is no anon to my dear plea," said York. "Even now the hellish work is about which you must check. Oh, what am I, King of Scotland, that I am to be made the curse and scourge of my own people? The name of Richard is the byword of hate and terror, there where I seek for blessings and filial love. You know not the mischief your fierce borderers achieve. It is not yet too late. Recall your men. Bid them spare my people. Let not the blood of my subjects plead against my right. Rather would I pine in exile forever than occasion the slaughter and misery of my countrymen, my children." Richard spoke impetuously. His eyes filled with tears, his accents were fraught with passionate entreaty, and yet with a firm persuasion that he spoke not in vain. But his address had the very worst effect. James believed that, hearing that he was in treaty with his foe, he had come to re-urge his suit, to enforce the many promises given, to demand a continuation of the war. James, a Scotchman, bred in civil strife among fierce Highlanders and ruthless borderers, saw something contemptible in this pity and supplication for cottagers and villains. The shame he had felt, or feared to feel, at the idea of being accused of treachery by his guest was lightened. His lips were curled even to scorn, as in a cold tone he replied, "Sir, methinketh you take much pains, and very much strive to preserve the realm of another prince, which, I do believe, never will be yours." A momentary surprise set open wide York's eyes. He glanced round him. The Earl of Huntly's brow was clouded. A smile curled Lord Buchan's lips. The emotion that had convulsed the prince's features gave place to the calmest dignity. "If not mine," he said, "let me yield the sway to the Lady Peace. The name and presence of a Plantagenet shall no longer sanction the devastation of his country. I would rather be a cotter on your wild highlands than buy the sovereignty of my fair England by the blood of her inhabitants." The warm though capricious heart of James was quietly recalled by the look and voice of his once dearest friend, to a sense of the ungraciousness of his proceeding. He frankly stretched out his hand. "I was wrong, cousin. Forgive me, we will confer anon. Even now, orders have been issued to recall the troops. A few words will explain everything." York bent his head in acquiescence. The king dismissed his nobles and committed to the care of one among them the Reverend de Ayala. With a strong sentiment of self-defense, which was self-accusation, a half-return of his ancient affection which acted like remorse, James set himself to explain his proceedings. Fearful, unaided by any of the natives, of proceeding with an inadequate force farther into the heart of the country, he had set down before the castle of Norham, which was defended undauntedly by the Bishop of Durham. He had wasted much time here, and now the Cornish insurgents being quelled, the Earl of Surrey was marching northwards, at the head of 40,000 men. Surrey, Howard, might he not be a masked friend? "Who," continued James, "has surely some personal enmity to your highness, for the Reverend Father de Ayala, an ambassador from Spain, visited him on his journey northward, and it seems the noble indulged in despiteful language, saying that he who could bring the fell Scot, I thank him, into England, wore manifest signs of— I will not say. I remember not his words, they are of no import. The sum is, my dear lord, I cannot meet the English army in the open field. Walled town, even those paltry towers I cannot win. With what shame and haste I may, I must retreat over the border." Many more words James, in the heat of repentant affection, said to soothe his English friend. York's blood boiled in his veins. His mind was a chaos of scorn, mortification, and worse anger against himself. The insult inflicted by James before his assembled lords, the bitter speech of Surrey, he almost feared that he deserved the one, while he disdained to resent the other, and both held him silent. As speedily as he might, he took leave of the king. He saw signs in the encampment of the return of the foragers. They were laden with booty. His heart was sick. To ease his pent-up burning spirit when night brought solitude, though not repose, he wrote thus to the Lady Katherine: "Wilt thou, dear lady of my heart, descend from thy lofty state and accept an errant knight instead of a sceptred king for thy mate? Alas, sweet Kate, if thou wilt not, I may never see thee more, for not thus, oh, not thus, my God, will Richard win a kingdom. Poor England bleeds. Our overzealous cousin has pierced her with dismal wounds, and thou wouldst in thy gentleness shed 1,000 tears hadst thou beheld the misery that even now, grim and ghastly, floats before my sight. What am I, that I should be the parent of evil merely? Oh, my mother, my 2 kind friends, why did ye not conceal me from myself, teaching me lessons of humbleness, rearing me as a peasant, consigning me to a cloister? My injuries would have died with me, and the good, the brave, the innocent who have perished for me or through me had been spared. I fondly thought that mine was no vulgar ambition. I desired the good of others, the raising up and prosperity of my country. I saw my father's realm sold to a huckster, his subjects the victims of low-souled avarice. What more apparent duty than to redeem his crown from Jew-hearted Tudor, and to set the bright jewels, pure and sparkling as when they graced his brow, on the head of his only son? Even now I think the day will come when I shall repair the losses of this sad hour. Is it the restless, ambitious spirit of youth that whispers future good, or true forebodings of the final triumph of the right? Now, O sweetest Kate, I forget disgrace, I forget remorse, I bury every sorrow in thought of thee. Thy idea is as a windless haven to some wayworn vessel, its nest in a vast oak tree to a tempest-baffled bird, hope of paradise to the martyr who expires in pain. Wilt thou receive me with thine own dear smile? My divine love, I am not worthy of thee, yet thou art mine, Lackland Richard's single treasure. The stars play strange gambols with us. I am richer than Tudor, and, but that thy husband must leave no questioned name, I would sign a bond with fate. Let him take England, give me Katherine. But a prince may not palter with the holy seal God affixes to him, nor one espoused to thee be less than king. Fear not, therefore, that I waver though I pause. Adieu. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 36. Tidings from Ireland. Yet, noble friends, his mixture with our blood, even with our own, shall no way interrupt a general peace. Ford. Pedro de Ayala was ambassador from Ferdinand and Isabella to the King of England. There was something congenial in the craft and gravity of this man with the cautious policy of Henry. When the latter complained of the vexation occasioned him by the counterfeit Plantagenet, and the favour he met with in Scotland, de Ayala offered to use his influence and counsel to terminate these feuds. He found James out of humour with York's ill success among the English, weary of a siege where impregnable stone walls were his only enemies, uneasy at the advance of Surrey, pliable, therefore, to all his arguments. A week after de Ayala's arrival, the Scots had recrossed the Tweed, the king and his nobles had returned to Edinburgh and York to Katherine. Richard's northern sun was set, and but for this fair star he had been left darkling. When the English general in his turn crossed the Tweed and ravaged Scotland, he was looked down on by its inhabitants as the cause of their disasters, and but that some loving friends were still true to him, he had been deserted in the land which so lately was a temple of refuge to him. The Earl of Huntly exerted himself to prevent his falling into too deep disgrace in the eyes of Scotland, and was presently at the consultations of the exiles to urge some new attempt in some other part of King Henry's dominions. York was anxious to wash out the memory of his overthrow, so that this check, which seemed so final to his hopes, but operated as an incentive to further exertions. Yet whither should he go? The whole earth was closed upon him. The territory of Burgundy, which had so long been his home, was forbidden. France, Concresso, who was his attached friend, dissuaded him from encountering a mortifying repulse there. Even his own Spain would refuse to receive him now that de Ayala had shown himself his enemy. But no, he was not so far reduced to beg a refuge at the limits of civilization. Still he had his sword, his cause, his friends. A stranger came, an unexpected visitant from over the sea, to decide his vacillating counsels. The man was aged and silver-haired, smooth in his manners, soft-voiced, yet with quick grey eyes and compressed lips, indications of talent and resolution and subtlety. Frion saw him first, and deceived by his almost fawning manners into an idea of his insignificance, asked his purpose and name. The stranger, with the utmost gentleness, refused to disclose his object to any but the prince, and Frion, with great show of insolence, refused to introduce him to his presence. "Then without thy leave, sir knave," said the old man calmly, "I must force my way." Astley, the poor scrivener of Canterbury, was present. This honest, simple-hearted fellow had shown so much worth, so much zeal, so much humbleness with such fidelity, that he had become a favourite in York's court, and principally with the Lady Katherine. Frion hated him, for he was his opposite, but pretended to despise him and to use him as an underling. Astley meekly submitted, and at last gained a kind of favour in the Frenchman's eyes by the deference and respect of his manner. The stranger, with the readiness of one accustomed to select agents for his will, addressed him, bidding him announce to his Highness a gentleman from Ireland. "And be assured," he said, "the Duke will ill requite any tardiness on thy part." An angry burst from Frion interrupted him. This man, rarely off his guard, but roused now by recent mortifications, forgot himself in the violence he displayed, which strangely contrasted with the soft tranquillity of the stranger, and Astley's modest but very determined enunciation of his resolve to convey the message to the prince. Frion, from loud words, was about to proceed to acts, when Lord Barry entered. Barry, who felt Scotland as a limbo of despair, who was for ever urging Richard to visit Ireland, to whom the court life of the English was something like a trim-fenced park to a new-caught lion. Barry saw the stranger. His eyes lighted up, nay, danced with sudden joy. With no gentle hand he thrust Frion away, and then bent his knee, asking a blessing of the Prior of Kilmainham, and in the same breath eagerly demanded what had brought the venerable man from Buttevant across the dangerous seas. Keating's presence gave new life to York's counsels. He brought an invitation from Maurice of Desmond to the Duke. The Earl had, since Richard's departure, been occupied in training troops, and so fortifying himself as to enable him to rise against Poynings, whose regular government, and above all, whose predilection for the butlers, caused him to be detested by the Geraldines. Hurried on by hatred and revenge, Desmond resolved to do that which would be most dreaded and abhorred of Henry, to assume the badge of the White Rose, and to set up the pretensions of young Richard. The tidings were that York was a loved and honoured guest in Edinburgh, and the impetuous Desmond feared that he would hardly be induced to abandon King James's powerful alliance for the friendship of a wild Irish chieftain. The very invitation must be committed to no mean or witless hands. The difficulties appeared so great that the measure was on the point of being abandoned, when the Prior of Kilmainham, who, in the extreme of age, awoke to fresh life at a prospect of regaining his lost consequence, offered himself to undertake the arduous task. His views went far beyond the Earl's. He hoped to make the King of Scotland an active party in his plots, and to contrive a simultaneous invasion of England from the north and from the west. Already his turbulent and grasping spirit saw Irish and Scotch meeting midway in England, and with conjoined forces dethroning Tudor and dictating terms to his successor. He came too late. He came to find a peace nearly concluded between James and Henry, the White Rose fallen into disregard, and his arrival looked upon as the best hope, the last refuge of his fallen party. Richard on the instant accepted his invitation. To a generous heart, the feeling of enforced kindness succeeding to spontaneous affection is intolerable. The very generosity of his own disposition made him recoil from exacting a reluctant boon from his sometime friend. To live a pensioner among the turbulent, arrogant Scots was not to be thought of. The Earl of Huntly, in fond expectation of his daughter's greatness, would have despised him had he remained inactive. Even Katherine was solicitous to leave Scotland. She knew her countrymen, and ready as she was to give up every exalted aim and to make her husband's happiness in the retired quiet of private life, she knew that insult and feud would attend his further tarrying among the Scotch. York had been for nearly a year the guest of King James. 12 months, in all their long-drawn train of weeks and days, had paced over the wide earth, marking it with change. Each one had left its trace in the soul of Richard. There is something frightful to a spirit partly tired of the world, to find that their life is to be acquainted with no durable prosperity, that happiness is but a modification of a train of events, which, like the fleeting birth of flowers, varies the year with different hues. But York was still too young to be aweary even of disappointment. He met the winter of his fortunes with cheerful fortitude, so that a kind of shame visited James, inspired by the respect his injured friend so well merited. The capricious but really noble heart of the Scottish king was at this time put to a hard trial. One of the preliminaries of peace, most insisted upon by Henry, was that his rival should be given up to him. This was, at the word, refused. But even to dismiss him from his kingdom seemed so dastardly an act towards one allied to him by his own choice, that the swelling heart of the cavalier could not yet tame itself to the statesman's necessity. Some of his subjects, meanwhile, were ready enough to cut the Gordian knot by which he was entangled. Tudor had many emissaries in Edinburgh, and Lord Moray, Lord Buchan, and the dark Bothwell, whose enmity had become fierce personal hate, were still egged on by various letters and messages from England to some deed of sanguinary violence. Sir John Ramsay was sought out by Frion. That goodly diplomatist must have entertained a high opinion of his mollifying eloquence, when he dared encounter the hot temper of him he had dishonoured in the eyes of the English prince, and of his own countryman Hamilton. But Frion knew that in offering revenge he bought pardon. He was of little mark in Ramsay's eyes, while the man he had injured, and whom he consequently detested beyond every other, survived to tell the grating tale of the defeated villainy of the assassin, and the godlike magnanimity of him who pardoned. Frion's own feelings, which had vacillated, were now fixed to betray the prince. He had wavered, because he had a kind of personal affection for the noble adventurer. Somehow he managed to fancy him a creature of his own. He had worked so long, and at one time so well for him, that he had fostered the vain belief that his dearest hopes and best pretensions would vanish like morning mist if he blew unkindly on them. It was not so. James had been his friend. Huntly had given him his daughter without his interference, and the Irish project, with Keating at its head, who treated Frion with galling contempt, filled up the measure of his discontents. If anything else had been needed, the Lady Catherine's favour to Astley and some offices of trust in which York himself had used him sufficed to add the last sting to malice. If they will not let me make, they shall rue the day when I shall mar. Learn, shall they, that Frion can clip an eagle's wings even in its pride of flight. It is common to say that there is honour among thieves and villains. It is not honour, but an acknowledged loss of shame and conscience, and a mutual trust in the instinctive hatred the bad must bear the good, which strongly unites them. In spite of the Frenchman's former treachery, Balmain felt that he could now confide, that his guilt would stretch far enough to encircle in its embrace the very act he desired, and he again trusted and used him as the chief agent of his plots. The Earl of Surrey was ravaging Scotland, and King James, with the chivalrous spirit of the times, challenged him to single combat. The Earl, in answer, refused to place his master's interests at the hazard of his single prowess, though ready for any other cause to accept the honour tendered him. The herald that brought this reply, Frion reported to Richard to be charged with a letter to him. Its purpose was to declare that though, while aided and comforted by the enemies of England, the Earl warred against him, yet the Howard remembered the ancient attachments of his house, and that if the White Rose, wholly renouncing the Scotch, would trust to the honour of the representative of a race of nobles, the army now in the field to his detriment should be turned to an engine of advantage. Time pressed, the letter concluded by saying, and if the Duke of York were willing to give his sails to the favouring wind, let him repair with a small company to Greenock, where he would find zealous and powerful friends. At first this intimation filled the prince with exultation and delight. The time was at last come when he should lead the native nobility of England to the field, and meet his enemy in worthy guise. There was but one check. He could not join Surrey while Surrey was in arms against his once generous friend, so that, by a strange shifting of events, he now became anxious for peace between Scotland and England, eager that the seal should be set that destroyed the alliance and amity which had so lately been the sole hope of his life. Neville and Plantagenet entered into his views, and while, seemingly at the bottom of fortune's scale, a new spirit of gladness animated this little knot of Englishmen, for one thing young Richard was not prepared. The preliminaries of peace he knew were arranged, and he was aware that its conclusion would take the sword out of James's hand. They had rarely met lately, and this, while it lessened the familiarity, rather added to the apparent kindness of their interviews. There was in both these young princes a genuine warmth of heart and brightness of spirit that drew them close whenever they did meet. James honoured the integrity and the unconquered soul of the outcast monarch, while his own genius, his vivacity and polished courtesy, in spite of his caprice and late falling off, spread a charm around that forced admiration and affection even from him he injured. It was at this period that, notwithstanding their real disunion, Richard felt it as strange to find his royal host confused in manner and backward of speech. They had been at a hunting party, where Lord Moray's haughty glance of triumph, and the sneer that curled the Earl of Buchan's lip, would have disclosed some victory gained by them, had York deigned to regard their aspects. At length, after much hesitation, while riding apart from his peers, James asked, if there were any news from the Lady Margaret of Burgundy. Sir Roderick Lelane returned to her a month ago, replied York, and with him went my dear and zealous Lady Brampton, to urge fresh succour for one, to whom fortune has so long shown a wintry face, that methinks spring must at last be nigh at hand, herald of bright blossoming summer. What promises then, my Lady Duchess? Said the king, eagerly. Alas, her promises are as blank as her power, replied Richard. Even when the old dukes of Burgundy were as emperors in Christendom, they were but as provosts and city magistrates in the free towns of Flanders, and these towns resolve on peace with England. It is the cry of the world, said James with a sigh. This Tudor is a mighty man. Why, even I, a Scot, a warrior and a king, am forced to join the universal voice and exclaim, peace with England, even though my honour is the sacrifice. Your Majesty imparts no strange truth to me, said York. I have long known that this must be, but surely you speak in soreness of spirit when you speak of the sacrifice of honour. I thought the terms agreed on were favourable to Scotland. King Henry demanded in the first place the delivery of your Highness into his hands. James blushed deeply as he said these words. Or he will come seize me, rejoined the Duke with a laugh. In good hour I will deliver myself, if he will walk through the bristling lances, and set at naught the wide-mouthed cannon that will bellow in his path. Have you then new hopes? Cried the king. Oh, say but so, and half my shame and all my sorrow vanishes. Say that you have hope of speedy good in some other country, for I have sworn ere April wear into May, Scotland shall be made poor by your Highness's absence. A long pause followed these words. James felt as if he had given words to his own concealed dishonour, and struck his iron-girdled side with the bitter thought, Oh, spirit of my father, this may not atone, but I must pay also in shame and torturous self-contempt for my heavy guilt. A sudden blow, a precipitous fall when unaware his feet had reached the crumbling brink of a beetling precipice, would not have made such commotion in Richard's heart, as the forced and frightful conviction that the friend he had trusted heaped this insult on him. For the first time in his life, perhaps, pride conquered every other feeling, for reproach had been more friendly than the spirit that impelled him, with a placid voice and a glance of haughty condescension, to reply, Now that your Majesty dismisses me, I find it fittest season to thank you heartily for your many favours, that you deny me to the suit of your new ally, and send me forth scatheless from your kingdom is the very least of these. Shall I forget that, when a wanderer and a stranger I came hither, you were a brother to me? That when an outcast from the world, Scotland became a home of smiles, and its king my dearest friend? These are lesser favours, for your love was of more value to me than your power, though you used it for my benefit. And when you gave me the Lady Katherine, I incurred such a debt of gratitude that it were uncancelled, though you cast me, bound hand and foot, at Tudor's footstool. That I am bankrupt even in thanks is my worst misery. Yet, if the eye of favour, which I believe fortune is now opening on me, brighten into noonday splendour, let James of Scotland ask, and, when England shall be added to his now barren name, Richard will give, though it were himself. Gentle cousin, replied the king, you gloss with horrid words a bitter pill to both, for though the scathe seem yours, mine is the punishment. I lose what I can ill spare, a kinsman and a friend. Never, cried York. Scotland bids a realmless monarch, a beggar prince, depart. The King of Scotland, moved by strong state necessity, is no longer the ally of the disinherited orphan of Edward IV, but James is Richard's friend. He will rejoice when he sees him, born with the flowing tide, rise from the lowness to the highest top at which he aims. And now, dear my lord, grant me one other boon. I am about to depart, even of my own will. Dismiss, then, every rankling feeling. Lay no more to your generous wounded heart a need, which is even more mine than yours. But let smiles and love attend your kinsman to the end, unalloyed by a deeper regret than that fate wills it, and we must separate. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 37. Treachery. I am your wife. No human power can or shall divorce my faith from duty. Ford. With my fortune and my seeming destiny, he made the bond and broke it not with me. No human tie is snapped betwixt us two. Schiller's Wallenstein. Frion believed that he held the strings which commanded the movements of all the puppets about him. The intrigues of party, the habitual use of ill means to what those around him deemed a good end, had so accustomed him to lying and forgery that his conscience was quite seared to the iniquity of these acts. Truth to him was an accident, to be welcomed or not according as it was or was not advantageous to his plots. King James prepared a fleet for the conveyance of the prince, and the Earl of Huntly, as a matter of course, promised to entertain his daughter royally, until in a palace in Westminster she should find her destined title and fit abode. The Lady Katherine thanked him, but declared that she was nothing moved from her bridal vow, and that she never would desert Richard's side. All that her father urged was of no avail. State and dignity, or their contraries, humiliation and disgrace, could only touch her through her husband. He was her exalter or debaser, even as he rose or fell. It was too late now to repine at degradation, which it ill beseemed the daughter of a Gordon to encounter. It was incurred when she plighted her faith at the altar. Wherever she was, it must be hers. As a princess, she was lost or redeemed by her husband's fortunes. As a woman, her glory and all her honor must consist in never deviating from the straight line of duty, which forbade her absence from his side. The Earl disdained to reason with a fond, doting girl, as he called the constant-minded lady, but applied to the king, representing how it would redound to his discredit should a princess of his blood wander a vagrant beggar over sea and land. James had passed his royal word to Katherine that she should have her will on this point, and when, at her father's suit, he tried to dissuade her, he was at once silenced by her simple earnest words. "Ask me not," she said, "to place myself on the list of unworthy women. For your own honour's sake, royal cousin, permit your kinswoman to perform a wife's part unopposed. You and my father bestowed me, a dutiful subject, an obedient daughter, according to your will. You transferred my duty and obedience, and truly as I paid it to you, so will I keep it for my lord." "What can we reply, my good Earl Marshal?" said James, turning to Huntly. "I rebelled against the religion through which I reigned did I deny our sweet Kate free allowance to follow the dictates of her generous heart. Nor let us grudge the white rose this one fair bloom. Love, such as Katherine feels, love and the dearest, best gift of God, alas, too oft denied to poor humanity, and most to me, self-complacency, arising from a good conscience, will repay her every sacrifice." Huntly retired in high indignation. His will was opposed. His word, which he deemed a law, had but a feather's weight. The blood of the Gordon was stirred to rage, and he broke forth in fierce and cruel expressions of anger, calling his daughter ingrate, her lord base and a traitor. Such muttered curses were reported to Lord Buchan. In the scheme on foot, they had somewhat dreaded to incur Huntly's displeasure and revenge, knowing how dearly he prized the hope of royalty for his daughter. But now they fancied that they might draw him in ere he was aware to approve their deed. The crafty Frion was set on to sound him. The iron was hot. Most easily to their eyes it took the desired form. Huntly was a Scot, cunning even when angry, cautious when most passionate. The first intimations of the conspiracy were greedily received by him. He learnt the falsehood of the letter pretending to come from the Earl of Surrey, and the use that was to be made of this decoy to seize on the Duke of York's person. He did not scruple to promise his assistance. He reiterated his angry imprecations against his unworthy son-in-law. He thanked Frion with cordial warmth for affording him this opportunity for revenge. He declared his gratitude towards the Confederate nobles, and the Frenchman left him, with the full belief that he was ready to lend his best aid to deliver over the English prince to ignominy and death. Such was the end of King Henry's last scheme to obtain possession of his too noble, too excelling rival by means of Scottish fraud, and the treason of York's dependents. The Earl of Huntly conducted the whole affair with utmost secrecy. Apparently he acted the part designed for him by the conspirators. He reconciled himself to the prince. He urged an instant compliance with Surrey's invitation. The English had asked for some guarantee of Surrey's truth. Huntly obviated this difficulty. Through his intervention a new and sufficing impulse was given. Richard appointed the day when he should repair to Greenock, there to meet the envoy who was to lead him to Lord Surrey's presence. In the harbour of Greenock rode the bark which was to convey him to his English prison. King Henry's hirelings were already there. Frion conducted the victims blindfold into the net. They had meant to have gathered together a troop of ruffian borderers to prevent all resistance, but Huntly promised to be there himself with a band of Highlanders. The whole thing only seemed too easy, too secure. The wily secretary had overshot his mark in taking so readily for granted Huntly's assent to the ruin of the Duke of York. He had come upon him in his angry hour. His honeyed words were a dew of poison, his adjurations for peace oil to fire. Then, as the noble strode through the hall imprecating vengeance, he slid in words that made him stop in full career. Men are apt to see their wishes mirrored in the object before them, and when the Earl bent his grey eyes upon the Provençal and knit his time-furrowed brow in attention and interest, Frion saw the satisfaction of a man on the brink of dear revenge. He was far afield. The very rage in which the Earl had indulged by a natural reaction softened him towards his children, and when the traitor spoke of schemes ripe to deliver York into his adversary's hands, he recoiled at once from the path of vengeance open before him, and listened with horror to the detail of a conspiracy which would tear the very shadow of a diadem from his daughter's brow. Yet he listened, and his words still enticed the over-wily Frion. "Balmain," said the Earl, "all must succeed even to the death. Where he intermeddles, he is ruthless." Thus ran his comments. "My good Lord Buchan, what the foul fiend makes him so busy?" "English gold. Yes, Buchan loves the gilding better than the strong iron that it hides. The honour of the royal house, my most reverend uncle, is his animosity so stirring? Oh, priests are your only haters. So Richard's tale is told. The chroniclers will speak of Duke Perkin, of the canker that ate out the heart of Gordon's fair rose, the gibbet instead of a throne to which she was wed. A fair eminence. My Kate will hardly ascend it with him. She must halt at the gallows' foot." These words, said with bitterness, seemed to Frion the boiling sarcasm of an exasperated parent. The man's vanity was the trap in which he was caught. He could not believe that a savage Scot, an untaught Highlander, could enter the lists with one nurtured in the subtle atmosphere of Provence, with the pupil of Louis XI, a man schooled in Eastern lore, who had passed a whole life of contrivance and deceit. The Scottish nobles, Moray, Buchan, and Bothwell, were satisfied in having given their countenance to the English hirelings, and now that the more powerful Huntly promised to watch over the execution of their designs, they were glad enough to withdraw from the rude and inhospitable act. Huntly had everything in his own hands. He, with a party of Highlanders, escorted the Duke and Duchess of York, with their friends and attendants, to Greenock. Frion had never shown himself so humble or so courteous. He seemed afraid that any one of his victims should escape. He was particularly anxious to entice his old enemy, the Prior of Kilmainham, into the snare. His readiness and vivacity were remarked by all. It was attributed to the high hopes he entertained of his royal master's success through the alliance of the Earl of Surrey, and while York expressed his affectionate approbation he smiled blandly, and painted every feature in the very colouring he wished it to wear. The vessel rode at anchor. The English sailors, on the arrival of York, went on board, got her under way, and dropped down the coast. With the dawn, Lord Howard of Effingham, with a chosen troop, was, according to the false hopes of Richard, to arrive at the rendezvous, a wood about 2 miles south of the town, bordering the sands of the sea. Here the English emissaries were congregated, and here a score of Highlanders were in ambush, to assist the capture of the White Rose. Hither, even before dawn, the wakeful Frion came to announce the speedy arrival of his lord. He found his English friends in some anxiety. Clifford, who, under the name of Wyatt, had been chief among them, was seized with panic or remorse, and had gone on board the vessel, which had east anchor but a few furlongs from the shore. The others were mean underlings. Frion's presence gave them courage. He was elated. His laugh was free. He had neither doubt nor scruple. No, not even when he turned from the vulgar, brutalized countenances of these ruffians, to behold the princely victim in all the splendour of innocence, with one beside him so lovely that the spirit of good itself had selected her form for its best earthly bower. Or to see Edmund, whose dark eyes beamed with unknown joy, and Neville, whose haughty glance was exchanged for a glad smile. The man's sole thought was exultation at his own cleverness and success, in having inveigled so many of the noble and the brave to this dark fate. "What tidings of Effingham?" asked York. "Are ye ready?" cried Huntly. "All," replied Frion. "All save him ye name Wyatt. Sir Robert, forsooth, is but half a man, and never does more than half deed, though that half makes whole crime. All is ready. I hear the sound of oars. The boat nears the shore." Through the tall bare trunks of the trees a glimpse of the beach might be gained. The roaring of the surges was distinct, now mingled with the cry of sailors. "Then we lose no time," said Huntly. "My Lord of York, these words sound strange. You expected a noble countryman to lead you to victory. You find nameless fellows, and the prince of knaves, most ready and willing to lead you to everlasting prison. Lo, the scene shifts again. Never be cast down, Master Frion. You are as subtle as any of your race, only to be outwitted by a niggard Scotchman, who can ill read and worse write, except when villainy is blazoned in a man's face, and his sword indicts a traitor's fate. Your clerkship will find none among us learned enough to afford you benefit of clergy." Huntly drew his sword, and at the signal his Highlanders arose from their ambush. Frion was seized and bound. None who even a moment before had seen the smooth-faced villain could have recognized him. He was pale as the snow on Ben Nevis. A Highlander, an adept in such acts, dexterously threw a knotted rope over his head and cast his eye up to the trees for a convenient branch. Such had been the orders, such the summary justice of the Earl. Richard, meanwhile, looked on the blanched visage and quailing form of his betrayer in mere compassion. "Is it even so, Etienne?" he said. "And after long companionship we part thus." The trembling craven fell on his knees, though he tightened the halter by the movement, so that when Richard turned away, saying, "I had thought better of thee, Jesu pardoned thee as readily as I, farewell," he had scarce voice to cry for mercy. "Ay," cried the Gordon, "such mercy as we grant the wolf and thievish fox. Short shrift be thine, Master Secretary." "By Our Lady's grace, stay," said Katherine. "Do not kill the false-hearted knave. He is a coward, and dares survive his honor. Let him live." Richard looked sternly on the kneeling slave. To the good there is something awful in the sight of a guilty man. It is a mystery to them how the human heart can be so perverted. Is it a spirit from hell that incorporates itself with the pulsations of our mortal bosom? A darkness that overshadows? A fiendish essence that mingles with the breath God gave to his own image? York felt a shrinking horror. "Thou hast pursued me since my youth," he said, "forcing thyself into my counsels, sometimes as a wily enemy, at others befriending me in seeming, raising my soul that flagged beneath the world's unkind ministry, dropping balm by thy words into a wounded heart. To end thy office thus, was this thy purpose ever? Or what demon whispered thee to betray? Die, oh no, too many! The good, the great, the true have died for me. Live thou a monument, a mark to tell the world that York can pardon, York can despise. Not so base a thing as thee, that were little, but even thy employer. Go, tell my sister's husband that I bear a charmed life, that love and valor are my guards. Bid him bribe those, nor waste his ill-got crowns on such as thee. Unbind him, sirs, make signal to the boat, let him on board. The wind stands fair for England." The fall of many a hope, roused by the forgery on Surrey's name, was forgotten by Richard, as he sickened at this other mark of man's wickedness and folly. He was surely the dear sport of fortune, a tale to chronicle how faithless friends may be. If such thoughts, like summer clouds, darkened his mind, they vanished, driven by the winds of life that bore him onward. This was no time for mere gloomy meditation, though he was obliged to return to his forgotten Irish scheme and to dismiss the glorious anticipation in which he had indulged, of leading the chivalry of England to the field, though no real defeat had ever visited him so keenly as this mockery of one. Yet he was forced to forget himself, and to apply himself, to console and rouse his downcast friends. But his skill was well repaid, and soon he again awoke to those feelings of buoyant hope, unwearied energy, and unshaken confidence which were the essence of his character. In this last trial he felt how much good he might derive from the sweetness and constant spirit of the Lady Katherine. She hoped for none of the world's blessings, except they came in the shape of loves from him to whom she was united. Happiness, all hers, as centered in her blameless affections. And her confidence was placed in the belief and knowledge that by devoting herself to her lord, to the wandering outcast who so dearly needed her sacrifice, she fulfilled her destiny upon earth, and pleased the great taskmaster, who for happiness or misery, but certainly for good, had given her life. All her gentle eloquence was spent in dissuading Richard from those unkind thoughts towards his species, which the treason of these base men, the caprice of James, the harsh sentence, for this was again brought home to him by disappointment, of Surrey, awakened in his bosom. It proved no hard task. Soon the princely adventurer, with eagle flight, soared from the sad prostration of spirit, the birth of his disasters, to fresh hopes and lofty resolves. It was necessary immediately to prepare for his departure. The Earl of Huntly, struck by his magnanimity, no longer opposed his daughter's wish. The English exiles were eager for a new and, they believed, for untired is hope in man, for a prosperous career. Scotland grew rude, confined, and remote in their eyes. In Ireland were placed for them the portals of the world, to be opened by their swords. The dancing sea waves invited them, the winds of heaven lent themselves to their service. "My friends," said Richard, "dear and faithful partners of my wayward fortunes, I would fondly believe that we are favoured of heaven. We are few, but the evil and the treacherous are no longer among us. And does old Time in all his outworn tales tell any truer than that the many, being disunited and so false, have ever been vanquished by the loving, bold, and heroic few? That a child may scan with its fingers our bare arithmetic will therefore be to us the source of success, as assuredly it will be of glory. The English were few when they mowed down thickly planted French at Crecy and Poitiers. Which among us, armed as we are in the mail of valor, but would encounter 10 of Tudor's scant-paid mercenaries? For me, I do believe that God is on my side as surely as I know that justice and faith are, and I fear no defeat. It is thus that man, with fervent imagination, can endue the rough stone with loveliness, forge the misshapen metal into a likeness of all that wins our hearts by exceeding beauty, and breathe into a dissonant trump soul-melting harmonies. The mind of man, that mystery which may lend arms against itself, teaching vain lessons of material philosophy, but which, in the very act, shows its power to play with all created things, adding the sweetness of its own essence to the sweetest, taking its ugliness from the deformed. The creative faculty of man's soul, which, animating Richard, made him see victory in defeat, success and glory in the dark, the tortuous, the thorny path which it was his destiny to walk from the cradle to the tomb. Oh, had I, weak and faint of speech, words to teach my fellow creatures the beauty and capabilities of man's mind. Could I, or could one more fortunate, breathe the magic word which would reveal to all the power which we all possess to turn evil to good, foul to fair, then vice and pain would desert the newborn world. It is not thus. The wise have taught. The good suffered for us. We are still the same, and still our own bitter experience and heartbreaking regrets teach us to sympathize too feelingly with a tale like this, which records the various fortunes of one who at his birth received every gift which we most covet, whose strange story is replete with every change of happiness and misery, with every contrast of glorious and disgraceful, who was the noble object of godlike fidelity and the sad victim of demoniac treason, the mark of man's hate and woman's love, spending thus a short eventful life. It is not spent. He yet breathes. He is on the world of waters. What new scene unfolds itself? Where are they who were false? Where those who were true? They congregate around him, and the car of life bears him on, attended by many frightful, many lovely shapes, to his destined end. He has yet much to suffer, and, human as he is, much to enjoy. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 38. Depression. One moment these were heard and seen, another passed, and the two who stood beneath that night each only heard or saw or felt the other. Shelley. The hour had now arrived when Richard took leave of Scotland. The king was humbled by the necessity he felt himself under, of sending forth his friend and kinsman into the inhospitable world, and he felt deep grief at parting with his lovely cousin. She grew pale, when for the last time she saw the friend of her youth, But Katherine looked upon life in a mode very different from the usual one. The luxuries and dignities of the world never in her mind for a moment came in competition with her affections and her duty. She saw the plain path before her. Whatever her father's or her royal cousin's idea had been in giving her to the Duke of York, she knew that, being his, her destiny upon earth was to share his fortunes and soothe his sorrows. This constant looking on, giving herself up to and delighting in one aim, one object, one occupation, elevated her far above the common cares of existence. She left all meaner things, the low ambition and the pride of kings, to shroud herself in love, to take on herself the hallowed state of one devoting herself to another's happiness. Cleopatra, basking in sunny pomp, borne, the wonder of the world, in her gilded bark, amidst all the aroma of the East, upon the gently rippling Cydnus, felt neither the pride nor joy of Katherine, as on the poor deck of their dark weather-beaten skiff she felt pillowed by the downy spirit of love, fanned by its gentle breath. The Duke of York was more depressed. He thought of how, since his miserable childhood, he had been the sport of fortune and her scorn. He thought of the false, the cold, the perished. A dark wall seemed to rise around him, a murky vault to close over him. Success, glory, honor, the world's treasures which he had been brought up to aspire to as his dearest aim, his right, were unattainable. He was the defeated, the outcast. There was a clog in his way forever, a foul taint upon his name. Thus seated on the deck, his arm coiled round a rope, his head leaning on his arm, while the stars showered a dim silvery radiance, and the sparkling sea mocked their luster with brighter fires, while the breeze that swelled his sail and drove him merrily along spent its cold breath on him. He, painting all natural objects with the obscure coloring suggested by his then gloomy spirit, distorting the very scenery of heaven and vast ocean into symbols of his evil fate, gave himself up to the very luxury of woe. Meanwhile the shadow of a lovely form fell on him, soft fingers pressed the curls of his hair, and Katherine asked, "Are the nights of Andalusia more glorious than this?" At the voice of the charmer the demon fled. Sky and sea cast off the dim veil his grief had woven, and creation was restored its native beauty. Hitherto the halls of palaces, the gaiety of a court, the council chamber had been the scenes in which the princely pair had lived together, linked to an engrossing state of things, surrounded by their partisans. They had been friends, nay, lovers, according to the love of the many. But solitary nature is the true temple of love, where he is not an adjunct but an essence. And now she alone was around them, to fill them with sublime awe, and the softest tenderness. In Richard's eyes the kingdom of his inheritance dwindled to a mere speck. The land of her nativity became but a name to Katherine. It sufficed for their two full hearts that they were together on the dark wide sea, the bright sky above and calm upon the bosom of the deep. They could ill discern each other in the shadowy twilight. A dreamlike veil was cast over their features, as sleep curtains out the soul, so that we look on the beloved slumberer and say, "He is here, though the mystery of repose wraps me from him." So now darkness blinded and divided them, but hand clasped hand, he felt that one existed who was his own, his faithful, and she rejoiced in the accomplishment of the master sentiment of her soul, the desire of self-devotion, self-annihilation for one who loved her. The passion that warmed their hearts had no fears, no tumult, no doubt. One to the other they sufficed, and, but that the trance is fleeting, happiness, the lost child of the world, would have found here her home, for when love, which is the necessity of affectionate hearts, and the sense of duty, which is the mystery and the law of our souls, blend into one feeling, paradise has little to promise save immortality. For many days this state of forgetful ecstasy lasted. Plantagenet and Neville spoke of wars in England, Lord Barry and Keating of their Irish schemes. The prince listened and replied, but his soul was far away. Oh, that for ever they might sail thus on the pathless, shoreless sea. Nothing mean or trivial or ignoble could visit them. No hate, no care, no fear. This might not be, but to have felt, to have lived thus for a few short days, suffices to separate mortal man from the groveling part of his nature. No disgrace, no despair can so bring him back to the low-minded world, as to destroy the sense of having once so existed. And Richard, marked for misery and defeat, acknowledged that power which sentiment possesses to exalt us, to convince us that our minds, endowed with a soaring, restless aspiration, can find no repose on earth except in love. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 39 Siege of Waterford. Now for our Irish wars. Shakespeare. Again the Duke of York approached the rocky entrance of the Cave of Cork. Again he passed through the narrow passage, which opening displayed a lovely sheet of tranquil water, decked with islands. The arrival of his fleet in the harbour was hailed with joy. Old John O'Water had returned to his civic labours, and had contrived to get himself chosen mayor for this year, that he might be of greater assistance to the White Rose in his enterprise. As soon as the arrival of his ships off the coast was known, O'Water dispatched messengers to the Earl of Desmond, and busied himself to give splendour to Richard's entrance into Cork. Tapestry and gay-coloured silks were hung from the windows. The street was strewn with flowers. Citizens and soldiers intermixed crowded to the landing place. York's heart palpitated with joy. It was not that thence he much hoped for success to his adventure, which required more than the enthusiasm of the remote inhabitants of the south of Ireland to achieve it. But Cork was a sort of home to him. Here he had found safety when he landed, barely escaped from Trangmar's machinations. Here he first assumed his rightful name and title. Here, a mere boy, ardent, credulous, and bold, he had seen strangers adopt his badge and avouch his cause. 5 years had elapsed since then. The acclaim of a few kind voices, the display of zeal could no longer influence his hopes as then they had done, but they gladdened his heart, and took from it that painful feeling which we all too often experience, that we are cast away on the inhospitable earth, useless and neglected. He was glad also in the very first spot of his claimed dominions whereon he set foot, to see the Lady Katherine received with the honours due to her rank. Her beauty and affability won the hearts of all round, and O'Water, with the tenderness that an old man is so apt to feel towards a young and lovely woman, extended to her a paternal affection, the simplicity and warmth of which touched her, thrown as she was among strangers, with gratitude. Lord Desmond arrived. He was struck by the improvement in York's manner, still ingenuous and open-hearted. He was more dignified, more confident in himself than before. The husband of Katherine also acquired consideration. As an adventurous boy, he might be used according to the commodity of the hour. Now he had place, station in the world, and Desmond paid him greater deference, almost unawares. But the Earl was sorely disappointed. "Reverend Father," he said to Keating, "what aid does Scotland promise? Will they draw Tudor with his archers and harquebusiers and well-horsed knights to the north, giving our Irish kern some chance of safe landing in the west?" "Peace is concluded between Scotland and England," replied Keating. Desmond looked moody. "How thrives the White Rose over the water? How sped the Duke when he entered England? Some aid somewhere we must have, besides yonder knot of wanderers and our own hungry naked kerns." "By my fay," replied Keating, "every budding blossom on the rose-bush was nipped, as by a northeast wind. When Duke Richard sowed his hopes there like the dragon's teeth of Dan Cadmus, they turned into so many armed men to attack him." "Sooth, good prior," said the Earl, with a sharp laugh, "we shall speed well thereby. Would you a reacting of the gleeful mime at Stowe?" "Wherefore," said Keating, "fix your thoughts on England. The dark sea rolls between us, and even the giants of old broke their causeway, which in the north 'tis said they built, ere it laid its long arm on the English shore. The name of Ireland reads as fair as England. Its sons are as brave and politic, able to defend, to rule themselves. Blot England from the world, and Ireland stands free and glorious, sufficing to herself. This Springle, valorous though he be, can never upset Tudor's throne in London, but he can do more for us by his very impotence. He is the true lord of Ireland. We are liegemen in maintaining his right. Plant his banner. Rally round it all men who wish well to their country. Drive out the good man Poynings. Crush the Butlers. Aye, down with them. And when Richard is crowned King of Erin, and the Geraldines rule under him, our native land will stand singly, nor want England for a crutch, or by Our Lady, for a spear to enter her heart while she leaneth on it, so the wars of York and Lancaster may free us from the proud imperious English, and the Irish, like the Scotch, have a king and a state of their own." Desmond's eyes flashed for a moment, as Keating thus presented before them the picture he most desired to behold, but they grew cold again. "The means, Reverend Prior, the arms, the money, the soldiers. A bold stroke brings all. Strike one blow, and Ireland is at our feet. We must not tarry. Now the butlers and their party are asleep in their security. Gather men together, march forward boldly, strike at the highest, Dublin herself." "Father," replied the Earl, "long before I were halfway there, my litter would be abandoned even by its bearers, and we left alone among the bogs and mountains to feed as we may, or die. If there be any sooth in your scheme, it can only prove good, inasmuch as we secure Connor to ourselves, and turn this corner of the island into a kingdom. But neither one word nor one blow will gain Dublin. You are right so far. Something must be done, and speedily. And if it be well done, we may do more, till by the aid of the blessed St. Patrick and white-toothed Bridget we tread upon the necks of the butlers." This one thing to be undertaken, after much consultation among the chieftains, was the siege of Waterford. It had been summoned to acknowledge Duke Richard as its lord, and had refused. Keating was very averse to spending time before a fortified town. On, bouteille en avant," he reminded Lord Barry of his device, and strove to awaken ambition in him. The Prior of Kilmainham had spent all his life in Dublin, a chief member of the government, a seditious, factious, but influential man. The capital to him was all that was worth having, while to these lords of Munster the smallest victory over their particular rivals, or the gaining a chief city in a district which was their world, appeared more glorious than entering London itself victoriously, if meanwhile Waterford or any one of the many towns of Ireland held out against them. On the 15th of July, 1497, the Duke of York, the Earl of Desmond, and the other many chief of many names, some Geraldines, all allied to or subject to them as the O'Briens, the Roches, the McCarthys, the Barrys, and others, assembled at Youghal, a town subject to the Earl of Desmond, and situated about midway between Cork and Waterford, at the mouth of the river Blackwater. On the 22nd of July the army was in movement, and entered the country of Waterford. The chiefs, at the head of their respective followers, proceeded to the shrine of St. Declan at Ardmore, to make their vows for the success of their expedition. The church of Ardmore, the round tower, the shrine, and healing rock were all objects of peculiar sanctity. The Countess of Desmond and her young son, and the fair Duchess of York, accompanied this procession from Youghal. After the celebration of Mass, the illustrious throng congregated on the rocky eminence, on which the mysterious tower is built, overlooking the little bay, where the calm waters broke gently on the pebbly beach. It was a beauteous summer day. The noonday heat was tempered by the sea breeze, and relieved by the regular plash of the billows, as they spent themselves on the shore. A kind of silence, such silence as there can be among a multitude, such a silence as is preserved when the winds sing among the pines, possessed the crowd. They stood in security, in peace, surrounded by such objects as excited piety and awe, and yet the hopes of the warrior, and, if such a word may be used, a warrior's fears, possessed them. It was such a pause as the mountain goat makes ere he commits himself to the precipice. A moment afterwards all was in motion. To the sound of warlike instruments, the troops wound up the Ardmore mountains, looking down on the little fleet that stemmed its slow way towards the harbour of Waterford. The ladies were left alone with few attendants. The young Duchess gazed on that band of departing warriors, whose sole standard was the spotless rose. They were soon lost in the foldings of the hills. Again they emerged. Her straining eye caught them. That little speck upon the mountainside contained the sole hope and joy of her life, exposed to danger for the sake of a little good. For Katherine, accustomed to the sight of armies and to the companionship of chiefs and rulers, detected at once the small chance there was that these men could bring to terms a strongly fortified city. But resignation supplied the place of hope. She believed that Richard would be spared, and, but for his own sake, she cared little whether a remote home in Ireland or a palace in England received them. She looked again on the mountain path. No smallest moving object gave sign of life. The sunlight slept upon the heathy uplands. The grey rocks stood in shadowy grandeur. Katherine sighed and turned again to the chapel to offer still more fervent prayers. that on this beauteous earth, beneath this bright genial heaven, she might not be left desolate. Whatever else her fortune, that Richard might be hers. The army which the Earl of Desmond led against Waterford did not consist of more than 2,000 men. With these he invested the western division of the city. Richard, with his peculiar troop, took his position at the extremity of this line nearest passage, close to Lombard's Marsh, there to protect the disembarkment of troops from the fleet. Neither party failed in zeal or activity. The first days were actively employed in erecting works and bringing the cannon to play upon the town. On the third, in the very midst of their labours, while the Earl in his litter was carried close under the walls among the pioneers, and Lord Barry in his eagerness seized a spade and began to work, signals of attack were made from the town, and the troops poured out from the nearest gate. The advanced guard were too few to contend with them. They were driven back on the entrenchments. The citizens were full of fury and indignation. They rushed forward with loud cries and created a confusion which Desmond and Lord Barry were not slow to encounter. They brought a few regular troops to stand the assault. A well-pointed cannon from the town swept the thin lines. They fell back. A yell of victory was raised by the men of Waterford. It reached the outpost of Duke Richard. He, with a score of men, 5 among them, with himself, being cavaliers, armed at all points, were viewing a portion of the walls that seemed most open to assault. The roar of cannon and the clash of arms called him to more perilous occupation. He galloped towards the scene of action, and while still the faltering men of Desmond were ashamed to fly, yet dared not stand, he, with his little troop, attacked the enemy on their flank. The white steed, the nodding plume, the flashing sword of York were foremost in the fray. Neville and Plantagenet were close behind. These knights in their iron armour seemed to the half-disciplined Irish like invulnerable statues, machines to offend, impregnable to offence. 20 such might have turned the fortunes of a more desperate day. Their antagonists fell back. The Knight of Kerry led on at this moment a reinforcement of Geraldines, and a cannon, which hitherto had been rebel to the cannoneer's art, opened its fiery mouth with such loud injurious speech that for many moments the dread line it traced remained a blank. Richard saw the post of advantage, and endeavoured to throw himself between the enemy and the city. He did not succeed, but on the contrary was nearly cut off himself by a reinforcement of townsmen, sent to secure the retreat of their fellows. Those who saw him fight that day spoke of him as a wonder. The heart that had animated him in Andalusia was awake. As there he smote to death the turbaned Moor, so now he dealt mortal blows on all around, fearless of the pressing throng, and still increasing numbers. While thus hurried away by martial enthusiasm, the sound of a distant trumpet caught his ear, and the echo of firearms followed. It came from the east. His own post was attacked. Now, when he wished to retreat, he first discerned how alone and how surrounded he was. Yet looking on his foes he saw, but for their numbers, how despicable they were. To a knight, what was this throng of half-armed burghers and naked kerns, who pell-mell aimed at him, every blow ineffectual? But again the loud bellow of distant cannon called him, and he turned to retreat. A cloud of missiles rattled against him. His shield was struck through. The bullets rebounded from his case of iron, while his sword felled an enemy at every stroke. And now, breaking through the opposing rank on the other side, his friends joined him. The citizens recoiled. Old Reginald's tower, they averred, would have bled sooner than these Sir Tristan's. They were charmed men, and lead and good arrowheads were softer than paper pellets on their sides. The first movement of panic was enough. Before their leaders could rally them again to the attack, the English knights were far, riding at full speed towards the eastern gate. Here Richard's presence was enough to restore victory to his standard. Flushed, panting, yet firm in his seat, his hand true and dangerous in its blows, there was something superhuman in his strength and courage, yet more fearful than his sharp sword. The excess of chivalrous ardour, the burning desire to mingle in the thickest fight, made danger happiness, and all the terrible shows of war entrancing joys to York. When reproached for rashness by his cousin, his bright eye was brighter for a tear as he cried, "Cousin, I must have some part of my inheritance. My kingdom I shall never gain. Glory, a deathless name. Oh, must not these belong to him who possesses Katherine? The proud Scots, who looked askance at my nuptials, shall avow, at least, that she wedded no craven-hearted loon." With the morrow came a new task. Their little fleet had made its way up Waterford harbour into the river Swere, and the troops destined to join his were partly disembarked. To protect the landing, he and Neville rowed across the marsh to the strand. On their return, a fresh sight presented itself. The ponds of Kilberry were filled, the besieged having raised a mound of earth to stop the course of the river which flows from Kilberry into the Swere, and the road back to their camp was completely cut off. There was no mode of getting round save by the road to Tramore. Yet to the active mind of Richard, it seemed that even this disaster might be turned into a benefit. He re-embarked the troops. He himself went on board the principal vessel. He called to secret council the captains. The conclusion was not immediately divulged, but some adventure of peril was assuredly planned among them. The long summer day went slowly down. The hum of men from Waterford reached the ships. The quay was thronged with soldiers. Several vessels were anchored in the Advance and manned with troops, but the English fleet, their anchors cast, their sails furled, seemed peacefully inclined. As night came on, the quay became a desert. The ships were worked back to their former stations. It grew darker. The city, with its old rough tower and spires, was mirrored indistinctly in the twilight tide. The walls grew dim and gigantic. The sound of firearms ceased. The last roll of the drum died away. The city slept, fearless of its invaders. At this moment, the ebbing tide began to flow. Assisted by the rising waters, Richard and Neville ran a small boat under the cover of the opposite bank of the river to observe what defences the quay might possess. The low tide at that hour was its best defence. A watchtower or two with their sentinels completed the guard of a part of the town whose defence on that side was neglected. By midnight also the tide would have risen, but it was necessary to wait for the following night, for first he must communicate with Desmond, that a night attack on the opposite direction might effectually leave the water side deserted. The vessels, meanwhile, dropped down below Little Island at once to get out of shot of Reginald's Tower, which commands the harbour, and to remove from the citizens any apprehension they might entertain of attack. The winding of the river concealed them entirely from the town. The next day, a burning August day, declined into a dewy night. Imperceptibly during the dark the vessels were nearer the city, and while the warders of the city fancied that the troops on board the fleet were finding a circuitous path over land to Desmond's camp, the stars of night twinkled through the shrouds upon the decks crowded with men, arming themselves in busy silence. Suddenly it was reported to Richard that a stranger caravel was among them. She was the only vessel with set sails, and these were enlarged by night, till as she neared, she seemed a giant, a living thing stalking between heaven and the element beneath. A sudden shiver convulsed the prince. To his eye it was the likeness of that vessel which long ere this had traversed, he hoped in safety, the western sea, stemming its mountainous waves towards the beauteous Indian Isles. Had it been wrecked, and this the spectre? It was the illusion of a moment, but it was necessary to ascertain the nature and intentions of the stranger, who was now close among them. York's vessel at his command got alongside of her. He leapt upon the deck, and saw at once him whom the dim night had concealed before, Hernan de Ferro, upon the deck. 1,000 emotions, wonder, fear, delight, rushed into the youth's heart, while the mariner, yet more weather-beaten, thin to emaciation, but still erect, still breathing the same spirit of fortitude and kindliness, grasped his hand and blessed the Virgin for the meeting. The questions, the anxiety of Richard could not be uttered in this hour of action. He only said, "You will join us, and we will be doubly strong. Or must you remain to guard your daughter?" "I come from her. She is not with me. More of this anon." Rapidly he asked and obtained information of the meditated attack. In part he disapproved, and with all the sagacity of a veteran in such enterprises, suggested alterations. Now every boat was lowered with silent expedition. Each received its freight of troops, and was rowed with the tide up the Swere. One skiff contained York and the Moor. The prince, in the anticipation of the hazardous contest, looked serious, while every feature of de Ferro's face was bright. His animated, glad smile, his flashing eyes, all spoke the exhilaration of one engaged in his elected pleasure. Richard had never seen him thus before. Usually he appeared kind, almost deferential. Yet, except when he talked of the sea, heavy and silent, and speaking of that in a subdued tone, he now stood the picture of a veteran hero, self-possessed and calm, but for the joyousness that the very feeling of his sword's weight, as his right hand grasped the hilt, imparted to his warlike spirit. Had an angel on poised wings of heavenly grain hovered over the city of Waterford, gazing on its star-pointing spires, the reflecting waters of the Swere, the tranquil hills and woods that gathered round the river, he would have believed such quiet inviolate, and blessed the sleep that hushed the miserable passions of humanity to repose. Anon there came the splash of waters, the shout of men, the sentinel's startled cry, the sudden rush of the guard, the clash of swords, the scream, the low groan, the protracted howl, and the fierce bark of the watchdog, joining in. The celestial angel has soared to heaven scared, and yet honor, magnanimity, devotion filled the hearts of those who thus turned to hell a seeming paradise. Led by Richard and Defero, while a party was left behind to ensure retreat, another rushed forward, right through the town, to throw open the western gate, and admit Desmond, before the terrified citizens had exchanged their nightcaps for helmets. In vain. Already the marketplace was filled with soldiers ready for the encounter. Guided by a native, they endeavored to find a way through the by-streets. They lost themselves. They got entangled in narrow alleys. The awakened citizens cast upon their heads tiles, blocks of wood, all they could lay hands upon. To get back to the square was their only salvation, although the storm and yell that rose behind assured them that Desmond had commenced the attack. With diminished numbers, York regained the marketplace. Here he was furiously attacked. The crowd still increased until the knot of assailants might have been crushed, it seemed, by mere numbers. Day, bright day with its golden clouds and swift-pacing sun, dawned upon the scene. In one of those pauses which sometimes occur in the most chaotic roar, a trumpet was heard, sounding, as it seemed, Desmond's retreat from the walls. Richard felt that he was deserted, that all hope was over, and to secure the retreat of his men was a work of sufficient difficulty. Foot to foot, the young hero and the veteran mariner fought, one by the quickness of his blows, the other by his tower-like strength, keeping back the enemy, while retreating slowly, their faces to the foe. They called on their men to make good their escape. They reached the quay. They saw the wide river, their refuge, their vessels near at hand, the boats hovering close. Their safety was in sight, and yet hope of safety died in their hearts. So many and so fierce were those who pressed on them. Richard was wounded, weary, faint. Defero alone. Reginald's old tower, which dark and scatheless frowned on them, seemed his type. They were at the water's edge, and the high tide kissed with its waves the very footway of the quay. "Courage, my lord, a few more blows and we are safe," the mariner spoke thus, for he saw Richard totter, and his arm, raised feebly, fell again without a stroke. At that moment a flame, and then a bellowing roar, announced that the tardy cannoneer had at last opened his battery on the fleet from the tower. One glance Defero cast on his caravel. The bolt had struck and damaged one of the vessels, but the Adelaide escaped. "Courage, my lord," again he shouted, and at that moment a blow was struck at Richard which felled him. He lay stretched at Defero's feet. Ere it could be repeated, the head of the assailant was cleft by a Moorish scimitar. With furious strength, Defero then hurled his weapon among the soldiers. The unexpected act made them recoil. He lifted up the insensible form of Richard with the power of an elephant. He cast him into the near waves, and leapt in after. Raising him with one hand, he cut the waters with the other, and swam thus towards his vessel, pursued by a rain of missiles. One arrow glanced on Richard's unstrung helmet, another fixed itself in the joint at the neck, but Defero was unhurt. He passed, swimming thus, the nearest vessels. The sailors crowded to the sides, imploring him to enter. As if it had been a schoolboy's sport, he refused, till he reached the Adelaide, till his own men raised Richard, revived now but feeble, to her worn deck, and he, on board her well-known planks, felt superior to every sovereign in the world. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 40. An Escape. Farewell, Erin. Farewell all who live to weep our fall. Moore. On the height of the Tower of Ardmore, the white rose of young Richard kept her vigils, and looked across the calm sea, and along the passes of the mountains of Drum in anxious expectation of the event of the expedition. Sad forebodings oppressed her. The sentiment that mastered every other was that her lord should require her presence, her assistance, while she was far. He had promised to send a post each day. When these failed, her heart sank within her. The only change that occurred was when she saw the Adelaide proceed slowly in the calm towards Waterford. One sunny morn, she from her watchtower perceived several straggling groups descending the mountains. She strained her eyes. No banners waved, no martial music spoke of victory. That was secondary in her eyes. It was for Richard's safety that she was solicitous. Yet she did not fear, for there is an instinctive sense in human nature which, in time of doubt, sallies forth from the ark of refuge, and brings back tidings of peace or sorrow to the expectant on the perilous flood, a prophetic spirit which, when it despairs, woe the while. The omen proves not false. The Lady Katherine watched anxiously, but not in despair. At length heavy footsteps ascended the tower stairs, and to answer the beatings of her heart, Edmund Plantagenet and the Mayor of Cork presented themselves. They eagerly asked, "Is he not here?" "Nay, he has not fled," she replied, while for the first time she grew pale. "Weigh our words as mere air," said O'Water, "for we know nothing, gentle dame, but that I must to Cork, to bar out the men of Waterford. His Highness left us for the fleet, and the filling up of those cursed ponds of Kilberry. Ill luck to them, cut off his return. Last night, St. Patrick knows the deeds of the last night. Weary from our labour the day before, we were all too carelessly asleep, when our camp was assaulted. Earl Maurice had ridden to Lismore to hasten his cousin, the Knight of the Valley. There was some report of an attack on the town from the ships. Havoc was the cry that roused the welkin from east to west. The sum I know not, save that we are runaways. The siege of Waterford is raised." "What skiff is that?" interrupted the Duchess. Round the point of Minehead first peeped the bowsprit, then the prow, and last the complete form of a vessel in full sail, yet scarcely touched by the wind, weathered the promontory. "Haste we, my friends," she continued. "The Duke may be on board. At least we shall have intelligence." "I know that craft full well," said O'Water. "Her captain is a converted Moorish pagan." "The White Rose waves from her mast-top," cried Katherine. "Oh, he is there!" "Holy angels!" exclaimed Edmund. "It is the Adelaide. I will on board on the instant." Already the Duchess was descending the steep narrow stairs. The villagers of Ardmore, with many of the soldiers who had fled from Waterford, were on the shingles, watching the caravel, now full in sight, yet fearful to venture too near the shelving shore. "They are bound for Cork," cried a man. "Oh, not till I first speak to them," said Katherine. "The day is fair, the sea calm. Put off a boat. Ah, my cousin Edmund, take me with thee." Plantagenet had already got a boat from its moorings. O'Water was beside the princess to beseech vainly that she would be patient, and poor Astley, who had been left in special attendance on her, waited near with blanched cheeks. Accompanied by these dear or humble friends, the White Rose was borne with the speed of 10 oars toward the Adelaide. On the deck, half reclining on a rude bed, very pale, yet with lively, wakeful eyes, lay the Prince of England. In a moment Katherine was assisted on board. There was no death for Richard. She was there, life of his life, so young, so beautiful and true. The celestial goodness that beamed in her eyes and dimpled her cherub countenance was not like that of an inhalant of this sad planet, except that spirits of beauty and love ever and anon do animate the frames of the earth-born, so that we behold in the aspects of our fellow beings glances and smiles, bright as those of angels. Defarrow himself looked with admiration on the bending form of this lovely one, till accosted by Edmund, whose first question was, "Don Hernan here, where then is—" "My beloved Monina you would ask for," said Defarrow. "She, who to please her vagrant father would have crossed the wild Atlantic to visit the savage Western Isles. Poor child, even at the threshold of this adventure, we were nearly wrecked. She is now in England. She sent me here, to tell of rebellion against King Henry, to invite Duke Richard to his kingdom." Thus they were occupied on the sunny deck. The sea was calm, the keel almost stationary in the water. They were bound for Cork. Plantagenet and the mayor gathered eagerly from Defarrow the history of the combat. They learned that it had been expected that Desmond would have assaulted from land, while York invaded the city from the river. But the fellows sent with Richard's missive had been taken, the city put on her guard. Nothing but the desire of the citizens to do too much, and his own desperate valor had saved Richard. They resolved at once to receive and destroy him. and to sally unawares on the Earl's camp, and they hoped to make prisoners of all the chiefs. They failed in this, but succeeded in raising the siege of their city. Towards evening a land breeze sprung up, and 2 others of York's vessels hove in sight, and passed them quickly, for the Adelaide was much disabled and made slow way. Soon in pursuit appeared a ship and 2 corvettes, which O'Water recognized as belonging to Waterford. The corvettes proceeded on their way, but the larger vessel spied out the Adelaide, and being now in advance of her, hove to, with the manifest resolve of attacking her on her watery way towards Cork. Defero, with his keen eyes fixed on the enemy's movements, stood on the forecastle in silence, while Plantagenet and O'Water eagerly demanded arms and exhorted the sailors to a most vain resistance. From the vessel of the foe, the Moorish mariner cast his eyes upwards. The wind was shifting to the west. With a loud voice he shouted to his crew to man the yards, then, seizing the rudder, gave the swift orders that made the caravel go about. Sailing near the wind, her canvas had flapped lazily. Now it filled. The keel felt the impulse and dashed merrily along, bounding forward like a courser in the race. The ship, which had furled its sails in expectation of the combat, was in an instant left far behind. The other vessels from Waterford were still further to the west, towards Cork. All these maneuvers were mysteries to the landsmen. They gladly hailed the distance placed between them and a superior enemy, but as with a freshening gale, the Adelaide still held her swift course towards the east, and the land began to sink on the horizon. O'Water asked with some eagerness whither they were bound. "To safety," Defero replied laconically. "An idle answer," said Edmund. "We must judge where our safety lies." "I have ever found best safety on the wide ocean sea," cried the mariner, looking round proudly on his beloved claimant. "Your safeties and your lord's are, methinks, English-born. If this wind hold, on the 3rd morning we shall see the coast of Cornwall." The mayor was aghast, exclaiming, "Cornwall! England! We are betrayed?" Defero looked on him with contempt. "I do not command here," he continued. "I obey the Prince of England. Let him decide. Shall we engage superior force, be boarded, taken by the enemy or land, be wrecked perchance upon this savage coast, alive with vengeful kerns, defeated men among a victorious angry people, or go where we are called by your leader's cause, where thousands of men are up in arms to receive you like brothers, to fight for you, with you, where England, the long-desired kingdom, makes you welcome to her green sunny shores. Ask ye your prince this question. Let his word be law." This statement, upheld by York, brought conviction to the minds of Plantagenet and O'Water. The latter was aware of the risk he ran from the awakened vengeance of Henry, to pursue his having fostered rebellion in the city of which he was magistrate, and a moment's reflection showed him that there was no security for him except in flight from Ireland. Meanwhile the wind, increasing in its strength, and right astern, carried them over the foaming waters. The early dawn showed them far at sea. They had outrun or baffled their pursuers, and though, now and then, with anxious thought they reflected on the comrades left behind, on the poor equipage and diminished numbers with which they were about to land in England, still there was something so miraculous in their escape, so unforeseen in the destiny that cut them off and carried them, a remnant merely of the war, away from its dangers, that they felt as if they were under the immediate direction of a ruling providence, and so resigned themselves, greedily drinking in the while the highly colored picture Defero painted of the Yorkist army which awaited them in Cornwall. Again upon the sea, again impelled by winds and waves to new scenes, new hopes, tossed here and there by fortune. It was Richard's fate to see one frustrated expectation give place to another, which in its turn faded and died. This constant succession of projects kept alive within him that sanguine spirit which never could be vanquished. Eagerly he passed from one idea to another, and almost welcomed the last disaster, which appeared but to pioneer the way to future success. During this voyage, weak as his wounds had made him, he talked of England as his own, the dearer because he must spend his blood to win it. Circumstances had an exactly contrary effect upon Katherine. The continual change of schemes convinced her of the futility of all. She felt that if the first appearance of the Duke of York, acknowledged and upheld by various sovereigns and dear high-born relatives, had not animated the party of the White Rose in his favor, it was not now, after many defeats and humiliations on his side, and after triumphs and arrogant assumptions on that of his enemy, that brilliant success could be expected. This conviction must soon become general among the Yorkists. Richard would learn the sad lesson, but she was there to deprive it of its sting, to prove to him that tranquility and Katherine were of more worth than struggles, even if they proved successful, for vain power. It was strange that a girl of royal birth, bred in a palace, accustomed to queen-like sovereignty over her father's numerous vassals in the Highlands, should aim at restricting the ambitious York to mere privacy, while Monina, the humble daughter of a Moorish mariner, would have felt honor, reputation, all that is dear to man at stake, if her friend had dreamed of renouncing his claims to the English crown. His cause was her life, his royalty the mainspring of all her actions and thoughts. She had sacrificed love to it. She taught her woman's soul to rejoice in his marriage with another, because his union with a princess was pledged to the world of his truth. Perhaps had the time ever come when he renounced his struggles, she had felt with a pang that his lowly fortunes might not incongruously be shared by her, and self had mingled in the religion of her heart, which was virtuous devotion to him, but as it were, the idea never presented itself. He must win or die. Did he win, her happiness would result from the contemplation of his glory. Were he to die, the young hero's grave would not be watered by her tears. She believed that in that hour her life would cease. Lady Katherine saw a vain mask in all the commonplace pomp of palaces. She perceived that power failed men most when its end was good. She saw that in accomplishing its purpose in the cottage, or in halls of state, felicity resulted from the affections only. It was but being an actor in different scenes, to be a potentate or a peasant. The outward garb is not the livery of the mind, the refinement of taste which enables us to gather pleasure from simple objects, the warmth of heart which necessitates the exercise of our affections, but which is content when they are satisfied. These, to her mind, were the only, but they were the complete ingredients of happiness. And it was rarer to find and more difficult to retain them among false-hearted, ambitious courtiers and the luxury of palaces than among simple-minded peasantry and a plain, natural style of living. There was some romance in this idea. Katherine felt that there was, and subdued herself not to lay too much store by any change or guise of outward circumstance. She taught herself to feel and know that in the tumult of camps and war, in the anxieties of her present vagrant life, on the throne which she might possess, or in the prison she might share, by devoting herself to the happiness of him to whom she was united, whose heroism, goodness, and love merited all her affection, she was performing the part assigned to her on earth, and securing a portion of happiness, far beyond the common lot of those whose colder, harder natures require something beyond sympathy to constitute their misnamed felicity. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 41. Arrival in England. From Ireland thus comes York to claim his right. If I am not ashamed of my soldiers, I am a soused gurnet. Shakespeare. On the deck of the sea-worn Adelaide, watching the renovated strength, and attending on the still remaining weakness of her lord, the soft heart of the princess possessed to fullness all its desires, while Monina, among the wild, rude Cornish rebels, exerted herself to inspire zeal for his cause, and to increase the number of his partisans, winning them by her thrilling eloquence, ruling them by her beauty and enthusiasm. She had found the whole population ready to second him, but fitting leaders, noble and influential men, were absolutely wanting. She sent her father to urge Richard to this new attempt, and when he should appear, attended, as she fondly hoped, by a train of high-born Irish lords, of gallant Scotch cavaliers, and devoted English warriors, he would be able to give a martial form to the rout of Cornish insurgents, to discipline their wild, untamed valor, to attract others by name and rank, and Tudor at last must grow pale upon his throne. With eagerness she awaited the fleet that was to bring the chosen band of heroes. When, after a long and calm voyage, on the 3rd of September, the Adelaide ran into White Sand Bay, on the western coast of Cornwall, and Plantagenet, at Richard's command, disembarked and proceeded forthwith to Bodmin. It was strange that the chief partisan of the White Rose should, on his invasion of the island, find a Spanish girl the main source of information, the chief mover of the rebellion by which he was to profit. Yet Plantagenet almost forgot his mortal struggle for a kingdom in the anticipation of seeing Monina. Plantagenet, prouder, more ambitious for his cousin than Richard for himself. Plantagenet, who had but one object, to be the guardian, supporter, defender of York, now wandered in thought far back through many years to their Spanish home, to his tenderness for the sweet child of Madeline, to the development of the beauty and virtues of the lovely Moor. Thrown apart by their several destinies, he had scarcely seen her since then. And now, in place of the dark, laughing-eyed girl, he beheld a woman, bright with intelligence and sensibility, whose brow wore somewhat the sad trace of suffering, whose cheek was a little sunk, but in whose eyes there was a soul, in whose smile an enchantment not to be resisted. She was all life, vivacity, and yet softness, all passion, yet yielding and docile. Her purpose was steady, stubborn, but the mode of its attainment, her conduct, she easily permitted to be guided. Edmund scarcely recognized her, but she instantly knew him, her elder brother, her kind but serious guardian whom she had loved with awe, as the wisest and best of men. Now he bore a dearer name, as the unfailing friend of him she loved. To both their hearts this meeting was an unexpected joy. Monina had thought too much of Richard to remember his cousin. He had half forgotten his own sensations, or at least was quite unprepared for the power and effect of her surpassing beauty. After the first overflowing of affection, Monina eagerly detailed the forces raised, and dwelt on the spirit and courage of the insurgents. They are poor fellows, she said, but true, burning with zeal to right themselves, and to avenge their losses at Blackheath. They are gathered together by thousands. They want merely leaders, discipline, arms, money, ammunition, and a few regular troops to show them the way. These, of course, you bring. Alas, no, said Edmund. We bring merely ourselves. Could Ireland, then, furnish no warlike stores? Continued the zealous girl. But this can be remedied, doubtless. Yourself, your leader, Lord Desmond, Lord Barry, the gallant Neville. Tell me who else? Who from Burgundy? What Irish? What Scottish knights? The last word was said with difficulty. It made a pause in her rapid utterance, while Edmund, aghast, replied, Indeed, none of all these, or very few. In a word, we have fled from Waterford in the Adelaide. His Highness and myself are the sole English knights. The good old Mayor of Cork must represent all Ireland, gentle and simple to your eyes. Our fair Duchess Scotland, her attendants will follow in due time, but these are not needy servitors. Monina laughed. We came to seek, not bring aid, continued Plantagenet gravely. Do not be angry, replied Monina. There is more bitterness and sorrow in my laugh than in, methinks, a widow's tears. My dear friend, God send we are not utterly lost. Yet his Highness and yourself may work wonders. Only report truly our state, that the Duke be not too dissatisfied with our appearance. Tell him Lord Audley headed a worse organized troop. Tell him that Master Heron, the mercer, has no silken soul, that Master Skelton, the tailor, disdains a smaller needle than a cloth-yard shaft. And is it to head men like these we have been drawn from our Irish friends? Cried Edmund. Better return. Alas, our path is besieged. The very sea is subject to our enemy. In the wide world the King of England has no refuge. That he is King of England, said Monina. Let not him, let none of us forget. The very name is powerful. Let him on his native shores assume it. Surely, if their liege king stands singly in the land of his forefathers, at his sacred name thousands will congregate. He has dared too little when he had power. At the worst, even now, let him dare all and triumph. Her bold, impetuous language had its effects on Edmund. It echoed his own master passion, which ever cried aloud, He is a king, and once give himself that sacred name, submission and allegiance from his subjects must follow. Buoyed up by these thoughts, his report on board the Adelaide was free from those humiliating details, which, even if he had wished, he would have found no voice to communicate to his royal cousin. Monina's task of imparting to her friends the destitute condition in which their sovereign arrived was even easier. He has come among tall men, said the pompous Heron, who can uphold him for the better king, even to the satin of his doublet. And fight for him, even to the rending of our own, cried Skelton. And die for him, as he must too, when all's done, said Treve. A soldier's death is better than a dastard's life. We will have our men in goodly array, said Heron. Master Skelton, are the doublets cut from that piece of sad-coloured velvet, last of my wares, slashed with white as I directed? Slash me no doublets, but with a Spanish rapier, squeaked Skelton. Have I not cast away the shears? Yet look you now, good lack, I lie. Here in my pouch be a sharp pair, to clip Master Walter of Hornbeck's ears. if by the help of the saints we can lay him as flat on the field as his own grey suit was on my board when a-shaping, by the same token that he never paid for it." "In good hour, Sir Tailor," said Monina. "But the talk now is, how duly to receive his grace, how induce him to accept your aid." "Ay, by Saint Dunstan," cried Treve, "he has ruffled in France and Burgundy, my masters, and will look on you as clowns and base-born burghers. But no man has more to give than his life, and if he waste that heartily, time was, and time may be, when villains trod on the necks of knights, as the ghost of Charles of Burgundy could tell us. Courage is the beginning and end of a soldier's catechism." Such were the chiefs Monina had found desirous, and in their own conceit capable of placing England's diadem on Duke Richard's head. Heron, the bankrupt mercer, who fancied himself the base-born offspring of the late Earl of Devonshire, and whose first deed of arms would find him Heron no more, but Sir John Courtenay. Skelton, a luckless wight, whose shears ever went astray, the true cause of why Walter of Hornbeck paid not for his misshapen suit, and who therefore believed himself born for greater things. And Treve, the younger prodigal son of a rural franklin, who, cast off and disinherited, had served in the wars in Flanders, gaining in that country no small reverence for the good Duchess Margaret, and ready therefore to right her nephew. Besides, like a true hero, he abhorred this silken time of peace, and hoped to gather spoil, if not laurels, in the meditated insurrection. The noble passengers disembarked from the Adelaide. "Welcome to England, sweet Kate. Welcome to the country of which thou art queen," said York. "And even if her reception be cold or rough, love her for my sake, for she is my mother." "A stepmother I will not call her, dear my lord," replied the princess. "But the maternal embrace is strangely wanting on the deserted sands. The narrow deck of yonder caravel were, methinks, a kindlier home. May we go on and prosper, but if we fail, my lord will pardon me if I welcome the day when I embark again on board the Adelaide, to find, when the wide earth proves false, safety and happiness on the free waves of ocean." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 42. Reception in Cornwall. Skelton. "'Tis going but to sea, and leaping ashore, cut 10 or 12,000 unnecessary throats, fire 7 or 8 towns, take half a dozen cities, get into the marketplace, crown him Richard IV, and the business is finished." Ford. "Am I not a king? Awake, thou coward majesty, thou sleepest. Is not the king's name 40,000 names?" Shakespeare. These doughty leaders drew out their followers in a plain just without Bodmin. There were about 200 men decently clad from the remnants of the mercer's wares, tolerably well armed and disciplined by Treva. This troop obtained the distinction of being selected as King Richard's bodyguard. Skelton was their captain, a rare commander whose real merit was that he felt happiest when stuck close as a burr to Treva, for at heart he was an arrant coward, though a loud braggart, and talked of slaying his thousands, while the very wounding of his doublet had made him wince. Heron was brave in his way. A true Cornishman, he could wrestle and cast his antagonist with the strength of a lion. He loved better, it is true, to trust to his arm than to his sword, which in spite of his strength, Treva always made fly from his hand in their fencing lessons. Not the less did he consider himself a gallant knight, and had cut up many a yard of crimson cramoisi to make a rich suit for himself. He wore Monina's glove in his cap, and large yellow roses at his knees. He called himself Generalissimo, and marshalled under him full 3,000 men, who in truth had never set a squadron in the field, nor the division of a battle knew more than a spinster. But they were sturdy, discontented spirits, who valued life at its worth, which was even nothing to them, who had laboured with all their hearts till labour was of no avail, and who then left the mine and the furrow to carry their loud complaints to the foot of Henry's throne. They were better pleased with the prospect of overthrowing it. "Now, my masters, make yourselves heard," cried Heron, as he shuffled down a little eminence on a short-legged Welsh pony, the only steed he found he could back in safety. "His grace is within earshot, so you be loud. Long life to King Richard, down with the taxes, St. Michael and Cornwall for ever." The din was prolonged, ended, began, went on, as the prince arrived at the summit of the hill with his little train. Fair Katherine was at his side, Plantagenet, O'Water, De Ferro, with some dozen soldiers who fled from Waterford. Sure never invader came so ill-equipped. On the hilltop the illustrious wanderers paused. Richard hastily scanned the rough-suited multitude, then turning to Plantagenet, "Cousin," he said, "you told me that the insurgent army would be drawn out for my view. Is it not strange that yonder rabble should hide it from us? As far as my eye can reach I see no martial discipline, no banners, no lordly crest. Fie on those drums, they have no touch of military concord. What makes our army so slack of duty, cousin?" Through no fault of his, Edmund blushed deeply in very shame. The approach of Heron, Skelton, Treva, and 3 or 4 other principal rebels cut off his reply. It had been agreed that Skelton, who had a gift of eloquence, should speak, and many words he used to welcome his liege. "We will have every man with a red rose in his cap, in a drag chain, please your grace, and give a sound lesson to the saucy burghers of Exeter withal. Not a knight shall live in the land but of your majesty's dubbing. We have but to put to rout King Henry's army, to hang the false loon for a traitor, and to set fire to London and the Parliament. Such nobles as please to doff their silken cloaks, and don miners' jackets may work, the rest shall hang. Their mere wardrobes, bless the day, will find us and your grace in cloth of gold, embroidery, and other rich garniture, to the end of our lives." "We thank your zeal, my worthy master," said Richard courteously. "If our good troops do half your saying, King Henry must look to it." "Are those men to be worse than their word?" cried Skelton. "There is not one among us but has the arms of 10. We are a race of giants, please your majesty, and could knock the walls of Exeter down with our fists. Please you to enter Bodmin, whose very stones will cry for King Richard louder than King Hal's cannon. Tomorrow, God willing, we are for the wars." The royal party passed on. The dark ferocity, or sturdy obstinacy, painted on the faces of the ill-armed rout, struck Richard as he passed. He became meditative, while Edmund, shamed and angry, his cheeks burning, his eyes on the ground, listened in indignant silence to Master Skelton, who fastened on him with such talk, that whether a soldier spoke of killing doublets, or a tailor prattled of fashioning a field of slaughter, was a riddle ill to be devised. At length they passed the gates of Bodmin, and here was a louder cry of welcome from the shrill voices of women, who held up their thin hands and half-starved children, crying for vengeance on Tudor, blessing the sweet faces of Richard and his lovely wife. York's eyes flashed again with their wonted fires. His creative spirit had found materials here to work some project, all poor and rude as they might seem. They entered the town hall, when by some sudden revulsion in the tide of the crowd, every Cornishman fell back, closed the doors, and left the wanderers alone. Something was forgotten, surely, for Heron had paced pompously up to Richard, when suddenly he turned on his heel, crying, "A word, my masters," and all were gone. The Lady Katherine had marked their backing and hurrying with becoming gravity, but when the door was fairly shut, she could restrain no longer a heartfelt laugh. Richard joined in her mirth, while Plantagenet strode through the hall angrily, muttering, "An army, a rout of shirtless beggars! Is this England's reception for her king?" "It were fine mumming," said Richard, "under a hedge with the greensward for a stage." "By Our Lady, this passes patience," reiterated Edmund. "Where are the gentlemen of England? Where the sons of those who fell for York? Are we to oppose these half-naked knaves to the chivalry of Henry?" "It would seem that such is expected," replied the prince. "And verily, cousin, we might do worse. I pray you, treat the honest rogues well. Better may come of it. Keep we our secret, and have we not an array?" "My lord," cried Plantagenet in wonder. "Patience, dear friend," said York. "I have not been apprenticed to adversity so many long years without becoming an adept in my calling. I say, I have an army, bold though poor, ragged truly, but exceeding faithful. Methinks it were more glorious to put Tudor down with such small means, than to meet him in equal terms like a vulgar conqueror. I do beseech you, Edmund, put a good face on it. Speak to our Cornish giants, as if they had souls of metal, and bodies decked like Ponce de Leon and his peers, when they welcomed Queen Isabel to the Spanish camp. You remember the golden array of the knights, cousin?" Edmund was impatient of the prince's gay humour, while Katherine, seeing in his bright eyes heroism and lofty resolve, felt a dewy moisture gather in her own. There is something at once awful and affecting when a man, the sport of fortune, meets her rudest blow unshrinking and turns her very spite into arms against herself. The whole secret of Richard's present thoughts she could not divine, but she saw that their scope was worthy of his birth, his aim, her respect, Her love augmented, and her gentle heart at that moment renewed its vow to devote herself to him entirely and forever. In the same spirit, York answered the deputation that waited on him. He commanded a proclamation to be made, in which he assumed the title of Richard IV. He announced his intention of immediately penetrating England, and seizing on some walled town or city, before Henry could be aware of his having landed. Nor did he confine his energy to words. He examined the state of his men, their arms and furniture. He provided for their better discipline, and animated his cousin to take an active part in marshalling them to order. He went among them, learned the cause of their dissatisfaction, promised them better days, and so raised a glad spirit in them, that their hearts, overleaping both time and circumstance, paid him the honour and the love he might have claimed, had he already led them through fertile England, and planted his victorious standard on the Tower of London. Treachery swore by his beard. He was a proper youth. The old soldier awoke to the remembrance of harvests of spoil he had gathered in the Netherlands, the stern encounters, and the joys of success. He gazed on the rough Cornish men, and wondered how they should withstand the nobility of England. But when Richard glanced hope and triumph from his bright eyes, when he spoke of the omnipotence of resolved valour, when he drew a picture of their ghastly poverty, and showed them how, by standing firm merely, they might redeem themselves, while the poor fellows answered with a prolonged shout, or better still, grasped their arms more fiercely, and trod the earth with free and decided steps, 1,000 facilities seemed to be discovered, 1,000 resources for the war displayed, undreamt of before. Were these mere words, or at his voice did soldiers rise from the clods, and victory obey the sound? Plantagenet, seeing his royal cousin's resolve, strove to second it. With a party of men he assaulted a near fortress, carried it, and seized on a store of arms. This success looked like a mighty victory. Richard exalted it as such, and the very fellows who handled awkwardly their booty fancied themselves heroes at the mere sight of it. On the third day they were to proceed to Exeter, it being determined that they should besiege the city. De Ferro offered to sail to Cork to invite the warlike chieftains of Munster to come over with their power, and at least himself, to bring back in the Adelaide Neville and the rest of the English exiles, while Edmund, who looked glad at the thought, counselled that they should entrench themselves in this corner of England, which was so entirely devoted to them, till these forces were added to their number, until by discipline they should have made regular troops of the rabble, by courtesy yclept an army. "Wherefore, cousin," asked Richard, "do you desire others to share in our disasters?" "My lord," cried Edmund, astounded. "I have but one wish," continued the prince, "that you and my good Water were even now in Ireland, so that I might stand the brunt of this war alone. You look amazed. Yet it were more amazing if I expected to do battle against the Veres, the Howards, the Berkeleys, the Courtenays, and 10,000 other names of high renown, backed by their train of martial adherents, with ragged regiments like those we are about to lead to the field, even though the kerns of Ireland made their number double, and the Geraldines, Barry, and Neville added by their nobleness dignity to our victor's conquest. Remember Stoke, my cousin Edmund, you may well remember it. Remember my honoured kinsman, the Earl of Lincoln, and my lamented Lovell. Ah, that I did not now peril your life, then spared. Yet if your grace fight at all, said Water, bluntly, methinks we were not the worse for being better appointed for the fray. For victims, even those poor honest varlets are too many." "That one other life should be wasted for me," replied Richard fervently, "is my saddest thought. I fear it must be so. Some few lives, each as dear to him that spends it, as is the lifeblood to our own hearts, I can say no more. I have a secret purpose, I confess, in all I do, to accomplish it, and I do believe it to be a just one. I must strike one blow, nor fail. Tudor is yet unprepared, Exeter vacant of garrison. With stout hearts for the work, I trust to be able to seize that city. There the wars of York shall end. So far I confide in your discretions that you may not deem me mad. More is the single property of my own soul. Will you help me so far, dear friends? So far hazard life, not to conquer a kingdom for Richard, but to redeem his honour?" The warm-hearted, grey-headed Irish Water, with gushing eyes, swore to adhere to him the last. Edmund replied, "I am but a bit of thee, deal with me as with thyself, and I know thou wilt be no niggard in giving me away to danger." De Ferro cried, "I am a sailor, and know better how to face death on the waves than victory on shore. But Santiago, may our blessed Lady herself look shy on me at the great day, if the mariner of the wreck prove false to your grace." "Now then to our work," cried York. "To speak fair to my faithful fellows and their braggart leaders. They at least shall be winners in our game, for my hand is on my prize. A spirit has whispered success to me. My hope and its consummation are married even at their birth." End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 43. Misgivings. "Dost thou hear, lady? If from the field I shall return once more to kiss these lips, I will appear in blood. I and my sword will earn our chronicle. There is hope in it yet." Shakespeare. Richard was obliged to plead his cause yet once again. Katherine had watched all his movements. She had eyed curiously the army he mustered to the field. She talked to its leaders, and while they vaunted her affability, she was diving with earnest mind into the truth of things. No fear that it could be hid from her. Love for Richard was the bright light that dispelled every deceptive shadow from the scene. She saw the bare reality, some 3,000 poor peasants and mechanics, whose swords were more apt to cut themselves than strike the enemy, were arrayed against the whole power and majesty of England. On the morrow they were to set forward. That night, while at the casement of his rude chamber, Richard gazed upon the congregated stars, trying to decipher, in their intricate, bright tracery, the sure omen of the good he was told they characterized for him. Katherine, after a moment's hesitation, with a quivering voice, and hand that shook as it pressed his, knelt on a cushion at his feet, saying, "My sweet Richard, hear me. Hear your faithful friend, your true wife. Call not my counsels weak and feminine, but weigh them sagely ere you resolve. May I speak?" "Lady of my heart, arise," said Richard. "I speak, my soft-voiced Katherine. My white rose of beauty, fair flower crowning York's withered tree, has not God done all in giving you to me? Yet we must part, love, for a while. Your soldier is for the wars, Kate, while you sit in your bower, weaving victorious garlands for his return." "My ever dear lord," said Katherine, "I speak with fear, because I feel that I shall not address myself to your concealed thought. I do not wish to penetrate your secrets, and yet I tremble at their event. You have not so far deceived yourself as to imagine that with these unfortunate men you can ride over the pride and the power of this island. Did I see on what else you founded the lofty hope that has, since we came here, beamed in your eyes, I would resign myself to your better wisdom. But wherever I turn my view there is a blank. You do not dream of conquest, though you feel secure of victory. What can this mean, save that you see glory in death?" "You are too quick-sighted, sweet Kate," said Richard, "and see beyond the mark. I do not set my cast upon falling in this fray, though it may well happen that I should, but I have another aim." "Without guessing at what that may be," replied the lady, "since you seem desirous to withhold the knowledge, permit me to present another object to your choice. Decide between them, and I submit. But do not carelessly turn from mine. There is all to lose, naught to win in what you do now. Death may blot the future page, so that we read neither disgrace nor prison in its sad lines. But wherefore risk to die? While yet, dear love, we are young, life has 1,000 charms, and one may be the miserable survivor, whose heart now bleeds at the mere surmise." She faltered. He kissed her soft cheek and pressed her to his heart. "Why may we not? Why should we not live?" continued Katherine. "What is there in the name or state of king that should so take captive our thoughts, that we can imagine no life but on a throne? Believe me, careful nights and thorny days are the portion of a monarch. He is lifted to that awful height, only to view more clearly destruction beneath. Around, fear, hate, disloyalty, all yelling at him. The cold, heartless tutor may well desire the prize, for he has nothing save the gilt crown to ennoble him, nothing but the supple knees of courtiers to present to him the show of love. But could I put fire into my weak words, my heart's zeal into my supplicatory voice, persuasion would attend upon me, and you would feel that to the young, to two united as we are, our best kingdom is each other's hearts, our dearest power that which each, without let or envy, exercises over the other, though our palace roof be the rafters of a lowly cot, our state the dear affection we bear each other, our attendance the duty and observance of one to the other. I, so served by King Edward's son, You, by the rightful queen of this fair island, were better waited on than Henry and Elizabeth, by their less noble servitors. I almost think that with words like these I might draw you from the uneasy throne to the downy paradise of love, and can I not from this hard struggle, while death yet guards the palace gate, and you will be pierced through and through long ere you can enter." "Thus, my gentle love," said Richard, "you would have me renounce my birth and name. You desire that we become the scorn of the world, and would be content that, so dishonoured, the braggart impostor and his dame Katherine should spend their shameful days in an ignominious sloth." "Misnamed tranquillity. I am a king, lady, though no holy oil nor jewelled crown has touched this head, and such I must prove myself." "Oh, doubt it not," she replied. "It is proved by your own speech and your own nobleness. My heart approves you such. The whole earth till its latest day will avouch that the Lord of Katherine is no deceiver, but my words avail not with you." "They do avail, my best, my angel girl, to show me that the world's treasure is mere dross compared with thee. One only thing I prize, not as thy equal, but as that without which I were a casket not even worthy to encase this jewel of the earth, my honour, a word taught me by my victim brother, by my noble cousin Lincoln, by the generous Plantagenet. I learnt its meaning among a race of heroes, the Christian cavaliers, the Moorish chivalry of Spain. Dear is it to me, since without it I would not partake your home of love, a home more glorious and more blessed than the throne of the universe. It is for that I now fight, Katherine, not for a kingdom, which, as thy royal cousin truly said, never will be mine. If I fall, that cousin, the great, the munificent James, will be your refuge." "Never," interrupted the lady. "Scotland I shall never see again, never show myself a queen and no queen, the mock of their rude speech, never put myself into my dear but ambitious father's hands, to be bartered away to another than my Richard. Rather with your aunt of Burgundy, rather in Tudor's own court with your fair sister. Holy angels, of what do I speak? How frightfully distinct has the bereft world spread itself out as my widowed abode." A gush of tears closed her speech. "Think of brighter days, my love," said Richard. "They will be ours. You spoke erewhile of the difficulty of giving true imagery to the living thought. Thus, I know not how to shape an appropriate garb, to use a trope of my friend Skelton, for my inmost thoughts. I feel sure of success. I feel that in giving up every prospect of acquiring my birthright, I make the due oblation to fortune, and that she will bestow the rest. The rest is to rescue my name from the foul slur Henry has cast on it, to establish myself as myself in the eyes of England, and then to solicit your patience in our calamity, your truth and love as the only sceptre and globe this hand will ever grasp. In my own Spain, among the orange and myrtle groves, the flowery plains and sunlit hills of Andalusia, we will live unambitious, yet more fortunate than crowned emperors." With such words and promises he soothed her fears. To the word honour she had no reply, yet it was a mere word here, in this case a barren word on which her life and happiness were to be wrecked. The prince and Monina had met with undisguised delight. No Clifford would now dare traduce her. She need not banish herself from countries where his name enriched the speech of all men, nor even from that which, invited by her, he had come to conquer. He was glad to be able to extend his zealous fraternal protection over her, to feel that he might guard her through life, despite of the fortune that divided them. He obtained for her the Lady Katherine's regard, which she sought opportunities to demonstrate, while they were avoided by Monina, who honoured and loved her as Richard's wife and dearest friend, yet made occasion to absent herself from both. Nothing beautiful could be so unlike as these two fair ones. Katherine was the incarnate image of loveliness, such as it might have been conceived by an angelic nature, noble, soft, equable from her tender care not to displease others, in spite of the ills of fate, gay because self-satisfied and resigned. The bright side of things was that which she contemplated, the bright and the tranquil. Although the hazards run by him she loved at this period informed her thoughts with terror. Monina, no, there was no evil in Monina, if too much self-devotion, too passionate an attachment to one dear idea, too enthusiastic an adoration of one exalted being, could be called aught but virtue. The full orbs of her dark eyes, once flashing bright, were now more serious, more melancholy. Her very smile would make you weep. Her vivacity, all concentred in one object, forgot to spend itself on trifles. Yet, while the princess wept that Richard should encounter fruitless danger for a mistaken aim, gladness set on Monina's brow. He goes to conquer. God will give victory to the right. As a warrior he treads his native land. As a monarch he will rule over her. The very name of king he bears will shame the lukewarm English. They will gather round the apparent sun, now that he shows himself unclouded, leaving the false light Tudor to flicker into its native nothingness. Monina, said the prince, you in the wide world can bestow richest largesse on the beggar, King Richard. She looked on him in wonder. I go to conquer or to die. This, lovely one, is no new language for you. A warrior's friend must hear such words unflinching. I die without a fear if you take one charge upon you. Her beaming, expressive eyes replied to him. He continued, the Adelaide and safety are images most firmly united in my mind. If I cannot find security on board of her myself, let those dear to me inherit my possession there. The hardest thought that I bear with me is that my fair queen should become captive to the base-minded foe. May I not trust that if I fail, the Adelaide will be her home and refuge to convey her to her native country, or any whither she may direct. I entrust this charge to you, my sister, my far more than sister, my own kind Monina. You will forget yourself in that fateful hour to fulfill my latest wish? My prince, she replied, your words were cruel. Did I not know that you speak in over-care, and not from the impulse of your heart? In the same spirit, I promise that your desire shall be accomplished. If you fall, my father will protect. Die for my lady the queen. But why speak these ill-omened words? You will succeed. You will hasten the lagging hand of fate, and dethrone one never born to reign, to bestow on England its rightful king. The stars promise this in their resplendent, unfailing scroll. The time-worn student in his lore has proclaimed it. The sacred name of monarchs which you bear is the pledge and assurance of predestined victory. And you, meanwhile, will stay and assure Katherine's destiny. My dear lord, I have a task to accomplish. If I leave her grace, it is because all spirits of good and power watch over her, and my weak support is needed elsewhere. I am bound for London. They parted thus. The temerity of their designs sometimes inspired them with awe, but more usually animated them to loftier hopes. When the thickening shadows of coming events clouded their spirits, they took refuge in the sun-bright imaginations which painted to each the accomplishment of their several hopes. Monina felt assured that the hour of victory was at hand. Richard looked forward to a mortal struggle. To be crowned with success, a few short weeks or briefer days would close the long account. His word redeemed, his honor avenged, he looked forward to his dear reward. Not a scepter, that was a plaything fit for Henry's hand, but to a life of peace and love, a very eternity of sober, waking bliss, to be passed with her he idolized, in the sunny clime of his regretted Spain. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 44. A Challenge. Oh, that stern, unbending man! In this unhappy marriage, what have I not suffered, not endured? Schiller's Wallenstein. Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more, or close the wall up with our English dead. Shakespeare. The lapse of years had confirmed Henry on his throne. He was extortionate and severe, it is true, and thus revolts had been frequent during the earlier portion of his reign, but they took their rise in a class which, even in modern days, it is difficult to keep within the boundaries of law. The peasantry, scattered and dependent on the nobles, were tranquil, but artificers, such as the miners of Cornwall, who met in numbers, and could ask each other, why, while there is plenty in the land, should we and our children starve? Why pay our hard earnings into the regal coffers? And, still increasing in boldness, demand at last, why should these men govern us? We are many, they are few. Thus sedition sprung from despair and assumed arms, to which Henry had many engines to oppose, bulwarks of his power. A commercial spirit had sprung up during his reign, partly arising from the progress of civilization, and partly from so large a portion of the ancient nobility having perished in the civil wars. The spirit of chivalry, which isolates men, had given place to that of trade, which unites them in bodies. Among these, the White Rose of England had not a single partisan. The nobles who once had upheld the House of York were few. They had for the last 8 years been intent upon restoring their fortunes, and were wholly disinclined to the endangering them afresh for a stranger youth. When Fitzwater, Stanley, and their numerous fellow conspirators and fellow victims sided with the Duke of York, nearly all England entertained a timid belief in his identity with King Edward's lost son. But those times were changed. Many were glad to soothe their consciences by declaring him an impostor. Many so desired to curry favor with Henry. A still greater number either feared to say their thought, or were averse to disturb the tranquillity of their country by a contest which could benefit one man alone, and which must entail on them another war like that so lately ended. Abroad in France, Burgundy, and Scotland, the prince might be discountenanced from political motives, but he was treated with respect, and spoken of as being the man he named himself. In England it was otherwise. Contempt followed hard upon fear, giving birth to derision, the best weapon against the unhappy, which Henry well knew how to wield. He had 2 motives in this. One was, that by affixing disgrace and scorn to his adversary, he took away the glitter of his cause, and deterred the young and ambitious from any desire to share in his obloquy. The other was a feeling deeper rooted in his mind, an intense hatred of the House of York, an exultation in its overthrow and disgrace, a gloating over every circumstance that blotted it with ignominy. If Richard had really been an impostor, Henry had not used half the pains to stigmatize him as low-born, to blast his pride with nicknames, nor have looked forward with the joy he now did to having him in his power, to the degradation, the mortal stain of infamy he intended to taint him with forever. Secure in power, fearless of the result, Henry heard with unfeigned joy that his young rival had landed in England, and was advancing into the interior of the island, at the head of the Cornish insurgents. He himself announced the rising to his nobles. Laughing, he said, "I have tidings for you, gentlemen. A flight of wild geese, clad in eagle's feathers, are ready to pounce upon us. Even now they hover over our good city of Exeter, frighting the honest burghers with their dissonance." "Blackheath will witness another victory," said Lord Oxford. "And my kitchen receive a new scullion," replied the king. "Since Lambert Simnel became falconer, our roast meat thinks itself dishonoured at not being spitted by a pretender to my crown. For no Audley heads these fellows, but the king of Rakehells himself, the most noble Perkin, who, to grace the more unwashed rogues, calls himself Richard IV for the nonce. I have fair hope to see his majesty this bout, if he whiz not away in a fog, or sink underground like Lord Lovell, to the disappointment of all merry fellows who love new masks and gaudy mumming." "Please your majesty," said the young Lord William Courtenay, "it is for the honour of our house that not a stone of Exeter be harmed. With your good leave, my father and myself will gather in haste what force we may. If fortune aid us, we may present your grace with your new servitor." "Be it so, my lord," replied the king, "and use good dispatch. We ourselves will not tarry, so that, with less harm to all, we may tread out these hasty lighted embers. Above all, let not Duke Perkin escape. It is my dearest wish that he partake our hospitality." "Yes," so ran Henry's private thoughts. "He must be mine alive, mine to deal with as I list." With even more care than he put in the mustering of his army, he ordered that the whole of the southern sea-coast of England should be guarded. Every paltry fishing village had its garrison, which permitted no boat to put off to sea, nor any to land without the strictest investigation. Not content with this, he committed it to the care of his baser favourites to forge some plot which might betray his enemy without a blow into his hands. "Give me your benison, good Bess," said the monarch, with unwonted gaiety of manner. "With daylight I depart on the ungentle errand of encountering your brother Perkin." Elizabeth, not less timid than she had ever been, was alarmed by his show of mirth, and by this appellation bestowed on one she knew to be so near of kin. That very morning she had seen Monina, the enthusiastic Monina, who, confiding in her royal friend's success, visited London to watch over the fate of Elizabeth and her children. The queen smiled at her offers of service. She felt that no such army could endanger Henry's reign, but she feared for Richard, for her ill-fated brother, who had now entered the net, for whom she felt assured there was no escape. Trembling at her own boldness, she answered the king, "Whoever he may be, you will not destroy him in cold blood." "You would have me spare the impostor?" asked Henry. "Spare him who claims your son's throne? By Our Lady of Walsingham, the maternal virtues of the daughter of York deserve high praise." Elizabeth, dreading more to offend, horror-struck at the idea that her husband should shed her brother's blood, burst into tears. "Silly girl," said Henry, "I am not angry. Nay, more, I grant your prayer. Perkin, if not slain by a chance blow, shall live. My word is passed. Trust to it. I neither inquire nor care whether he be the godson or the base brat of the libertine Edward. In either case, my revenge stoops not so low as his paltry life. Does this content you?" "May the saints bless your grace," said Elizabeth. "You have eased my every fear." "Remember then that you prove no ingrate," continued the king, "no dupe of report, no traducer of your children's birth. Betray no interest in the knave's downfall, save as he is my enemy. If you display any emotion that awakens a doubt that this canker rose be aught in your eyes except a base pretender, if you mark any feeling but stern contempt for one so vile, tremble. My vengeance will fall on him, and his blood be on your head." "Magnanimous prince," thought Elizabeth in bitter scorn when he had left her. "This is your mercy. You fear! My poor Richard, your sister, a monarch's daughter, is finely taught by this earl's son. But you will live. Then let him do his worst. The Queen of England is not quite a slave. If Henry can bind, Elizabeth may loose, and the Duke of York laugh in another land at the malice of his enemy." We return to this prince, whose lofty spirit was sustained by an aim, an object, dearer than a kingdom in his eyes. He arrived before Exeter at the head of 7,000 men. All the discontented in Cornwall and Devonshire joined him. Some of these were younger brothers, some men-at-arms who repined at peace. Chiefly they were needy oppressed men, roused by a sense of wrong as destitute, but not so hardy as the kerns of Ireland. Still they were many, they were valiant. Exeter was ungarrisoned, unprepared for defence, and there was a possibility that by sudden assault he might possess himself of the town. With this intent he did not allow his troops time to repose, but at once set on for the attack, endeavouring to scale the lofty walls, unaided by any fitting machinery, scarcely possessed of a single scaling ladder. He was driven back with loss. Foiled but not vanquished, for his heart was set upon this prize. For 3 days, though unpossessed of artillery or any warlike engine, he exerted his utmost force to win the city. He contrived rude machinery to cast stones. He planted the ladders himself. He multiplied himself to appear everywhere, flattering, encouraging, leading his troops again and again to the assault. When they found the walls impregnable, he made an attempt on the gates. With fascines and hewed trees he set one of them on fire. His men shouted as they heard the stout oak crackle, and saw it split and crumble, offering a large opening. But the citizens, made desperate, fearful of the ravages this untamed multitude might commit, were true to themselves. They resisted fire by fire, keeping up a fierce blaze within, till with piles of brick and rubbish they had blocked the passage. Richard saw his last hope fail. "This is not the work of the burghers," he cried. "A soldier's skill is here." "True as my old yard measure," cried Heron. "It was but last night that my cousin, the Earl of Devon, clambered into the city. He came to the northern wall where Skelton keeps watch. When my valiant tailor heard the noise, he ran to look for Master Treva, who, poor fellow, lies cold within the moat. The citizens heard and answered my cousin the Earl's call, but they were too frightened to let light through the keyhole of a postern, and his lordship, God save him, was obliged to climb the battlements." "Climb the battlements, noble captain," said Richard. "That is, a ladder was let down." "It was a stone ladder he scaled, my liege," said Heron. "Your grace may walk up the same. It will scarce budge, seeing that it is the old part of the wall itself." "Who knows more of this?" asked the prince. "I saw the whole," said Skelton. "That is the end. Master Treva was dead for the nonce, so I came back to lead my men to the fray. There was the earl, perched like a crow on the boughs of an old thorn bush that grows at the top of the wall. Surely he must have torn his cloak, for the place is thick with all manner of weeds, and rough stones and brambles. But more than his broadcloth got a hole, for Clym of Tregothius handled his bow and let fly a cloth-yard shaft, which was sticking in his shoulder as he got down the other side." While the tailor talked, Richard was proceeding hastily to the spot. It looked tranquil. The old crumbling wall was green with rank grass and tangled weeds. He drew nearer, and then a whole shower of arrows was discharged against him. The earl had expected that his success would excite their curiosity, and prepared for them, with not the less zeal on account of his own wound. Richard escaped unhurt, but Edmund, who was scantily armed, received an arrow in his side. He fell. That same hour tidings came of the advance of King Henry, at the head of a formidable army. Plantagenet's wound was dressed. It showed signs of danger, and quite disabled him. "My faithful fellows swear to preserve you in safety, cousin," said Richard. "I must leave you." "Do you retreat?" asked Edmund. "No, by my soul. Truly my hopes have somewhat quailed. Yet it is but a lucky blow, and I gain all. I leave you, my friend. But I will not leave you in doubt and ignorance. Read the paper. It is to enforce its contents, to oblige my haughty foe to lay aside his worst weapon, detraction, that I, against all probability and wisdom, will urge my cause to the last. My kingdom, it is his. My honor he must restore, and I cry him quits. Now you have my secret. Pardon for my poor fellows, pardon and some alleviation of their cruel lot. For myself, as you will find, I ask little, but I must show no fear, no retreating to obtain even that. I march forwards, then, towards Taunton. It is a less place than Exeter, the smallest secure port gained, and Henry may grant my boon." Plantagenet unfolded the paper and read these words: "Richard, legitimate and true son of Edward IV, King of England and France, and Lord of Ireland, to Henry, the reigning sovereign of these realms. In my infancy I was made a prisoner by a usurping uncle, escaping from his thrall by the most noble Earl of Lincoln. This uncle, this usurper, you conquered and seized upon his crown. You claim the same by right of Bolingbroke, and strengthen your title through your union with my sister, the Lady Elizabeth. I am poor and an outcast, you a king. God has destroyed my house, and I submit. But I will not submit to the vile slander that takes from me my name and brands me a dishonored man. Henry of Richmond, I neither admit nor combat your claim to the crown. Lancaster has many partisans, and the victory is yours. But as Duke of York, I challenge and defy you. I call on you, either by person or by champion, to meet me in the lists, that I may defend my honor and maintain the right. Let us spare the people's blood. In single combat, let my pretensions be set at issue, and my good sword shall cut to pieces the wicked lies and base traditions you have calumniously and falsely forged to my disgrace. Body to body I will meet you or your champion. Name the day, the hour, and the place. With my lance and my sword, to the death I will maintain my birth. If I fall, I ask that my wife, the Lady Katherine Gordon, be permitted to return to her royal cousin, James of Scotland, that such of my followers as desire it may be allowed to go beyond seas, that those of your subjects, who, goaded into rebellion by your exactions, have taken up arms, receive free pardon and remission of their imposts. If I conquer, I add but one other demand, that you confess to the wide world how foully you have slandered me, revoke the lies you have published, and acknowledge me to all men the rightful Duke of York. If you deny my just demands, be the blood spilt in defense of my honor on your head, England ravaged, your towns destroyed, your realm subject to all the calamities of war. These evils rest with you. I will not sheathe my sword, nor tread one backward step in my undertaking. But as in the lists, so on the dread battlefield, meet your betters, and conquer or die in defense of my name. Expecting a fitting answer to this just defiance, I bid you heartily farewell. Richard. Written under the walls of Exeter, this 12th day of September, in the year of our blessed Lord, 1497. Plantagenet was deeply affected by his cousin's gallantry. He sighed, saying, "Tudor has not, will not reply to your challenge." "He has not, but he may," replied Richard. "I have, I know not why, a firm belief that good will come from it. If not, in a few days all will be over. In a very few days you can be conveyed to St. Michael's Mount, where the Queen now is. The Adelaide hovers near. Save her, save yourself. Save one other, less helpful than my Katherine. Be a brother to Monina." Richard, erring in his mark, was animated by the most sanguine hopes, to which he was seduced by a constant belief that his life was not near its close, and therefore that his claims would be admitted, as otherwise he had resolved to fall in the assertion of them. Leaving the sick couch of his cousin, he prepared to advance to Taunton. A conversation, meanwhile, which he dreamt not of, and would have scorned, had taken place in an obscure and gloomy spot in London, fraught with fate to him. After the base desertion of his royal master, Frion had sailed to England with the other hirelings of Henry. Among these was Clifford, whose need and whose malice armed him against York's life, but who tried to hide his shame under an assumed appellation. There had always been a false fellowship and a real enmity between Frion and the knight. On his first arrival in Brussels, the secretary looked on him as an interloper, and Clifford, while he used the other, tried to force him into his place as an underling, and to blind him to his own designs. When he betrayed his party, spreading death among the partisans of York and annihilating the cause, Frion, whose fortunes depended on its success, was unmeasured in his expressions of indignation and contempt. They had worked in direct opposition the year before in Kent, and when Frion saw the hand of this reprobated man uplifted in midnight assassination, he triumphed in the lowness of his fall. Both were traitors now, both baffled. Frion looked on Clifford as the worse villain, and Clifford writhed under the familiar impertinence of a menial. They arrived in London. Sir Robert was dismissed with barren thanks, Frion thrown into prison. How far the knight's account gave intimation of the Frenchman's double dealing, and so brought this severity upon him, was not known, but for 3 months this mercurial spirit had languished in confinement. Addicted to scheming, he had now full leisure to spend his whole thoughts that way. A single, simple plot was too plain for his industrious soul. He wore a whole web of them so intricate that he sometimes lost the clue himself. Not the less did he do his endeavor to put them in action. He intended either to lose Richard or make him, either to be the cause of his overthrowing Henry, or of being overthrown by him. In either case, to reap favor and advantage from the triumphant party. Sad as is ever a prison house, it was worse in those days of incivilization. This pen could ill describe the squalid figures and dire visages that crowded its tumultuous court. Even here Frion reigned umpire, but he broke from a knot of noisy squabblers, who held tattered cards and appealed to him on a question of fair play, as he saw one enter. Even he a wretch, yet many degrees better than the best of his miserable companions. A scarlet suit, trimmed with gold lace, somewhat tarnished, a cloak of ample folds, but threadbare, a dark-plumed bonnet drawn over his brow. Above all, a rapier at his side distinguished him from the prisoners. "This is kind, Sir Robert," said Frion in his softest manner. "I half feared you were too proud or politic to visit a disgraced man. For these last 3 days I have despaired of your worship. By my fay, you are right welcome." Clifford cast a shuddering look around the walls. His eyes were hollow, his cheek sunk. He was the mere shadow of bold Robert. "Few words are best thanks, Master Stephen," he replied. "I am kind to you because the dice are cruel to me. You promise largely, and my wants are no dwarfs. What are your designs?" "This is no place for parley," said Frion. "Follow me." He led the way through several narrow passages to a miserable cell. Straw was heaped in one corner for a bed. The walls were dank and tattered, the floor broken and filthy. "Welcome to my domicile, Sir Knight," said Frion. Whether it were compunction that he had brought him to this, or distrust that the injury would be revenged, Clifford shrunk back and his lips grew livid. "One would not live here from choice," said Frion, "I allow. Yet do not grudge me a few moments. It may stead us both." "To the point, then," said the knight. "It is not the place, Master Frion, but at the hour of noon." "No excuses. You like the place as ill as I," said the Frenchman, with a bland smile. "But you are more generous, for I would not dwell an instant's space here of my own will to gain any man's salvation. Now, what news from the west? Is it true that the Duke of York is slain, or Exeter taken? Both reports are rife. Adam Wycherley and Mat Oldcraft made their escape 2 days ago, to join the gallant. Mat was seized again, and says that there were bonfires in Southwark for Richard IV. Clifford, by a brief detail, answered, and then after some hesitation said, "He is not so low but that the king desires him to be lower. He who could bring him, bound hand and foot, to London would be made a man. Empson saw Garth yesterday, and he, who calls me Wyatt, came post to consult with me, but it were hazardous to attempt him. He is 10,000 strong." "You know me, Sir Robert," said Frion. "There are few things I cannot bring about, so that I have room to ruffle in. I have a plot. King Richard is ours in 3 days, so one word be said. That word is liberty to me. Take you the reward. I ask no further share in your gains than free leave to set the channel between me and this dingy island." Each despising, each mistrusting the other, these men conspired for the prince's fall. Like mousing owls, they hawked at an eagle with too true an aim. York's thoughts were of honor, but through them they were to be drugged with ignominy and despair. It is melancholy that circumstance and fortune should have power to reach the very shrine of our dearest thoughts, degrading them from their original brightness to a likeness of the foul aspect of the outer world. Richard's free and noble spirit was to become plastic to the touch of such men as the fallen Clifford and crafty Frion, men whom he had cast from him as unworthy of his regard. could besiege the citadel of his hopes and garrison it with disgrace, forcing him to occupy himself with ideas as base as those which possess their own minds. It is the high heart's curse to be obligated to expend its deep and sacred emotions in hatred of or struggle with things so mean, so very alien to its own aspiring nature. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 45. Arrival at Taunton. Ah, Richard, with the eyes of heavy mind, I see thy glory like a shooting star fall to the base earth from the firmament. Shakespeare. Richard proceeded towards Taunton. Although this was in appearance an advance, his ill success before Exeter, and report of the large force already brought against them by Sir John Cheney, King Henry's chamberlain, had so far discouraged his followers as to occasion the desertion of many, so that of the 7,000 he had with him in Devonshire, he retained but 3 on his arrival near Taunton. These consisted of the original body of insurgents, Cornishmen, who had proceeded too far to go back, and who, partly in affection for their leader, partly from natural stubbornness, swore to die in the cause. Poor fellows! Rusty rapiers and misshapen lances were their chief arms. A few had bows, others slings. A still greater number had their ponderous tools, implements of labor and peace, to be used now in slaughter. Their very dress displayed at once their unmartial and poverty-stricken state. In all these might be gathered a troop of 300 foot, not wholly destitute of arms and discipline. The horse were not less at fault, yet among them there were about 100 tolerably mounted, the riders indeed but too frequently disgracing their steeds. It required all Richard's energy of purpose to hold him back from despair. The bitter sense of degradation visited him in spite of every effort. Had he ever made one of the chivalry of France and Burgundy? Had he run a tilt with James of Scotland, or grasped in knightly brotherhood the mailed hand of Sir Patrick Hamilton? And were these his comrades? Unwashed artificers, ragged and rude peasants, vulgar-tongued traitors. He felt in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes, and now to obtain pardon for them, to send them back scatheless to their own homes was his chief desire, even to the buying of their safety with his own downfall. After a 2 days' march he arrived near Taunton. On reconnoitering the town, its position and weakness gave him hope that he might carry it, even with his sorry soldiery. To check these thoughts, tidings came that Sir John Cheney was in close neighborhood, and Henry himself advancing with a chosen body of men. On the evening of their arrival before the town, a detachment of the enemy entered it, cutting off the last hope of Richard. The next morning it became evident that the crisis of his fortunes was at hand. The whole country teemed with soldiery. As the troops poured towards a common center, the array and order of a battlefield became apparent in their operations. A battle between a very myriad of golden-spurred knights, armed at all points, and the naked inhabitants of Richard's camp. Call it rather a harvest. There were the reapers, here the bending corn. When in the north Richard wept over the devastation of the land, he felt that a word of his could counteract the harm. But now his challenge had proved an airy dagger, substanceless. His resolve to encounter his foe, bringing the unarmed against these iron-suited warriors, grew in his eyes into premeditated murder. His heart heaved in his overcharged breast. To add bitterness to his thoughts, there were his companions, O'Water, brave in despair, Astley, pale with fear for his lord, Heron, foolish in his unmeaning boasting, Skelton, trembling in every joint and talking incessantly, apparently to deafen himself to the small, still voice that whispered terror to his heart. Richard spent the day among his men. They were prepared to fight, if needs must, to fall. Protestations of sturdy devotion, the overflowing of the rude, manly heart always affecting, met him at every turn. He was beloved, for he was generous and kind. Often he had exposed his life, when before Exeter, to save some one among them. When dismayed, he had cheered. When defeated, he had comforted them. Nor did he leave the body of the meanest camp follower uninterred, for one of Richard's characteristics was a quick sympathy with his species, and a reverence for all that bore the shape of man. But, while these qualities rendered him dear to all, they inspired him with a severe sense of his duties towards others, and a quick insight into their feelings, thus increasing to anguish the disquietude that agitated him. Towards evening he was alone in his tent. At first he was confused by the various aspects, all terrible, that his fortunes assumed. By the caprice of destiny, he, who was descended from a line of kings, who had so long been the inhabitant of courts, a cavalier, honorable in his degree, renowned for his prowess, had not one noble-born partisan near him, not one of his ancient counselors to whom he had been used to defer remained. He was absolutely alone. The sense of right and justice in his own heart was all that he possessed. To be a beacon light in this awful hour, when thousands depended on his word, yet had he the power to save? An idea, dim at first as a star on the horizon's verge, struggling through vapors, but growing each second brighter and clearer, dawned upon his mind. All then was over. His prophetic soul had proved false in its presumed foreknowledge. Defeat, dishonor, disgrace tracked his steps. To lead his troops forth and then to redeem them at Henry's hand, by the conditionless surrender of himself was the thought, child of despair and self-devotion, that, still struggling with the affections and weakness of his nature, presented itself, not yet fully fledged, but about to become so. He had been several times interrupted during his meditations by the arrival of scouts, with various reports of the situation and proceedings of the enemy. Richard, better than these untaught recruits, knew the meaning of the various operations. As if on a map, he saw the stationing of a large and powerful army in expectation of battle, and was aware how incapable he was to cope with their numbers and force. At last, Astley announced the arrival of 2 men. One was a Fleming, known to Richard as one of Lalane's men, but the fellow was stupidly drunk. The other was an English peasant. "Please your worship," he said, "I am this man's guide, and must act as his interpreter besides. Nothing would serve the spongy fellow, but he must swallow ale at every tavern on the way." "Speak then," said Richard. "What is the purport of his journey?" "Please you, sir, last night 300 of them came right pop upon us afore we were aware. Sore afraid they made us with their tall iron-shafted poles, steel caps and short swords, calling each one for bread and beer." "Do you mean," cried the prince, his eye brightening as he spoke, "that 300 men, soldiers, armed like yonder fellow, are landed in England?" So the countryman averred, and that even now they were but at the distance of 20 miles from Richard's encampment. They were still advancing, when the report was spread that the prince's forces were dispersed, himself taken prisoner. The rustic drew from the Fleming's pocket a letter, in French, signed by Schwartz, a son of him who fell at Stoke, a man in high favour with the Lady Margaret of Burgundy. It said how he had been dispatched by her grace to his succour, how intelligence of the large army of Henry and his defeat had so terrified his men that they had refused to proceed, nay, by the next morning would take their way back to Poole, where they had landed, unless Richard himself came to assure them, and to lead them on. Every word of the letter lighted up to forgotten joy young Richard's elastic spirit. With these men to aid him, giving weight and respectability to his powers, he might hope to enforce the conditions of his challenge. All must be decided on the morrow. That very hour he would set forth, to return before morning with these welcome succours. It was near midnight. His camp was still. The men, in expectation of the morrow's struggle, had retired to repose. Their leaders had orders to visit their commander in his tent at the hour which now the empty hourglass told was come. Hastily, eagerly, Richard announced the arrival of these German mercenaries. He directed them to accompany him, that with some show of attendance he might present himself to Schwartz. The camp was not to be disturbed. 2 or 3 men alone among them were awakened and ordered to keep guard. In 5 hours assuredly he must return. In a brief space of time the troop who were to accompany him, Heron, Skelton, O'Water, and Astley, with some 40 more, led their horses to his tent in silence. There were few lights through all the camp. Their honest hearts which beat within slept, while he was awake to succour and save them. This was Richard's last thought, as, mounted on his good steed, he led the way across the dim heath towards Yeovil. It was such a night as is frequent at the end of September. A warm but furious west wind tore along the sky, shaking the dark tresses of the tress, and chasing the broad shadows of the clouds across the plain. The moon, at the beginning of her 3rd quarter, sped through the sky with rapid silvery wings, now cutting the dark sea-like ether, now plunging deep amidst the clouds, now buried in utter darkness, anon spreading a broad halo among the thinner woof of vapours. The guide was at the prince's side. Heron, upon his short, sturdy pony, was just behind. Skelton tried to get his tall mare to an even pace with Richard's horse, but she fell back continually. The rushing, howling wind and rustling trees drowned the clatter of the hoofs. They reached the extreme edge of the common. Richard turned his head. The lights of his little camp burnt dim in the moonshine. Its poor apparel of tents was lost in the distance. They entered a dark lane and lost sight of every trace of it. Still they rode fleetly on. Night and the obscure shapes of night around. Holy, blinding, all-seeing night, when we feel the power of the omnipotent as if immediately in contact with us, when religion fills the soul and our very fears are unearthly, when familiar images assume an unknown power to thrill our hearts, and the winds and trees and shapeless clouds have a voice not their own, to speak of all that we dream or imagine beyond our actual life. Through embowered lanes whose darkness seemed thick and palpable, over open, moonshiny fields, where the airy chase of clouds careered in dimmer shapes upon the earth, Richard rode forward, fostering newly awakened hope, glad in the belief that while he saved all who depended on him, he would not prove a mere victim led in tame submission, an unrighteous sacrifice to the evil spirit of the world. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 46. A Prisoner. Art thou he, traitor, that with treason vile hast slain my men in this unmanly manner, and now triumphest in the piteous spoil of these poor folk, whose souls with black dishonour and foul defame do deck thy bloody banner? The meed whereof shall shortly be thy shame, and wretched end which still attendeth on her. With that himself to battle he did frame, so did his 40 yeomen which there with him came. Spenser. Some miles to the east of Yeovil there was a deep stream, whose precipitous banks were covered by a thick underwood that almost concealed the turbid waters, which undermined and bared the twisted and gnarled roots of the various overhanging trees or shrubs. The left side of the stream was bounded by an abrupt hill, at the foot of which was a narrow pathway. On the green acclivity flourished a beech grove, whose roots were spread in many directions to catch the soil, while their trunks, some almost horizontal, were all fantastically grown, and the fairy tracery of the foliage shed such soft, mellowed, checkered light as must incline the heart of the wanderer beneath the leafy bower to delicious musings. Now the moon silvered the trees, and sometimes glimmered on the waters, whose murmurs contended with the wind that sung among the boughs. And was this all? A straggling moonbeam fell on something bright amid the bushes, and a deep voice cried, "Jack of the wind, if thou canst not get to thicker cover, pluck darnels to cover that cursed steel cap of thine." "Hush," repeated another lower voice. "Your bawling is worse than his headpiece. You outroar the wind. How high the moon is, and our friends not come. He will be here before them. Hark, a bell! Matins by the fiend. May he seize that double-tongued knave. I much suspect Master Frion. I know him of old. He cannot mar us now, though it be he who made this ambushment. Oh, by your leave, he has the trick of it, and could spring a mine in the broadest way. He can turn and twist, and show more faces than a die. He this morn, I know the laugh. There is mischief in it. But your worship, now, what can he do? Do? Darken the moon, set these trees alive and dancing. Do, so play the will-o'-the-wisp, that the king shall be on Pendennis and the duke at Greenwich, and each fancy he is within bowshot of the other. Do, ask the devil what is in his compact, for he is but the merry Andrew of Dr. Frion. Hush." "It is he," said the other speaker. A breathless pause ensued. The wind swept through the trees. Another sound, its monotonous recurrence showed that it was a dashing waterfall, and yet again it grew louder. "It is he." "No, God's mercy, it comes westward. Close, my merry fellows, close, and mind the word. Close, for we have but half our number, and yet he may escape." Again the scene sank into silence and darkness, such silence as is nature's own, whose voice is ever musical, such darkness as the embowering trees and vast island clouds made, dimming and drinking up the radiance of the moon. The stillness was broken by the tramp of horses drawing near. Men's voices mingled with the clatter, and now several cavaliers entered the defile. They rode in some disorder, and so straggling that it was probable that many of their party lagged far behind. The principal horseman had reached midway the ravine, when suddenly a tree, with all its growth of green and tangled boughs, fell right across the path. The clatter of the fall deafened the screech which accompanied it, for one rider was overthrown. It was succeeded by a flight of arrows from concealed archers. "Ride for your lives," cried Richard, but his path was crossed by 6 horsemen, while, starting from the coppice, a band of near 40 men engaged with the van of his troop, who tried to wheel about. Some escaped, most fell. With his sword drawn, the prince rushed at his foremost enemy. It was a mortal struggle for life and liberty, for hatred and revenge. Richard was the better swordsman, but his horse was blown, and half sunk upon his haunches, when pressed closely by the adversary. Richard saw his danger, and yet his advantage, for his foe, over-eager to press him down, forgot the ward. He rose on his stirrups, and grasped his sword with both hands. Then, when a blow from behind, a coward's blow, from a battle-axe struck him, it was repeated, and he fell lifeless on the earth. Sickness, and faintness, and throbbing pain were the first tokens of life that visited his still failing sense. Sight and the power of motion seemed to have deserted him, but memory, reviving, told him that he was a prisoner. Moments were stretched to ages while he strove to collect his sensations. Still it was night. The view of fields and uplands, and of the varied moonlit sky, grew upon his languid senses. He was still on horseback, bound to the animal, and supported on either side by men. As his movements communicated his returning strength, one of these fellows rode to impart the tidings to their leader, while the other stayed to guide his horse. The word "gallop" was called aloud, and he was urged along at full speed, while the sudden motion almost threw him back into his swoon. Dawn, which at first seemed to add to the dimness and indistinctness of the landscape, struggling through the clouds and paling the moon, slowly stole upon them. The prince became sufficiently alive to make observations. He and his fellow prisoners were 5 in number only, their guards were 10. Foremost among them was one whom, in whatever guise, he could not mistake. Each feeling in Richard's heart stimulated him to abhor that man, yet he pitied him more. Gallant, bold Robin, the frolicsome page, the merry-witted sharer of 1,000 pleasures. Time, thou art a thief. How base a thief, when thou stealest not only our friends, our youth, our hopes, but besides, our innocence, giving us in the place of light-hearted confidence, guile, distrust, the consciousness of evil deeds. In these thoughts Richard drew the coloring of the picture from the fresh and vivid tints that painted his own soul. Clifford's breast had perhaps never been free from the cares of guilt. He had desired honor. He had loved renown, but the early development of passion and of talent had rendered him, even in boyhood, less single-hearted than Richard now. Clifford was triumphant. He possessed Monina's beloved, the cause of his disgrace, bound, a prisoner, and wounded. Why then did pain distort his features, and passion flush his brow? No triumph laughed in his eye, or sat upon his lip. He hated the prince, but he hated and despised himself. He played a dastardly and a villain's part, and shame awaited even success. The notoriety and infamy that attended on him, exaggerated as those things usually are in his own eyes, made him fear to meet, in the neighboring villages or towns, any noble cavalier who might recognize him. Even if he saw a party of horsemen on the road, he turned out of it, and thus got entangled among bypaths in an unfrequented part of the country. They continued the same fast career for several hours till they entered a wild, dark forest, where the interminable branches of the old oaks met high-arched overhead, and the paths were beset with fern and underwood. The road they took was at first a clear and open glade, but it quickly narrowed and branched off in various directions. They followed one of its windings till it abruptly closed. The leader then reined in, and Clifford's voice was heard. Years had elapsed since it had met Richard's ear. The mere, as it were, abstract idea of Clifford was mingled with crime and hate. His voice, his manner, his look were associated with protestations of fidelity, or, dearer still, the intercourse of friendship and youthful gaiety. No wonder that it seemed a voice from the grave to betrayed York. "Halloo!" cried Clifford. "Clym of the Lynn, my merry man, thou art to track us through the New Forest to Southampton." "Please your knightship," said a shaggy-headed fellow, "our way is clear. I am at home now, but by St. George we must halt. A 30 miles ride since matins, his fast unbroken, would have made Robin Hood a laggard." "What would you eat here?" cried Clifford. "A stoup of canary and beef were blessings for the nonce, but we must get out of this accursed wilderness into more Christian neighborhood before we find our hostelry." Clym of the Lynn grinned. "To a poor forester," said he, "the greenwood is a royal inn. Vert and venison, your wordship, sound more savoury than 4 smoky walls and a platter of beef brought in mine host's left hand, while his right already says pay. They would feed me with mine own venison in way of courtesy, even as the Lionheart, my namesake and ancestor, was feasted of old. Mine, each acre, each rood, and every noble stag that pastures thereon. But I am not so free as they, and mine though this wild wood be, I must thank an outlaw ere I dine upon my own." Thus thought Richard. And at that moment, with his limbs aching through their bondage, and with throbbing temples, liberty in the free forest seemed worth more than a kingdom. The bright sun was high, the sky serene, the merry birds were carolling in the brake, the forest basked in noonday, while the party wound along the shady path beneath. The languid frame of York revived, at first to pain alone, for memory was serpent-fanged. What birdlime was this to ensnare the royal eagle? But soon despair, which had flapped her harpy wings across his face, blinding him, fled away. Hope awoke, and in her train schemes of escape, freedom, and renewal of the struggle. Meanwhile they threaded many a green pathway, and after another hour's ride arrived at the opening of a wide grassy dell. A deer, a stag of 10, leaped from his ferny bed and bounded away. A herd of timid fawns, just visible in the distance, hurried into the thicket, while many a bird flew from the near sprays. Here the party halted. First they unbitted their steeds, and then dismounted the prisoners, binding them for security's sake to a tree. Richard was spared this degradation, for still he was a prince in Clifford's eyes, and his extreme physical weakness caused by his blow made even the close watching him superfluous. He was lifted from his horse, and placed upon the turf, and there left, while some of his guards went to seek and slay their repast. Others led their animals to a brook which murmured near. All were variously and busily employed. Clifford alone remained. He called for water. Evidently he was more weary than he chose to own. He took off his casque. His features were ghastly. There was a red streak upon his brow, which was knit as if to endurance, and his lips were white and quivering. Never had crime visited with such torment ill-fated man. He looked a Cain after the murder. The Abel he had killed was his own fair fame, the ancestral honor of his race. How changed from when Richard last saw him, but 2 years before. His hair was nearly grey, his eyes hollow, his cheeks fallen in. Yet though thin to emaciation, he had lost that delicacy and elegance of feature that had characterized him. Almost without reflection, forgetting his own position in painful compassion, the prince exclaimed, "Thou art an unhappy man, Sir Robert." The knight replied with a ghastly smile, which he meant to be disdainful. "But now," continued Richard, "while thy visor screened thy face, I was on the point of taunting thee as a coward, of defying thee to mortal combat. But thou art miserable and broken-hearted, and no match for me." Clifford's eyes glared. His hand was upon his sword's hilt. He recollected himself, replying, "You cannot provoke me, sir. You are my prisoner." "Thy victim, Robin, though once saved by thee. But that is past, and there is no return. The blood of Stanley and of 100 other martyrs rolls between us. I conquer my own nature, when even for a moment I look upon their murderer." The weakness of the prince gave a melancholy softness to his voice and manner. The deep pity he felt for his fallen friend imparted a seraphic expression to his clear, open countenance. Clifford writhed with pain. Clifford, who though not quick to feel for others was all sense and sensitiveness for himself. And how often in the world do we see sensibility attributed to individuals whose show of feeling arises from excessive susceptibility to their own sorrows and injuries? Clifford wished to answer, to go away. He was spellbound. His cowering look first animated Richard to an effort which a moment before he would have ridiculed. "Wherefore," said he, "have you earned all men's hate, and your own to boot? Are you more honored and loved than in Brussels? Scorn tracks you now in your new career, and worst of all, you despise yourself." "By Saint Sathanas and his brood!" fiercely burst from the knight. Then he bit his lip and was silent. "Yet, Clifford, son of a noble father, spare yourself this crowning sin. I have heard from travelled men that in heathenesse the unbaptized miscreant is true to him whose hospitality he has shared. There was a time when my eyes brightened when I saw you, when the name of Robin was a benediction to be. You have changed it for the direst curse. Yours are no common crimes. Foremost in the chronicles your name will stand as a type and symbol of ingratitude and treason, written with the blood of Fitzwater and Stanley. But this is not all. The young and defenseless you destroy. You have stood with uplifted dagger over the couch of a sleeping man." Clifford had fostered the belief that this vilest act of his life, to which he had been driven rather by fierce revenge than hope of reward, was a secret. A moment before he had advanced with hasty and furious glances towards his enemy. Scarcely had the words passed York's lips than a kind of paralysis came over him. His knees knocked together. His arms fell nerveless to his side. "O man," continued York, "arouse thy sleeping faculties. Bid the fiend who tortures thee avaunt. Even now at the word he feels his power over thy miserable soul waver. By him who died on the cross, I conjure him to leave thee. Say thou amen to my adjuration, and he departs. Cast off the huge burthen of guilt. Deliver thy soul into the care of holy men. As thy first act, depart this spot. Leave me. It is I who command, Richard of York, thy sovereign. Begone, or kneeling at my feet, seek the grace thou hast so dearly forfeited." For a moment it almost seemed as if the wretched man were about to obey, but at the moment his groom came from the spring where he had been watering his horse. The sight of another human being, to witness his degradation, awoke him to frenzy. He called aloud, "How now, sirrah? Why, unbit dragon? Bring him here. I must be gone." "He can't carry your honour a mile," said the fellow. "A miracle," cried Richard. "You repent, Sir Robert." "As Lucifer in hell, look to the prisoner." Clifford vaulted on his horse. His head was bare, his eyes wild and bloodshot. Clapping spurs to the jaded animal's side, he put him to his speed and was gone. "His fit is on him," cried his attendant. "And what are we to do? He rides a race with the fiend, leaving us to do both their works." More whisperingly he muttered, "Hold Duke Richard in bonds against his will, may I not? He gave me gold in Flanders. He is a king's son and a belted knight, and I a poor servitor." Richard had conceived a faint hope of working on Clifford's manifest remorse and enlisting him again under the banner of the White Rose. His wonder was great when he saw him flying through the forest with uncovered head and dishevelled hair, the bridle of his horse in the groom's hand, while the wearied animal, spurred to speed, threw up his head, snorting with fear. Not a moment was to be lost. The prince flew to his comrades in captivity. Already Heron and O'Water had their bonds cut by the sword of which he possessed himself. Heron, in whose 2 arms lay his chief strength, and O'Water, at home in a fray, fired with the desire of liberty and life, got speedy hold of battle-axes, and stood at bay. Skelton, the next made free, began to run, but finding his flight was solitary, he secured a bow and arrows, and betook himself to a short, sure aim from behind a tree, while he offered up another sigh to the memory of Treva. Astley threw himself foremost before his master, unarmed. The weapons of their guard were chiefly in a heap, and these, defended by the enfranchised prisoners, were useless to them. Headed by Clifford's groom, who stood in salutary awe of shedding royal blood, a parley commenced. He entreated Richard to submit. He told him that the whole country was in arms against him, his way back to his army beset, the sea-coast strictly guarded. What then could he do? Die, in arms and at liberty. Stand back, sirs. What would you do with me? Your guilty captain has deserted you. Is there one of your number who will raise his accursed weapon against a king and a knight? Clym of the Lynn and another outlawed forester, Clifford, in mustering a troop, had gathered together all manner of wild companions, now appeared, dragging in a fat buck. Clym grinned when he saw the altered state of things. "Come, my men," he said, "it is not for us to fight King Henry's battles. The more majesties there be in England, the merrier for us, I trow, and the wider and freer the range of the king of the New Forest. Put up your rapiers, and let us feast like brethren. Ye may fall to with your weapons afterwards. Or, if it please your grace to trust me, I will lead you where none of the king's men will follow." "Wilt thou guide me back to Taunton?" asked the prince. "Not for my cap full of rose nobles," replied the outlaw. "The way is beset, and trust me your worship's men are scattered far and wide ere this. You are a tall fellow, and I should ill like to see you in their gripe. Be one of us. You shall be king of the greenwood shade, and a merrier, freer monarch than he who lives at Westminster." "Hark!" The word, spoken in a voice of alarm, made the party all ear. There was a distant tramp, every now and then a breaking of bushes, and a whole herd of deer came bounding up the glade in flight. A forester who had rambled further than the rest rushed back, saying, "60 yeomen of the Royal Guard! They are coming hitherward. Sir Harry de Vere leads them. I know his bright bay horse. Away!" End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 47. A Dilemma. He might have dwelt in green forest, under the shadows green, and have kept both him and us at rest, out of all trouble and teen. Old Ballad. It had been the policy of Richard's captors to have remained to deliver up their prisoners to a stronger force. But most of them were outlaws by profession, who held the king's men in instinctive horror. These were the first to fly. The panic spread. Those who had no cause to fear fled because they saw others do so. In a moment the sward was cleared of all save the prisoners, who hastily bridled their horses and followed York down a narrow path into a glen, in an opposite direction from the approaching troop. With what speed they might, they made their way through the forest, penetrating its depths till they got completely entangled in its intricacies. They proceeded for several hours, but their jaded horses one by one foundered. They were in the most savage part of the wood. There was no beginning nor end to the prospect of knotted trunks, which lifted their vast leafy burthen into the air. Here was safety and needful repose. Richard, animated to a sudden effort, could now hardly keep his seat. The state of their animals was imperative for a halt, so here, in a wild brake, they alighted near a running brook, and here Water slew a buck, while Astley and Skelton unbridled their horses, and all set about preparing a most needful repast. Evening stole upon them before it was concluded. The slant sunbeams lay in golden glory on the twisted ivy-grown trunks, and bathed the higher foliage in radiance. By the time their appetites were satisfied, Heron and Skelton were discovered to be in a sound sleep. It were as well to follow their example. Neither men nor horses could proceed without repose. Darkness also afforded best safety for traveling. It was agreed that they should pursue their way at midnight, and so, stretched on the grassy soil, peace and the beauty of nature around them, each gave himself up to a slumber which, at that extremity of fatigue, needed no courting. All slept save the prince. He lay in a state of feverish disquietude, looking at the sky through the leafy tracery overhead, till night masked and confused every object. Darkest thoughts thronged his mind: loss of honor, desertion of friends, the fate of his poor men. He was to have devoted himself to them, but a stream, driven by a thundering avalanche from its course, had as much power as he to oppose the circumstances that had brought him from his camp near Taunton to this secluded spot. For an interval he gave himself up to a tumult of miserable ideas, till from the grim troop some assumed a milder aspect, some a brighter hue. And, after a long and painful consideration, he arranged such a plan as promised to at least vindicate his own name, and to save the lives of his adherents. Calmed by these thoughts, soothed to repose by the gentle influence of the south wind, and the sweet monotony of rustling leaves and running water, he sank at last into a dreamless sleep. A whispering of voices was the first thing that struck his wakening sense. It was quite dark. "Is Master O'Water come back?" asked Heron. "I am here," replied the Irishman. "Hast discovered aught?" "That the night is dark and the forest wide," replied O'Water. "Had we a planet to guide us, we might hope to reach its skirts. We are worse off than the Spanish admiral on the western sea, for the compass was a star without a cloud to him." "Saint Mary save us," said, or rather whined, poor Skelton. "Our fortunes are slit from top to toe, and no patchwork will make them whole." "There is hope at the mouth of a culverin," said O'Water, "or at the foot of the gallows, so that a man be true to himself. I have weathered a worse day, when the McCarthys swore to revenge themselves on the Roches." "And by Our Lady's grace," interrupted Richard, "shall again, worthy mayor. My good fellows, fear nothing. I will save you. The ocean cannot be many miles off, for the sun set at our right hand, and blinded our eyes through the day. The wind by its mildness is southerly. We will face it. When once we reach the seaside, the shore of the free wide ocean, Tudor's power stops short, and ye are safe. Of myself there will then be time to think. Say, shall we proceed now, or give another hour to repose?" All were eager to start, slowly leading their horses through the tangled paths they could find, the quarter whence the wind blew, their only guide. Morning found them toiling on, but morning diminished half their labors, and as the birds twittered and the east gleamed, their spirits rose to meet and conquer danger. O'Water was in his native element, that of hairbreadth escape and peril. As to Heron and Skelton, they might have flagged but for Richard. He flattered their pride, raised their hopes, making weariness and danger a plaything and a jest. As the sun mounted in the sky, their horses showed many a sign of weariness, and in spite of a store of venison which the careful Skelton had brought away with him, they needed refreshment. Each mile lengthened to 10, each glade grew interminable in their eyes, and the wide forest seemed to possess all England in its extent. Could the prince's body have conquered his mind, the white rose had indeed drooped. He was parched with fever, and this, preying on his brain, made him the victim of conflicting thoughts. His heart, his imagination were in his deserted camp. Even fair Katherine, awaiting tidings of him in her far retreat, had not such power to awaken anguish in his heart as the idea of Henry's vengeance exercised on his faithful, humble friends, whose father and protector he had called himself. There was disease in the fire and rapidity with which these ideas coursed through his mind. With a strong will he overcame them, bent on accomplishing his present purpose, and rescuing these chief rebels, whose lives were most endangered, before he occupied himself with the safety of the rest. At length, at noon, his quick ear caught a heavy, distant roar. The trees had begun to be more scattered. They reached the verge of the forest. They were too weary to congratulate each other. Before them was a rising ground which bounded their view. Some straggling cottages crowned the height. Slowly they reached the hilltop, and there beheld stormy ocean, clipping in the circular coast with watery girdle. At a crow's flight it might be a mile distant. A few huts and a single black boat spotted in one place the else desert beach. A south wind swept the sea, and vast surges broke upon the sands. All looked bleak and deserted. They stopped at a cottage door, inquiring the road. They heard there was one, which went 3 miles about, but that the plain at their feet was intersected by wide ditches, which their fagged animals could not leap. Moreover, what hope of putting out to sea in opposition to the big noisy waves which the wind was hurrying towards shore? It were safest and best to take a short repose in this obscure village. Heron and Skelton entered the poor inn, while Richard waited on his horse, striving to win him by caresses to taste the food he at first refused. Heron, who was warm-hearted with all his bluster, brought the prince out a flagon of excellent wine, such as by some chance it might be a wreck. The tide had wafted from the opposite coast. Richard was too ill to drink, but as he stood, his arm on his poor steed's neck, the creature looked wistfully up in his face, averting his mouth from the proffered grain. Half playfully his master held out to him the wide-mouthed flagon, and he drank with such eagerness that Richard vowed he should have another bottle, and buying the host's consent with gold, filled a large can from the wine cask. The beast drank, and had he been a Christian man, could not have appeared more refreshed. The prince, forgetful of his pains, was amusing himself thus when Skelton, pale and gasping, came from the house, and voiceless through fear, laid one hand on his leader's arm, and with the other pointed. Too soon the hapless fugitive saw what he called to his attention. Along the shore of the sea a moving body was perceptible, approaching towards them from west to east, which soon showed itself to be a troop of horse soldiers. Richard gave speedy order that his friends should assemble and mount, while he continued to watch the proceedings of the enemy. They were about 200 strong. They arrived at the huts on the beach, and the prince perceived that they were making dispositions to leave a part of their number behind. 50 men were selected and posted as patrol. The rest then moved forward, still towards the east. By this time the remaining fugitives had mounted and gathered in one spot. The villagers also were collecting. Skelton's teeth chattered. He asked an old woman if there were any sanctuary near. "Aye, by Our Lady is there," replied the dame. 16 miles along the coast is the monastery of Beaulieu, a sanctuary for princes, by the same token that the Lady Margaret, St. Henry's queen, lived safely there in spite of the wicked Yorkists, who would have taken her precious life. Richard turned quickly round as the woman spoke and heard her words, but again his eyes were attracted to the coast. As the troop were proceeding along the sands, the little knot of horsemen perched upon the hill caught the attention of a soldier. He rode along the lines and spoke to the commanding officer. A halt ensued. "We are lost," cried Skelton. "We are taken, Lord. Lord, will they grant us our lives?" "These trees are tempting, and apt for hanging," said O'Water, with the air of a connoisseur. "Oh, for Beaulieu, let us ride!" exclaimed Skelton, longing to go, yet afraid of separating himself from his companions. Still the prince watched the movements of the adverse party. 10 men were detached, and began to advance inland. "Oh, dear my lord," cried Astley, "betake yourself to the forest. There are 1,000 ways of baffling these men. I will meet them and put them to fault. Hide, for my lady's sake, ride!" "Master Astley is a cunning gentleman," said Skelton. "Our horses are aweary, and a little craft would help us mightily." Still Richard's eyes were fixed on the troopers. The men advanced as far as a broad, deep stream which intersected the plain. Here they hesitated. One of the best mounted leaped across. The others drew back, seeking along the steep, shelving banks for a ford, or narrowing of the stream. The eyes of the troop on the shore were now turned upon their comrades. "Our time is come," cried Richard. "Back to the forest." One step took them down the other side of the hill, hiding sea and beach and enemy from their eyes, and screening them also from observation. They soon reached the forest and entered its shade, and then proceeded along just within its skirts. "Whither?" respectfully O'Water asked, after Skelton had for some time been muttering many a hint concerning sanctuary. "To Beaulieu," said the prince. "We are barred out from the ocean. We are beset at land. The little island yclept Sanctuary is all that is left to ye. God speed us safely hither." Richard's horse was lively and refreshed after his generous draught, but these of the others flagged. The prince exerted himself to keep up the spirits of all. He rallied Skelton, spoke comfort to Astley and good hope to Heron. The sturdy apprentice of danger, flight, and trouble, O'Water, treated it all as a matter of course. Even hanging, if it so chanced, was but a likely accident. The others needed more encouragement. Astley feared for his lord, even to an appearance of timidity, which, though disinterested, had a bad effect on the others. Heron complained bitterly that his dinner had been left unfinished, while the poor tailor, now fancying that he would run away from all, now fearful of solitary misadventure, kept up a garrulous harangue, of which terror was the burthen and the sum. Richard's voice was cheerful, his manner gay, but placing his hand on Astley it felt scorching. Every moment it required more energy to throw off the clinging lethargy that fell upon him. It was again evening, a circumstance that had caused them to enter deeper into the forest, and it was to be feared they had lost their way. All were weary, all save Richard hungry. The breeze had died away, the air was oppressive, and more it felt like a load intolerable to the prince's burning brow. Night began to close in so very dark that the horses refused to go forward. Suddenly a roaring sound arose which was not the sea, and but that the atmosphere was so still, the wanderers would have said that it was a fierce wind among the trees. Such must it be, for now it came nearer, like living things. The vast giants of the forest tossed their branches furiously, and entire darkness and sudden pouring rain revealed the tempest, which their leafy prison had before hidden. All was so instantaneous that it would seem that nature was undergoing some great revulsion in her laws. The prince's horse snorted and reared, while O'Waters dashed furiously on, striking against a tree and throwing his rider, from whose lips there escaped a shriek. What would have been the last overflowing drop in the bitter cup to a weak mind restored Richard. Lassitude and despondency vanished. In an instant he was off his horse at O'Waters' side, speaking in his own cheerful, kind voice. "Waste no moment on me," cried the generous mayor. "My leg is broken. I can go no further. Speed you, your highness, to the sanctuary." This was the end of hope. The raging storm, the disabled man, dark night, and Richard's resolve not to desert his follower, all were causes of terror and despair. A voice in the wood was heard calling aloud. No answer could be returned. It was repeated, and Astley went forward to reconnoitre. Even an enemy was help in such disaster, yet Heron and Skelton implored him to remain. Another halloo Richard answered, for he recognized Astley's voice, who in the dark could not find his way back. He came at last, accompanied by a monk. This was heaven's favour revealed, for the holy man was a hermit, and his poor cell was near. Poor indeed was it, built with logs, the interstices filled with mud. A bed of dried leaves was nearly all the furniture. The hermit had gone on first and lit a torch. As they might, they bore along poor O'Water and placed him in his agony on the low couch. The hermit looked inquisitively on all the party, neglecting to answer Skelton, who asked for the 100th time the distance to Beaulieu. Richard still occupied himself with the mayor, endeavouring to discover if the limb were broken. "By your leave, your grace," said the hermit. "I am somewhat of a chirurgeon. I boast of my cures of horses, and have saved a Christian man ere now." Scarcely did the prince remember to wonder at the title by which the unknown addressed him. By Our Lady's love he besought him to attend to his friend. "Trust me," said the hermit. "I will not fail, but you, my lord, must not tarry here. The forest is beset with troops, but for night and storm you would hardly attain Beaulieu in safety. It is but 2 miles distant. I will guide your highness thither, and then return to your follower. Have faith in me, my lord. I have served your royal uncle, and was enlisted under your banner last year in Kent. I made a shift to escape and took sanctuary, but the stone walls of a monastery are little better than those of a prison, so I betook me to the woods. Oh, I beseech you, waste no time. I will return to your follower. He is safe till then." "Direct us, and I will thank you," replied Richard. "But you shall not desert your patient, even for a moment." There was no alternative but to comply. The man gave as clear instructions as he might, and Richard again set forward with his diminished party. They were long entangled by trees, and it was now quite night. The excitement over, the prince had drooped again. Even this interval was full of peril. The tramp of steeds was heard. They drew up among the trees. A party of horsemen passed. One, could it be the voice of the subtle Frion, said, "At the end of this glade we shall see the abbey spires. Well I know the same, for when Queen Margaret—" The speaker was succeeded by a woman's voice. Yet greater wonder, she spoke in Spanish, in unforgotten accents. Richard's heart stood still as he heard them, but soon both voice and tramp of steeds grew faint, and his brain, becoming more and more bewildered, allowed no thought to enter, save the one fixed there even in delirium. The fugitives continued to linger in this spot until it was probable that the travelers should have arrived. True to the information they had overheard, the forest opened at the end of the glade into a leafy amphitheatre. An avenue was opposite, which led to the abbey gates, whose Gothic spires, buttresses, and carved arches rose above the tufted trees in dark masses. One end of the building was illuminated. That was the church, and the pealing organ stole mournfully on the night, sounding a miserere. The chanting of the monks mingled with the harmonious swell, adding that pathos, that touch of solemn, unutterable sentiment which perhaps no music, save that of the human voice, possesses. Richard's companions were rough-suited, vulgar-minded, but they were Catholic and religious men, and were awe-struck by this voice from heaven reaching them thus in their desolation, a voice promising safety and repose to their harassed, wearied bodies. A few steps carried them to the very spot. The bell was rung, the gate was opened, sanctuary was claimed and afforded. Skelton sprang forward, the other two hung back, but on a sign from Richard, they also passed the sacred threshold. "Farewell, my friends," he said, "a short farewell. Astley, I charge you wait for me. Sir Priest, close the gate." The word was said, the order obeyed. Richard was left alone in darkness. Now for my task, for my poor trusty fellows. The work of murder cannot yet have begun. My life pays for all. Yet a while bear me up, thou fainting spirit. Desert not Richard's breast till his honor be redeemed. Vain prayer. I must repose, he thought. It is of no avail to urge nature beyond herself. A few minutes, and I am strong. He dismounted, and with a sensation of delicious relief, threw himself at his length on the wet grass, pressing the dank herbage to his fevered brow. At first he felt recovered, but in a few minutes strong spasms shot through his frame, and these yielded to a feebleness that forced him to sink to the ground when he endeavored to rise. He forgot his situation, the near abbey, his friends. He forgot wherefore, but he remembered that his presence was required somewhere, and with a resolved effort he rose and staggered towards his horse. He fell. A little sleep and I shall be well. This was his last thought, and he lay in a state between slumber and stupor on the earth. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 48. Capture of Katherine. If the dull substance of my flesh were thought, injurious distance should not stop my way, for then, despite of space, I would be brought to limits far remote where thou dost stay. Shakespeare. There is a terror whose cause is unrevealed even to its victim, which makes the heart beat wildly, and we ask the voiceless thing wherefore, when the beauty of the visible universe sickens the aching sense, when we beseech the winds to comfort us, and we implore the invisible for relief, which is to speed to us from afar. We endeavor, in our impotent struggle with the sense of coming evil, to soar beyond the imprisoning atmosphere of our own identity. We call upon the stars to speak to us, and would fain believe that Mother Earth, with inorganic voice, prophesies. Driven on by the mad imaginings of a heart hovering between life and death, we fancy that the visible frame of things is replete with oracles. Or is it true, and do air and earth, divined by the sorrow-tutored spirit, possess true auguries? At such dread hour we are forced to listen and believe, nor can we ever afterwards, in common life, forget our miserable initiation into the mysteries of the unexplained laws of our nature. to one thus aware of the misfortune that awaits her, the voice of consolation is a mockery. Yet even while she knows that the die is cast, she will not acknowledge her intimate persuasion of ill, but sits smiling on any hope brought to her, as a mother on the physician who talks of recovery while her child dies. The Lady Katherine had yielded to Richard's wishes because she saw that he really desired her absence. Alone in a monastery, in a distant part of Cornwall, she awaited the fatal tidings which she knew must come at last. She was too clear-sighted not to be aware that the armed power of a mighty kingdom such as England must crush at once his ill-organized revolt. She was prepared for and ready to meet all the disasters and humiliations of defeat, but not to be absent from her husband at this crisis. She ordered horses to be kept perpetually in readiness that she might proceed towards him on the first intimation of change and downfall. She watched from the highest tower of her abode the arrival of messengers. Before she dared open her letters, she read in their faces, "What news of Richard?" It was a bitter pang to hear that Plantagenet was dangerously wounded, that the prince had advanced further forward at the head of his rabble soldiers. She had no friends save humble ones, and very few of these. They borrowed their looks from her, yet hoped more than she did. Quickly she was aware of a change in them. They spoke in a low, subdued voice, as if awestruck by some visitation of destiny. That very day letters arrived from the prince. They were of ancient date, nor could she lay his terms of endearment and cheering to her heart and be consoled. In the afternoon a torn, soiled billet was brought her from Edmund. In spite of his wound, he had dragged himself as far as Launceston, on his way to her. Forced to stop, he sent her tidings of all he knew, Richard's mysterious flight, Henry's bloodless victory, the eagerness the king expressed to learn where she was, and the dispatching of troops in search of her. He besought her to fly. It might be hoped that the prince had escaped beyond sea, whither she must hasten, or, falling into his enemy's hands, she would never see him more. Perplexed and agitated, knowing that dishonor would result from Richard's strange disappearance, yet persuaded that he had some ulterior view which it behoved her not to thwart, she hesitated what step to take. An incident occurred to end her uncertainty. Suddenly, in the evening, Monina stood before her. Monina came with the safety-laden Adelaide to bear her to the shores of Burgundy. She brought the history of the fraud practiced upon York, of the ambush laid for his life, of his escape, and the arrival, immediately succeeding to hers, of his followers at the Abbey of Beaulieu, how the pawing and trampling of a horse at the gates had brought out the monks, who discovered the hapless prince senseless on the dark sod. He was carried in, and through her care his name was entered in the sanctuary. She had attended on his sick couch 2 days and nights, when his first return to reason was to implore her to seek Katherine, to carry her beyond Tudor's power, out of the island prison. Her father's caravel was hovering on the coast. A favoring southeast wind bore her to these shores. She came at his desire. The Adelaide was there, and she might sail, not to Burgundy, but even to the spot which harbored Richard. She also could take sanctuary in Beaulieu. The monastery in which the Duchess of York had taken refuge was situated on St. Michael's Mount, not far from the Land's End. The land projects romantically into the sea, forming a little harbor called Mount's Bay. Towards the land the acclivity is at first gradual, becoming precipitous towards the summit. Now, at high water, the tide flows between the rock and the land, but it was in those days connected by a kind of natural rocky causeway. Towards the sea it is nearly perpendicular. A strong fortress was connected with the church, and a stone lantern was attached to one of the towers of the church. Not far from the castle, in a craggy and almost inaccessible part of the cliff, is situated St. Michael's Chair, which on account of its dangerous approach, and the traditions attached to it, became the resort of the pious. Many a legend belonged to this spot. Its thick woods, the hoar appearance of the crags, the widespread sea, forever warring against the land which had thrust itself out into the watery space, usurping a part of its empire, made it singularly grand, while the placid beauty of the little bay formed by the rock, and the picturesque grouping of the trees, the straggling paths, and numerous birds added every softer beauty to the scene. Often did Katherine watch the changeful ocean, or turn her eyes to the more grateful spectacle of umbrageous woods and rifted rock, and seek for peace in the sight of earth's loveliness. All weighed with tenfold heaviness on her foreboding soul. For the first time they wore to her the aspect of beauty, when now she hoped to leave them. hopes so soon to fail. A south wind had borne the caravel swiftly into the bay, but the breeze increased to a gale, and even while the ladies were making a few hasty preparations, De Ferro had been obliged to slip his moorings and run out to sea, to escape the danger of being wrecked on a lee shore. With a pang of intense misery, Katherine saw its little hull hurry over the blackening waters, and its single sail lose itself amid the sea foam. The mariner had even, on anchoring, anticipated a storm. He had informed his daughter of the probability there was, that he should be driven out to seek for safety in the open sea, but he promised with the first favorable change of wind to return. When would this come? Fate was in the hour, nor could even Katherine school herself to patience. Evening shades gathering round them, the princess, growing each minute more unquiet and miserable, sought in some kind of activity for relief to her sufferings. "I will go to St. Michael's chair," she said. "Good spirits forever hover near the sainted spot. They will hear and carry a fond wife's prayer to the throne of the Eternal." In silence Monina followed the lady. They were both mountain-bred, and trod lightly along paths which seemed scarcely to afford footing to a goat. They reached the seat of the rock. They looked over the sea, whose dark surface was made visible by the sheets of foam that covered it. The roar of waves was at their feet. The sun went down blood-red, and in its dying glories the crescent moon showed first pale, then glowing. The 1,000 stars rushed from among the vast clouds that blotted the sky, and the wind tore fiercely round the crag, and howled among the trees. O earth and sea and sky! Strange mysteries, that look and are so beautiful even in tumult and in storm. Did ye feel pain then, when the elements of which ye are composed battled together? Were ye tortured by the strife of wind and wave, even as the soul of man when it is the prey of passion? Or were ye unmoved, pain only being the portion of the hearts of the two human beings, who, looking on the commotion, found your wildest rage calm in comparison with the tempest of fear and grief which had mastery over them? Sickened by disappointment, impatient of despair, each remained, brooding mutely over their several thoughts. Poor Katherine, her dearest wish was set upon sharing in all its drear minutiae the fortune of her lord, her gallant knight, her most sweet Richard. He was her husband. He had taken her, timid yet confiding, from the shelter of her father's roof. They had entered the young world of hope and hazard together. Custom, the gentle weaver of soft woman's tenderness, had thrown its silken net over her. His disasters became hers. His wishes and their defeat were also hers. She only existed as a part of him, while enthusiastic love made her fondly cling even to the worst that betided, as better in its direst shape than any misnamed good fortune that unlinked them. My love, my altar-plighted love, must I then wake and say no good day to thee, and sleep my rest unbenisoned by thy good night? The simple word, the we that symbolized our common fate, cut in two, each half a nothing so disjoined. While Katherine thus struggled with necessity, Monina was given up to patience. The present hour had fulfilled its fear. Her busy thoughts fashioned 1,000 plans for his escape, or tremblingly painted a dark futurity. He was a part of her being, though no portion of herself was claimed by him. She was not his as a lover or a wife, but as a sister might be, if in this ill world such heart's concord could exist, a sharing of fate and of affection, combined with angelic purity. As easily might she fancy animal life to survive in her body after the soul had fled, as soon imagine that the beating of her heart could continue when the living impulse which quickened its palpitations was still, as that he, her childhood's playfellow, the golden dream of her youth, the shrine at which she had sacrificed that youth, should die, and she live on in the widowed world without him. The stars glittered over their gentle heads, and the moon went down in the west. Fitful, thread-like rays were shed upon the raging sea, whose heady billows foamed and roared at their feet. Both these fair, gentle creatures remained, careless of the wild wind that swept their limbs, or the spray which, high as they stood, besprent their hair. Both young, both lovely, both devoted to one, yet confiding in the reality of virtue and purity, trusting fully each other, the one accepting the heart sacrifice which the other unreservedly made. They watched for the Adelaide, which, a plaything of the waves, was carried afar. Day dawned before they could resolve to quit this spot. Then they took refuge in the near monastery, and from its towers looked out over the sea. A few anxious hours brought the dreaded consummation of their fears. The ascent of a troop of horse up the steep told Katherine that she was discovered. Their sudden appearance before her proved that she was a prisoner. For the first time she saw the white and red rose entwined. The Earl of Oxford was announced to her as their leader, and he soon appeared to claim his prize. Katherine received him with dignified sweetness. She conquered her ill fate by smiling at its blows, and looked a queen as she yielded herself a slave. The watching of the night had all disordered her dress, and deranged her golden tresses, but her wondrous fairness, the soft moulding of her face, her regal throat and arched open brow bending over her intelligent yet soft blue eyes, her person majestic even in its slim beauty, were tokens of a spirit that in destitution must reign over all who approached it. Her first words, to ease the awestruck earl, were an entreaty to be conducted to the king. She showed more earnest desire than he to present herself to her royal victor. In a very few hours they had descended the mount, and hastened out of hearing of the roar of the ocean, which had so cruelly deceived her hopes. In her eyes could only be read the mastery she had obtained over her thoughts. No lurking weakness betrayed fear, or even disappointment. Surely yet she cherished some dear expectation, yet how, lost to liberty, could she hope to attain it? But thus we are, while untamed by years. Youth, elastic and bright, disdains to be compelled. When conquered, from its very chains it forges implements for freedom. It alights from one baffled flight, only again to soar on untired wing towards some other aim. Previous defeat is made the bridge to pass the tide to another shore, and, if that break down, its fragments become stepping stones. It will feed upon despair, and call it a medicine which is to renovate its dying hopes. End of chapter 48.